right, so I've already started the party. But before I do anything else, thank you very much to the channel members who are in the Decent Humans roster. So, thank you to Nuffles, Annette Fisher, Steve Hughes, The Yabbick, Kriegsman, and Elias IDK. Look, y'all, the channel can't sustain itself, so why don't you join? What is up, everybody? What is up? I'm going to leave that up there for a moment. Let it take a good chunk of time in the stream because, you know, the fact that I have members at all, just if I squeeze it really hard, I might be able to keep the channel going with a few more members, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. This stuff tastes like crap. Absolute crap. But, you know, you can't beat free. So, yeah, there's that. I'm going to give it a minute because I know a lot of people aren't even in here yet. A lot of people don't even exist in the stream yet. What, should I start singing? Should I start singing? Maybe I should. Probably get more people in here just to rag on me. Wouldn't that be something? Maybe I should turn off subscribers mode. We'd probably get more people in here. What do you think? What do you think? Oh no, I don't think I can change the mode. Can I? Maybe. I'm sure Brandon's in here already. So I'm going to say, hi, Brandon. How you doing? What is up? Do you look forward to more stupid badger? You know what? Let's do an experiment. Let's see if anyone just comes in here. Let's see what let's see what happens. Okay, so I think I left this up long enough. Oh no, my mouse is lost. Oh, there it goes. Hello, everybody. Did you miss me? What's up? What's up, people? How you doing? What are you up to? It feels like I'm super zoomed in. That's what it feels like. Let's see what happens. I've turned on anyone mode. So we'll see what goes on. Oh shit. So what's up? What's up, Brandon? I know you're in here. I know you're always in here. So where are you at? Where are you at, Brandon? Let me test my stuff real fast. How's it look on that end? Why does it always flip my stuff around? I don't understand. Now it's smaller. Okay, I need to customize this. Okay, now you know when I'm looking at the screen and looking at y'all. So there we go. So what's up, Brandon? I know you're in here somewhere. I only see you saying hi in the chat. That's all I see. For how much I pay, I feel like this streaming thing isn't very awesome. Blue Moon.
In 2015.
Okay, so my audio is loud enough. Good. Okay, there you are, Brandon. I knew you were in here. I knew it. You may hate me sometimes, but you love me too. Brandon Peters, I'm doing pretty good. Got a 95 on my class overall. So I'm happy. Got an 87.5 on my final. Hell yeah. I'll drink to that. Hey, Brandon, if you and I ever get time to meet like somewhere, or maybe I go visit your state at some point, drinks are on me. Just for that. Just for that. Cause I found peace looking at the greatest moon in the woods. If everybody was a moon, maybe I'd be understood. Yo, blue moon. Such a good song. I was listening to it earlier at work, and everybody was asking me, hey, who is that? And I was like, that's Ryan Upchurch. They were like, wow, really? Where do I find him? I was like, go to his YouTube. Go to his YouTube. Brandon Peters, I was watching a stream of Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2. It's an awesome pick game. Pick game? You mean PC? You can spawn millions of units and have no lag. But it's probably like micro scale, right? It's probably like really tiny. Kind of like how that game, there was a game back in like the 90s. It was like a historical game. Oh, damn it. But it's probably like micro scale. So there's like, you'll see the whole map, but all your units are like drawn out. I think the game was called Gettysburg, but I could be wrong. I think it was called Gettysburg. Hell, I don't even know if it exists anymore. Not a lot of people like history anymore. I think this thing is charged enough. Yo, blue moon, I want to pour a tall glass of you. Okay. Brandon Peters, no, it's full scale. You can do RTS mode and take control of single units if you want. Also, I mean, no, not now. Okay, I got you. So for y'all just getting in, Brandon and I are just chilling, chatting. Even though Brandon doesn't like me sometimes, he still loves me. I know he does. I love you too, Brandon. You're awesome to have in my chats, no matter what's going on. But yeah, we're just hanging out till we get like as many people as I think we can get for the stream, so that everybody gets like eyes on, fresh, and don't have to watch it later. It's a different feeling. I don't know about y'all, but it's a different feeling when someone's like live and engaged with you versus like just watching a video. But a lot more people prefer like uploads. So I don't know. Another thing that's funny, at work, several times I was complimented because I look much younger than I usually do. Some of my regulars, were complimenting me, and they were like, "Wow, you look younger than the last time I saw you." And I was like, "Well, thank you." And a few of them were like, "So what have you been doing more recently?" And I was like, "Well, I've recovered from the from tearing muscle in my back, so now I'm like doing body work like 3 times a day, doing like 200 reps of everything, to get back into it, and riding my bike." And they were like, "That might do it." And I'm like, I don't know. People quite usually think I'm much younger than I am. I stole the fountain of youth from who was it? Was it Cortez who was looking for the fountain of youth, or was it one of the other three? Pizarro? There was Cortez, Pizarro, and there was another one in there somewhere, and I forget his freaking name. Yeah, I forgot his name entirely. But yeah, we're just waiting for more people to get in here. So come on, y'all. We're live. We're live. And make sure you like the live stream so I know how many people are actually in here. So that I'm not like guessing at the number. Because YouTube likes to lie to me. YouTube loves to lie to me. Do 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 do. Because like mud to gold. Brendan Peters. Kisses and hugs, Badger. Kisses and hugs right back, Brandon. See, why is that a thing now in our culture where like being affectionate with other people is seen as like something terrible? Because me, I'm like a hugger. And then like when I go and visit family overseas in like Spain and Ireland, you know, I'll give a hug, sometimes a kiss on the cheek. And it's a normal thing because you're showing affection for somebody that you miss and you love. Why is that looked down upon nowadays? I don't get it. I really don't get it. Brandon Peters, we're doing live. You damn Skippy, we're doing live. I've already done like, I'm already finished with the first couple racks of these. Brandon Peters, oh, you got complimented. Nice. Yes, thank you. Hey, if people are getting in here, make sure you like the live stream so I know how many people there are. If we can get at least like 5 likes, we're going to start the stream, okay? We're going to start the MrBallen video, the latest one. Brandon Peters, meow hero. He's a furry confirmed. Brandon. See, this is one of the reasons why I love you, Brandon. This is one of the reasons why I love you. And no, I'm not a furry. It's from Super Troopers. Remember in Super Troopers where like they pull the guy over and he's like trying to be serious and he's like, I want your license and registration, time meow. And the person's like, excuse me? And he's like, I said time meow. So yeah, yeah, that's where it's from. I like it. Brandon. I'm starting to think you're the Fury. I'm starting to think you're the Fury. I'm flicking up my merds. But no, I'm starting to think you're the furry here. Because you immediately were thinking, he said meow. Furry confirmed. One of us. One of us. Which, hey, I don't knock furries. I really don't. Just keep that to yourself, people. I'm not involved. I am not involved. Okay, so we still only have 2 likes. But I only see Brandon in the chat. So yeah, if you're watching, please like the live stream so I know how many people we're starting with. Por favor. Por favor. Brandon Peters, I'm a furry maybe. Well, hey, like I said, I don't knock people that do. I just can't get into it. Especially like I didn't even know furries existed. before I went to Afghanistan the first time and saw what the local nationals do to their animals. And then I discovered furries exist afterwards, and I was like, yeah, nope. No, thank you. Not for me, son. Not for me. Okay. Brandon Peters, Smokey and the Bandit is a great movie series. I wanted that car so bad for so long until I realized how much maintenance they take. Oh, no, thank you. Anyway, I'm about to start the video pretty soon here. So please like the live stream real quick so I know how many people I'm actually starting with, and then we'll get into the video, okay? So we need a couple of likes. I think only a couple. I don't know. YouTube is skipping the number up and down. It goes from 0 to like 7, like every few seconds, and I don't know why. But yeah, like the live stream so we can start this shit. Brandon Peters, wait, Hunt, they do what? Overseas in like Afghanistan and Iraq, quite a few people are okay with doing very unbecoming things to livestock. I'll leave it at that. Okay, we got 3 likes so far. We just need, I think, 1 more or 2 more. YouTube is skipping the numbers on me. That's one thing I hate about YouTube. They're skipping the numbers up and down. So yeah, get us 1 more like and we'll start the video, and you can pretend like I don't really exist. And this is a drunk stream, so get ready for some shenanigans. Okay, 1 more like and we'll start. 1 more. Just 1 more, y'all. Just 1 more. Just 1 more. All right. I'm a combat vet, but I'm not very patient. Come on. Come on. Come on. 1 more. 1 more. 1 more. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're already like 17 minutes in. I might as well start this shit. Brandon Peters, a like for the like god. Clicks for the click throne. Something like that. All right, let's get into it. Should I make it bigger? You know what? I'll leave it here. Whatever. Whatever. All right, so we're doing MrBallen. This girl died horrifically twice, which does not sound fun. I wouldn't want to die twice. I'd want to die once and that's it. That is it. So yeah, y'all ready? Are y'all ready? I think I'm ready. Let's jump in.
In 2015, a young man living in Honduras made his way to the local cemetery, and he found his wife's gravesite and leaned up against it, and he quietly began to cry. Seconds later, something would happen inside of that cemetery that would not only cause the young man to go silent, get up, and start running, but it would also be caught on camera. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of these strange...
Wait, hold up. I need to listen to that again. What?
And to go silent, get up, and start running, but it would also be caught on camera. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered...
We haven't even started the video. We ain't even started. And that teaser is too strong. Too strong. Take it away, sailor.
in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please invite the like button to come to the zoo with you, and then cover them in honey and push them into the bear enclosure. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories.
Yeah, buddy. Love MrBallen's intro, but I'm kind of sad he neutered it. Kind of sad he neutered his intro. I loved it when it used to be like super loud. And then like when I played it, it was super loud. And it just was like, "Nah." But now he like quieted it down, I guess, because some people complained, which is just dumb. If you're going to complain about the stuff you like watching, just don't watch. Just don't watch. Who gives a flying F?
In the spring of 2021, 52-year-old Texas resident Karen Davis got married, and then after the ceremony and after the honeymoon, she went through the process of changing her last name from Davis to McBride to match her husband's last name. After the change was done, the last step was to get a new driver's license with the new name on it. So Karen emailed the local DMV, or Department of Motor Vehicles, to set up a time for her to come in and make the change to her license. But after she sent that email, the local DMV immediately emailed Karen back, and they told her that they could not help her with this request until she resolved an issue. Now, they didn't specify what this issue was. However, they very cryptically said it had something to do with the state of Oklahoma. And then at the bottom of the email, there was just a phone number they told her she needed to call in order to resolve this issue. And so Karen's thinking, okay, that's pretty weird, but I did used to live in Oklahoma, so that probably has something to do with it. And
Wait. What? What? What the hell? So somehow there's like a disconnect in the DMV system, and they're like, oh, well, this shows something different than the other thing. You're the DMV. You are a federal government entity. You should be up to date on all this stuff. Federal incompetence. I know all about it.
so, not thinking much of it, she punched this number the DMV had given her into her phone, and then she let it ring. A few moments later, much to Karen's shock, a woman from the Norman, Oklahoma District Attorney's Office picked up the phone and said, "How can I help you?" Karen immediately assumed that the DMV must have made a mistake, that maybe they were trying to give Karen some other number in Oklahoma because this was an Oklahoma problem, and they had mistakenly given her the number to the DA's office. But since she had this woman on the phone, Karen told her, hey, I was just trying to get a new license in Texas. They told me there was some sort of issue. It had to do with me potentially living in Oklahoma. I don't know what it is, but this is the number they gave me. So I'm sure it's a mistake, but that's why I'm calling. The woman from the DA's office had no idea who Karen was. But after taking down Karen's information and looking on her computer, she discovered Karen's so-called Oklahoma problem. And after she explained to Karen what this enormous problem was, Karen literally couldn't believe it. But after this woman went over the details a few more times and really showed Karen that this Oklahoma problem was very, very real, suddenly everything in Karen's life made sense.
What could it possibly be, honestly? What could it possibly be? Does she have amnesia? Does she have a criminal record? Did she get scammed? Did someone sell her out as like a fall person for a crime? Did someone steal her identity? Was it fraud? This is very interesting. Really interesting so far. Let me read real quick from the chat. Brandon Peters. Oh, after this, can we look up a video of UEBS2 so you can see how crazy it is? We'll see. My son's going to be back home tonight. So yeah, we'll see. Brandon Peters, the DMV is sus. Sure, but here in Texas, they're actually pretty awesome. You could do literally everything online with just the Texas DMV. Real awesome guy. How does someone die twice? I don't know. Maybe they have cardiac arrhythmia and then they're brought back. I don't know. Brandon Peters 3 times. Oh no, it's a scam. It's a special ability. Oh, never mind. It's not a scam. Interesting. Yes, very. Hey, make sure when you get in here, get on the live stream and like the live stream. Like the live stream so I know how many people are actually in this mother sucker. Real awesome guy. I'm real awesome. This YouTuber streamer blast caps. I like you too, real awesome guy. Brandon Peters, you can do it online? Cool. Yeah, and they send you a notice like, 30 days before all of your stuff's set to expire also. So that's pretty cool. Unlike other states that don't do anything like that.
For the last 22 years, Karen, who was incredibly smart and friendly and polite and never had a problem with anyone, had an incredibly hard time getting a job. Even jobs that she was extremely qualified for, she would get turned down for someone who was way less qualified. And then...
Wait, is it mistaken identity? That could be it. There could be someone who has the same name as her and like all this similar stuff, and people just look up the background info and this has happened to me a few times, especially where I live because my last name is kind of common here. Hispanics. But yeah, like where cops would pull me over in my truck and they would like pull me over and then they would jump out with weapons drawn and be like, turn your vehicle off, put the keys on the dashboard, step out of your vehicle with your hands up. And I'm like, am I in LA again? But they would like get me, they would cuff me, they would check on my ID and everything. They would find my military ID. They would check on my background and figure out it was mistaken identity. And I'm just like, and it's happened several times. Thankfully, they've learned their lesson now. But yeah, like it could be something like that because there's somebody who has a same first and last name as myself who has a warrant for triple homicide in my state. And they kept thinking it was me. Talk about profiling. Anyway, let me read the chat. Brandon Peters. I like Snowcaps, good candy. 22 years, he said. Oh, I feel old now. Benny, what did you do in the military? I was 11 Bravo, and I retired as an 18 Bravo in the U.S. Army. So, yeah, good times. Brandon Peters, he's got a common name. Interesting. Tell us more info, Badger. Jedi Mind Trick. No, I'm not. Not happening. Brandon Peters saying hi. DK663. But are you sure it wasn't you? I'm positive. Otherwise, they would not have let me go, right? Brandon Peters. Wow, crazy that they didn't blast you. Cops can be pretty trigger happy sometimes. No, the cops where I live now are actually they're pretty good where I live. They're not up to my tactical prowess, but they're pretty freaking good here. It's mostly where I live though. But yeah, which is something that I've been talking to the local precincts about because I'm like, look, you don't want something like Uvalde to happen here. So, look, let me know when y'all want me to train you. And they're kind of hesitant about it though because they're like, because for them, they're more worried about PR than performance still, which is just stupid. Just stupid, but whatever. It's their funeral. Let's continue.
And in the rare times that Karen did actually get hired, she would always get fired for no reason. And so Karen never understood why she was being treated this way until now. It would turn out 22 years earlier, which is when Karen's hireability issues began, she lived in Norman, Oklahoma, which is where the DA's office was that she would end up calling 22 years later. And when she was living in Norman, she lived with a roommate. And this roommate was this nice young man who had a couple of young kids. And one weekend, he went to the local movie store called Movie Place, and he rented the hit 90s movie, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, to watch with his kids. And after he was done watching this movie, he didn't return the VHS tape of Sabrina the Teenage Witch back to Movie Place. Now, normally when this happened, the movie store would just hit the card holder with lots of late fees, which was actually great for the movie store. They made lots and lots of money on individual people that just forgot to return their movies. And if the card holder just continued to hold on to this delinquent movie, at some point, the movie store would just hit them with a final fee that basically accounted for the total cost of the VHS tape that they had effectively stolen.
Oh, man, the days of Blockbuster. The days of Blockbuster. You know what's kind of funny? Where I live now, they still have a Blockbuster. They still have a Blockbuster. Apologies, I had like 10 pounds of meat today. Bison and bear. That's what I ate today. But yeah, they still have a Blockbuster where I live. And it's so nostalgic. It's so nostalgic. I'll go there sometimes, you know, when I'm driving by, just to like walk in. And it has not changed much at all. The only stuff that's changed really is like they have like digital cash registers and stuff that are like iPads and shit like that. But everything else is almost the exact same thing, except in, you know, they have like a section for VHS. They have a section for original DVDs, then Blu-ray, and then that fourth thing that got like beat out by DVD. So yeah, they got a bunch of awesome stuff there. It's, man, brother, I saw like the Jewel of the Nile on a freaking shelf in there in VHS still. Perfect condition. Perfect condition. It was so awesome. I was like, damn, this brings back memories. If you haven't seen the Jewel of the Nile, I recommend it. I highly recommend it. Anyway, let's keep going.
And then at that point, the matter was resolved. The cardholder owned the VHS tape, whether they knew it or not, and the movie store simply moved on. But in this case, Movie Place in Norman, Oklahoma, didn't think that was enough. And when Sabrina the Teenage Witch was not returned in a timely fashion, they pressed charges against the cardholder. And the cardholder was Karen Davis. The roommate had just borrowed her card. And somehow, these charges against Karen were never brought up to Karen. She was never contacted by anyone. And so for 22 years, she was technically a wanted felon, meaning every time one of her employers, either during the interview process or after she was hired, when they would run a criminal background check on her, it would pop up she was wanted for felony embezzlement. And so this was the reason she kept not getting jobs and kept getting fired from jobs. Since discovering these charges, Karen worked with the Norman, Oklahoma DA's office and got these charges dismissed.
Don't let nobody borrow your card, even today. Seriously, even today. Don't let nobody do it. And protect your card info. When you go to a gas pump, okay? When you go to the gas pump, all right, check the card reader. Give it a good wiggle, okay? If that card reader is loose, don't use that pump. Do not use that pump, because that means that somebody has inserted their own card reader into that pump, and they're going to double charge you on top of you getting gas. And then they will disconnect the account it came from. So you'll never get your money back. Do not use a pump that has a loose card reader on it. Go pay inside. Go pay inside.
You know what really makes me want to slap the like button with a tasseled wobble gong? Inflation. Prices are going.
Oh, what? Oh, what? What the what the hell did he just say? I gotta go back. I gotta go back a little bit.
You know what really makes me want to slap the like button with a tasseled wobble gong? Inflation.
A tasseled wobble gong. What the hell's a wobble gong? What the hell is that? A tasseled wobble gong. Is that a fish? Is that a fish? I'm gonna laugh if that's a fish, because I spent a lot of time training in the ocean and I never heard of that shit. A tasseled wobble gong. What the fuck?
Prices are going through the roof right now, which is why I'm excited to partner with Current again. So thank you to Current for spot that old banks use. And having on all of us, Current and I are in part of the you have to do is click the link to fit. Please invite the stories.
Let me read the chat. Brandon Peters, most of the time. You stole a movie. Down on the ground now. Brandon Peters, I can't believe no one contacted her. Like WTF. Yeah, right. Brandon Peters, laugh out loud. Like button getting destroyed by Mr. B again. Pretty much, he is on a he is on a campaign against the like button. But however, he gets so many likes, it's ridiculous. I guess the like button is a, what is it, sadist, masochist, something like that. DK663, tasseled wobble dong. Tasseled wobble dong. I don't know why. It's just hilarious as hell. I'll smack you with a tasseled wobble dong. That's awesome. Oh man. All right, let's keep going. What's wrong with mommy? What isn't wrong with mommy?
In the early evening hours of December 24th, 2011, so Christmas Eve, 26-year-old Zazel Preston sat on her bed in her little apartment in Anaheim.
I don't know about y'all, but what do they say now? What do they say now? Zazel looking pretty cute. Yeah, look, y'all rate her from like 1 to 10. Me, I'm like 10 all the way. She pretty. She real pretty. Y'all know I'm a sucker already. You know my history with women. If she came walking up and was like, I want you, I'd be like, take me. She pretty. She real pretty. I like this woman.
Anaheim, California, and wrapped Christmas gifts.
Oh, darn, she's from Anaheim. Darn it, she's from California. Darn it. Oh, well, let's keep going.
for her children. Laying next to her was her newest addition to the family, her third child, a 7-week-old little boy. This Christmas was a big deal for Zazel. It was also a big deal for her husband, 30-year-old William Wallace, not only because it was going to be the first Christmas with their new son, but also because this was the first Christmas.
His name is William Wallace? They may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom!
Christmas after Zazel and William had reconciled their relationship.
You know what? This looks like a couple. This looks like a couple where I'd be like, can I just hang out with you? That's what they seem like. They seem like they could kick it.
Relationship. They had been married for the past 3 years, but over those 3 years, their relationship had been very unhealthy and toxic and at times abusive. But earlier that year, when Zazel had discovered that she was pregnant, this baby became kind of like a new anchor point for their relationship. It was like suddenly they could put their differences aside and just focus on raising their kids together.
No, just no. No. No, that's still not healthy. That's terrible. That's just, no. Okay, I'll give you all my reasoning on this, okay? This may or may not be more stupid badger, but I'm going to say it anyway. If your relationship is in any way abusive, there ain't shit that's going to fix that unless you fix yourselves and then come back to it. But it's so everyone's so much better off just separating completely. If you try to make a child the anchor point for a relationship, no, that's putting all the pressure on the kid. That's putting all the responsibility for both of y'all's actions, both of y'all's ways of thinking, and both of y'all's way of acting on the child. That's not fair to the kid. Why are you going to make the kid the anchor point? Y'all two are supposed to be the solid foundation for that child to be raised. It should never be the reverse. It can never be the reverse. Ever. Man. Too many kids are getting raised by idiots.
After wrapping her final present, Zazel hopped off the bed, she scooped up her little boy, and then she headed out into the living room where she met up with her husband and her 2 older children, who were little girls aged 3 and 8. And then they all headed outside and went next door to celebrate Christmas Eve at a party with their neighbors. Early the next morning, so on Christmas Day, Zazel's 2 oldest children, the 2 girls, they got up early and they rushed out of their bedrooms and they ran down the hallway into the living room where their parents were waiting for them on the couch along with their baby brother. The living room was completely decked out with Christmas decorations that the family had put up over the past couple of weeks. The Christmas tree was in the corner with bright multicolored lights and ornaments all over it. There were wreaths on the wall and other string lights around the top of the room. And then over their fireplace were all of their stockings nailed up, stuffed with goodies. The little girls squealed with delight and ran around the couch and took up spots right underneath the Christmas tree, and they grabbed their first present and they turned and looked at their parents on the couch, and they saw their dad kind of give them a nod of approval, which meant, okay, you can start opening your gifts. And so the girls happily began tearing into the festive wrapping, and then after each of them had their brand new toy in hand, they turned around reflexively to show their parents. And so William, he sees the toys and he says, oh, they're so great, guys. And then when the girls, they look at their mother and they show her the toys, she doesn't even react. She completely ignores them. And so at some point, these little kids, they start yelling for their mom, hey, mom, check it out. Look at this new toy. But Zazel just sits there. She doesn't say a word. She's just sitting back on the couch, completely ignoring them. Finally, the 8-year-old turns to William and said,
oh, no. Oh, no. Don't tell me he killed her. Please tell me he did not kill their mommy. Dude. Just no. Just no. Why would you do that to that face? Why? Me, I'd be a total sucker and fool for that face. She'd smile at me and I'd melt like putty. Like butter. No. Just no.
Says, "What's wrong with mommy?" And at this point, William pauses, and then he gives Zazelle a scathing look before very bluntly saying to these young kids, "Mommy got drunk, and now she's ruined Christmas." The girls knew from William's tone of voice.
No. Just no. Okay. Take the whole thing out. If you are parents and you have a child together and you're separated, don't be feeding some shit to your kids. Don't be doing that shit. No. They need their mom and they need their dad. At best, to be in that place. Okay? Because everybody needs that balance as a kid. You need mom and you need dad. Or you need dad and dad, or you need mom and mom. Whatever. Okay? They need that balance. So you shouldn't try to detract from each other. Even if the other person is horrific. Don't say shit. Don't say shit. Raise them kids to think for themselves and, let them determine that later on down the road. As they should. Okay? Y'all know my situation. Okay? I'm recently separated. I don't tell my son shit about his mom. Except for if he asks questions and he's like, Dad, can we go to mom's house? And I'm like, not right now, buddy. Mama is at work. Or he's like, Dad, I got a toy from mom. And I'll be like, okay, that's good, buddy. That's good. It can stay at mom's house. Stuff like that, bub. Don't be trying to feed some insipid shit into your kid's head about the other one. Don't. No matter how much you hate them, no matter how much you're pissed at them for wasting your life. And the only good thing that came out of it was your child. No matter how bitter or spiteful you might be, don't say shit about the other parent. Let them make that decision for themselves when they're older. Okay? You're not here for that. You're here to raise that kid and to do it with this other person who happens to be the other parent. Man, look, I'm not perfect and I'm not even balanced. I'm unstable as hell. Y'all know this. But there's some shit I am not going to flex on. Focus on your kids when you're with them. Don't try to detract from somebody else. Let them grow up and learn this for themselves. Don't put that filter and force it into their freaking eyeball for them to see the other one a certain way. Let them see it for themselves.
That their parents must be fighting. And so they did what they normally did when this happened, and that was to just try to ignore it. And so the little girls, they turned away from their parents and began opening more presents, doing their best not to disturb their parents, who were sitting silently behind them. And then a little after 9 a.m., after most of the presents had been opened, William abruptly stood up and walked into the other room and placed a phone call. And then a few minutes later, there was a loud knock on the front door. The night before, after Zazelle and William and their kids had left their neighbor's party and come back to their apartment, Zazelle and William had gotten into a vicious fight. And by the time the kids had all gone to bed, the fight between the parents had become very physical. Neighbors would recall late at night on Christmas Eve hearing this very loud commotion coming from Zazelle and William's apartment. And at some point, apparently Giselle had tried to run out of the apartment, but William had chased after her and hauled her back inside. The sounds coming from their apartment would eventually stop somewhere in the wee hours of Christmas Day. And then as the sun came up on Christmas Day, Giselle and William had made their way to the couch, and they were sitting there with their 7-week-old baby.
Okay, where is her dad? Where's her dad? Where's her brother? Where's her mom? Okay. If she had good parents that kept up with her the whole time, made sure she was good, made sure she had a place to go to, if she had that family, that good family unit, I guarantee you there's a high chance none of this shit would have happened. As soon as they figured out this dude was abusive to her, they would have been like, nope, you either come with us or we're taking the kids. Yet our society is so fugged. So pinchy. So pinchy. Coleros. Our society is so screwed because there's a war against having an actual family. If she had a supportive dad and a supportive mom who were actually attentive and were caring, she could have gone to their place. She would have had a place there for her and her kids to get away from him. But no, what do you see? She's stuck alone. She thinks that being abused is normal, and she's fine having these fights. No. You're not a strong, independent woman at that point. You're just a damn fool.
Waiting for their 2 oldest to wake up and come open presents. Except when their 2 little girls came out of their bedrooms and bombed into the living room to begin celebrating, only William was alive. Giselle had been beaten to death by William, and after he had beaten her to death the night before, he had dragged her into the living room, set her up on the couch to make it look like she was sitting, and then put sunglasses on her eyes in order to trick the children. And so all morning, as this 3-year-old and 8-year-old are opening these gifts and turning and showing their mother with excitement, she was dead the whole time. But at around 9 a.m., William realized his charade was not going to last because his kids were really keyed in to there being something wrong with their mother. And so that was when he got up and he called 911 and he told them that his wife had gotten drunk and fallen into a glass coffee table. And so she was hurt. And so a little bit later, the police and paramedics, they arrive, they go inside, and right away they can tell William is lying to them. There's more to this story than they're being told. And so ultimately, William would be convicted of second-degree murder, and he would be sentenced to 15 years to life in prison.
Nope, he should get life. Absolute life. Can't see his kids anymore. Absolute life. Or better yet, give him the damn chair. Give him the damn chair. This shit's unforgivable to me. Unforgivable.
As for Giselle's 3 children, they are now being looked after by her parents.
This is what I can't understand. How could anyone do something to that face? Look at her. She's beautiful. She is beautiful. I'd be a sucker for her. I would not care what else was going on. I'd be like, look, I love you. I love you, and that's all that matters. Let's work this shit out. I would do anything to stay with her. Anything. But no, this dude had no appreciation for who he had. bub. So many different ways for this. Damn it.
In August of 2015, 16-year-old Nacy Perez suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. As she lay there scanning around the dark, tiny room that she was in, it dawned on her that the most likely reason she had just woken up is because she really needed to use the bathroom.
Another pretty girl. Another pretty girl. What is it with people and destroying beauty? What is it? What the hell is it? What is up with people and destroying beauty? I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't understand. I really don't.
As she lay there scanning around the dark, tiny room that she was in, it dawned on her that the most likely reason she had just woken up is because she really needed to use the bathroom. And so she climbed out of her bed and she began carefully walking across the room where her other relatives were sleeping on the floor as she moved towards the back of the house. Nacy lived in a town called La Entrada, which is located in one of the poorest and most dangerous countries in the world.
La Entrada, huh? Man, the coincidences for me covering MrBallen's channel are too damn high. Too damn high. Too damn high. Too damn high. Because I've been to Honduras. And I may or may not have been in this place on missions. Every time I cover MrBallen's channel, okay, not every time, but quite a few times, there's some heavy coincidence there. It's almost like destiny or something like that. I don't know. Let me read the chat real quick. Brandon Peters. Someone came in knocking. Oh no, they're fighting. This reminds me of my mom. Heavy sigh. Yeah, I get you, bub. I get you. Oh, damn, he killed her. She wasn't drunk. What a crazy person. Indeed. Rest in peace. It's a shame. She's smoking hot, and that dress is nice, too. Yes. DK 663. I'm all for giving reasonable sentences for even extreme crimes committed on impulse. But the fact that he went as far as to prop her up shows that he is a little screwy in the head. So, yeah, death. Absolutely. Brandon Peters, you've been to that town? Oh, man. Like I said, I may or may not have. It's called OPSEC.
Honduras. But despite the harshness of her reality, Nacy was pretty happy. She had recently married the boy she was in love with. His name was Rudy, and the two of them were both very excited about their first child, which was due in a matter of months. So Nacy reached the back of her house, she pushed open the back door, and she stepped out into the hot night air, and then she made the familiar walk across her backyard toward the outhouse. But Nacy would never reach the outhouse. The next morning, Nacy's mother woke up first. Her name was Maria. And as she passed by the back door, she looked outside and she saw Nacy lying on the ground. And so Maria, she screams, she runs outside to her daughter and she flips her over and she's looking at her. And Nacy is unresponsive and she's foaming at the mouth. Now, they're in a part of the world where healthcare was not top notch, not even close.
And this is the reality in a lot of other countries outside the U.S. This is why I have such an absolute just hatred of leftists. Because they pretend like they represent the whole world. When they've never been outside the freaking U.S. Never. Not in their entire lives have they left their little bubble in a city. Inside the U.S., the richest country on the planet. But you're trying to tell me that everybody wants what you want in the world? Okay, go to the favelas in Brazil. Okay, go to Guatemala. Go to southern Mexico. Hell, anywhere in Mexico. Go to Argentina. Go to Peru. Go anywhere. Anywhere in South America or Central America. And you tell me they want what you want. You tell me that. That's why I have an extreme hatred for leftists. Extreme. So yeah. Freaking. Okay, go to some places in Africa. Same damn story. Because you refuse to accept the fact that not everybody thinks the exact same shit as you. But you want to dominate everybody? Force them to live how you think they should? No, go to hell. If you're a leftist, go to hell. Stupid Badger is coming out real fast. Be ready, Brandon.
And Honduras is known for being an extremely religious part of the world. And so Maria did not think, oh, I should send my daughter to the hospital or I should call a doctor. Instead, Maria and the rest of Nacy's family, who had all streamed outside because of the commotion, they decided to call a priest to perform an exorcism because the belief was Nacy must be possessed with demons. And so a priest was hailed to the residence, and the priest would perform an exorcism on Nacy, but it wouldn't do anything. And so at that point, Maria and the rest of Nacy's family would take Nacy, who was still totally unresponsive and foaming, to the local hospital. But by that point, it was too late. Nacy was dead. When Nacy's family asked the doctors what happened to her, they said they didn't know. And so heartbroken and confused, Maria and the rest of Nacy's family brought Nacy back home. They had an ad hoc memorial service, and then they buried her. The following day, Nacy's husband, Rudy, who was totally distraught because he has not only lost his wife, he's also lost his unborn child. He got up early and he just had to go to the cemetery to be with his wife. And so he made his way over to the local cemetery and he found his wife's gravesite. Nacy had not been buried under the earth. Instead, she had been placed into a coffin, and that coffin had been slid into this big hollowed out cement block that was as big as a coffin. And then once the coffin was slid inside, they walled up the opening. So basically her gravesite was this kind of freestanding big cement block. And so Rudy finds Nacy's cement block and he goes up right next to it and he leans up against it and he begins.
They probably buried her alive and they didn't even know it. They didn't even know it. This is not an uncommon thing in South America. It is not uncommon. Not uncommon at all. And even in some places in Africa as well.
To quietly sob. But just seconds later, he would hear something in that cemetery that would cause him to go completely silent, stand up, and sprint away. The day before, approximately 1 or 2 hours after Nacy's coffin was slid inside of that cement tomb and walled up, Nacy woke up. She was never dead. It's unclear what originally caused Nacy to collapse outside of her house on the way to the outhouse, but the two leading theories are, one, she had a severe panic attack caused by a nearby gunshot, or two, she had a severe episode of cataplexy. Cataplexy is the sudden, uncontrollable loss of muscle function, often brought on by very strong emotions. A mild case could be just having your knees buckle for a second. A severe case, which is what they believe could have happened to Nacy, would result in basically complete paralysis. But whatever the case was, the doctors at the hospital got it wrong. When Nacy was brought to them, she was not dead. And so when she woke up inside of her coffin that was encased in cement, she began shrieking and trying to pound up against the inside of these tight walls that were pressed up against her. And at some point, she even managed to force her hands up near her head, and she shattered the glass window that sat in her coffin that looked right down at her face. She broke the glass, but it didn't help her at all because, again, it's just cement on the other side. And so glass shards fell into her mouth and into her eyes. And so she stayed like that, screaming and trying to fight her way out for over 24 hours, trying to get anybody's attention. But nobody heard her until her husband, Rudy, he leaned up against her tomb and he put his ear right up against the cement and began to cry. And that's when he heard through the cement the sound of his wife calling out for help. Rudy instantly ran and got help, and he and his family came back, and they broke open the side of this tomb, and they pulled Macy's coffin out, and even though she was now unresponsive, she had a faint heartbeat. And so they rushed her to the hospital, but by the time she got there, she really had died. Macy had finally just run out of oxygen, likely within minutes of her husband finally hearing her screams.
Damn, poor dude. Poor dude. No. Just no. That's sad. That's super sad. Okay. Let me read the chat. Oh, Outhouse. Wow. Old school. Brendan Peters. Oh, she's foaming at the mouth. Yikes. Indeed, yikes. Geraldine Camoin. Watch you for a long time. Love your content. Heard one of your reactions. You visited South Africa. I'm actually from there. Where do you visit? I was born in Ladysmith outside Newcastle. I didn't visit. I was in the military, the U.S. military at the time. So I was there on mission. But I can tell you I've been to Nambia, Mozambique, Botswana, and Botswana, and I'm trying to remember. There's another one that's towards the southeast. No, southwest of South Africa. Can I tell you exactly where? No, I can't. It's called OPSEC, Operational Security. None of that has been released to the public. None of it. I can say I've been there and that I was in the military while I had been there. That's all I can say, though. I can't say anything more than that. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I got somebody from South Africa watching my stuff. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Welcome. Brandon Peters. I was born ready, Badger. Geraldine Camoin. Yeah, born and bred. Thanks. Geraldine Camoin. Unfortunately, I heard that before in Africa. Horrific. Yes, it is. Brandon Peters. Damn, that's scary to think of being buried alive. You damn Skippy. Brandon Peters. Dang, rest in peace. DK663. If you're going to bury people in cement structures, why don't they just go the extra few feet and put safety mechanisms in them so that doesn't happen? Right? But you got to think, these places are poor. They're very poor because most of the places where these people live are ultra corrupt. All the charity that you send overseas does not even reach the regular people. It goes straight to the governments. Straight to the government. That's why I don't support any charities that go overseas. I don't support none of them. Because I've literally witnessed it with my own eyes that the stuff we send over there, it doesn't even reach the regular people. It never does. Not at all. Brandon Peters. Well, it's basically a visit, just heavily armed and paid one. I guess you could say that. I guess.
So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, please invite the like button to come to the zoo with you and then cover them in honey and push them into the bear enclosure.
I'm telling you this much, ain't nobody covering me in no honey. Ain't nobody covering me in no honey. You better get ready for some fisticuffs, fool. All right, there we go. MrBallen. This girl died horrifically twice. Man, why is it always the pretty ones? It's always the pretty ones. This is dumb. Why can't it happen to ugly people nobody cares about? Why not? Why not? Okay, so let me adjust the stream. So yeah, all right. All right, so I think we might be able to do like one request. Brandon Peters, I don't know. Maybe if it was some bedroom fun, I'd get covered in honey. Great GMR. Don't forget to watch MrBallen's This Man's Secret Shocked the World. What? There's another one. Let me check this out. I am not seeing it. We've literally covered pretty much all of MrBallen at this point. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. If you want to send me the link to check it out, go to the Discord. It's in the description. There's an invite link there. Join the Discord. Send the link on the Discord general chat, and we'll see about it. I'll check it out. Geraldine Camoin. Oh, sorry, I made that mistake. Haha. Thank you for your answer. Always watching. Big fan. Yeah, I've been all over South Africa, but then again, I've technically been all over Africa. Just not in a fun capacity. I'll say that much. Although it was a lot of fun to do a few missions to beat the shit out of Boko Haram, because screw those dudes and everything they're about. That was some fun. And if I could do it again, I would. Great gamer. That's great gamer, by the way. Okay, I read it. Brandon Peters, yay, can we do UEBS2 video, please? I put it in the Discord. I chose it at random. Okay, just give me a sec. Now, I'm going to take like a 30 second, 30 seconds to a minute, break, because I got a pizzle really bad. But do me a favor. Like and share the live stream. Share it with your friends, your family. Share it on your social media. That's the only way this gets anywhere. Share it with everybody. Okay. And on top of that, join the Discord. Here, let me get the Discord link. I'll get a fresh one from the Discord itself. Invite people. Copy the link. Exit it again. Okay, there we go. I put the Discord link in the chat. So I got a pizzle. I'll be back. But send me your recommendations, your requests. Now, if you're a channel member and you join the channel for $4 per month, it's literally only $4 per month. And you request in the chat, you get priority. Or if you super chat, in the chat, you get priority over everybody else. So, you know, there's a pinned comment in the chat. That's how you join the channel. All right, to help me keep the channel around, because this is not free. Or if you super chat, you take priority. Okay, so give me like 30 minutes to 30 seconds or a minute tops. I'll be right back. In the meantime, let me see. I'm gonna thank the channel members again. So yeah, in the meantime, look at this because it's pretty cool. I made it myself. But yeah, I'll be back in like 30 seconds, okay? About 30 seconds to a minute, I'll be back. So unless you become a member or super chat, you know, if you super chat or become a member, then you'll get priority over everybody else's requests. And then put those recommendations in the Discord or in the chat so I can copy them and look them up. Give me like a minute, okay? Oh, man, it's dark. And I said, oh, damn, I'm a people's champ. I know what they're saying, but your boy don't care. Oh, damn. Yeah, I got the snap certified hip hop on a first string player. Man, I love Upchurch. I wish I could be like him, be creative and shit. Unfortunately, I got the creativity of a caveman, so like, I kind of suck, you know? Something like that. Cause I feel all alone, someone come and make me bigger than bones. Hey! 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 Some say we're born into the grave. Don't do bad dreams come true. 'Cause I feel so alone. Someone come and bring me back in them bones. Aye! 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 All right, so we probably lost some people. Oh hey, no, we gained some people. Hey! All right, so thank you again to the channel members who are part of my Decent Humans roster. So thank you to Nuffles, Annette Fisher, Steve Hughes, The Abbott, Kriegsman, and Elias YDK. Join the channel to become a member. Sign up today. Okay, so let me bring myself back. Damn, it's getting like dark in here. Let me see if I can fix that. Fug. I got like no way to fix it. That's the best I could do. I'm sorry. That's the best I could do. Apologies, y'all. That's the best I can do. I don't have anything in front of me that's like bright enough. There's literally nothing. So you'll have to put up with this, you know, low tier production quality for the time being. Unless we get enough members and then I can afford to make like an actual production studio here at my house, which would be nice. And then who knows, I might try to make some special stuff for y'all. Cause I feel so alone. Someone come and bring me back in them bones. All right, so someone said they put some shit in Discord. I gotta open Discord. All right. Okay, so I see it in the Discord. Kevin, so how was MrBallen video, y'all? Kevin, you're here too late, my dude. You're here too, but you know what? You can watch it later because it'll be uploaded. YouTube's not going to cut me off like they did last time. Jackanapeses. Great gamer. I sent it to your Discord. Thank you. Kevin. No! Brandon Peters, join the channel today. The Badger Army needs your support, especially against the likes of evil, like people who eat cream-filled people who eat cream-filled donuts. Hey, look, it's on you if you want to eat crap. That's on you. Here's what I think about it. Okay? You want to eat crap and feel like crap and not do physical exercise, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. That's all you. That's all you, son. I don't care. I don't care. Unless you want to listen and I can tell you the fitness advice and tell you the shit to eat that won't freaking kill you. Hey, I don't care. I don't care. Oh, damn. I dropped some on the floor. That's not good. Well, okay. Actually, money's dirty anyway. So there you go. There you go. There you go. That was like 10 ones, I think. Something like that. That's what I think about that shit. Okay? You know what? Hey, do you. Do you, you know, leave the health and not having to pay for medical bills, not having to pay for nothing extra when it comes to my health care, not having to pay for you screwing up your life and all that stuff. You know, that's like another 10 ones. There you go. Let's drop a 5 and another 5 or 2. Let's drop a 20 and another 20 and another 20. That was all my tips tonight. Let me show you all this. More people should be doing freaking let me show you all this. Those were my tips tonight. Okay? That was my tips with me doing this little side gig I'm doing that's called Lyft. So yeah, I'm gonna throw this all aside though, because I need the keyboard and like I threw money at you, okay, technically, but all this is gonna go into the gas tank, actually, because I just use the cash for the gas tank. I don't use nothing else because I got bills to pay. I got bills to pay. I got moves to make. When my plane touches down, pick me up at 8. Don't be late. Sunshine, I can call you my baby boy. You can call me your baby girl. Baby, we can spend some time. I can be your sunshine. Oh, the part I don't agree with is like the other part where it's like, we don't have to be in love. We can just be friends until the very end. And I'm like, if you're just my friend, I ain't spending shit on you. You're not my woman. You're not my girl. You're not committed to me for life. You're not my ride or die. All right, you ain't my chick, so the fuck, why am I gonna spend money on you? Hell no. All right, so wait, have I seen this before? But there you go. That's what I think about that. That's what I think about that. All right, so what's the consensus? Is anybody gonna super chat? Or is anybody gonna become a member right now? So they get the privilege of telling me what to watch next. You got like I'd say like 5 minutes. You got like 5 minutes. Uh, uh, uh. You got 5 minutes, y'all. 5 minutes. So, unless somebody super chats or becomes a member, we're gonna go with Great Gamers request. I'm pretty sure I've seen this one.
For over 20 years, a person in Austria kept. For over 20 years.
Yep, we've seen this one, actually. We have seen this one. Yep, we've seen this. Yeah. Great Gamer, we saw this already. So it's in the it's either in the live streams or it's in the MrBallen playlist on the channel. So yeah, we've already seen this man's secret shock the world from MrBallen. We've already seen it. So yeah, you gotta pick something else, y'all. By the way, share this live stream. Share it with your friends, your family, your dog, your gerbil, your furry friends, your conservative friends. Share it with your bartender. Share it with your ex. Just a spider. Yeah, all that stuff. So yeah, hey, if enough people in the chat tell me that they shared it, here's what I'll do. What I'll do is I'll pick a random request from the Discord, add it to the live stream, and we'll see what happens. All right? We'll see what happens. Meantime, share this shit. Share it with everybody. Whether you love them or hate them. That's the only way that this channel actually gets anywhere is people share it. Because YouTube doesn't like mixed kids. YouTube is racist against mixed kids, which is hilarious because they say they're anti-racist, but they're actually not. But they claim to be, but people believe them, even though they do the opposite. I don't know. I think I'm pretty tipsy at this point. Oh yeah, make sure you hashtag it whatever's popular. So we get some like people who are just curious jumping in and they're like, what the hell is this? ¿Qué está haciendo? ¿Qué está haciendo? Anyway, actually, what was I going to do? Oh yeah, I was going to grab my, give me a sec. So, Great Gamer, it's either in my MrBallen playlist or it's in my live streams. Uh, uh, uh. So, yeah. Oh, my Lord. So many people trying to get a hold of me who I don't give a damn about. Can these people shut up? Seriously. Okay. So, Brandon Peters, I shared the stream. Thank you. Great Gamer, I'm looking for your reaction video right now. I gotta see it. Good luck. It's kind of hard to go through them. Brandon Peters, UEBS2 video, please, if no one gives you money. UEBS video. Where did you put it, actually? Where did you put it, Brandon? UEBS2. Who the hell is UEBS2? Well, yeah, I figure it's in the Discord, Brandon, but I don't see where. Yeah, I don't see where, Brandon. I don't see where. I don't see it in the Discord. So you probably have to put it in the general chat, because I don't see it anywhere else. UEBS2. I don't see anything that says UEBS2. I don't. I see Bread Boys, Part-Time Explorer, Savantix, Planar Walk, Battle Blaze, Minuteman, CJ, DeChamp, Channel Awesome, Felon, Fortius, Shadiversity, Dead Meat, Brandon Tenold, WTHR, I don't know who that is. Forrest Valkai, Count Dankula, Coconut, Kentucky, Boa Fifth, Voices, and after that, I don't see anything else. So you'll have to post it again, Brandon. Put it in the general chat. Or I could watch one of the controversial ones you want me to. So yeah, you'll have to post it again, Brandon. Dun, 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 dun. Yo, y'all gonna make me lose my mind. Up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me go all out. Up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me act a fool up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me lose my cool up in here, up in here. All right, so it seems like everybody's saying we should get political. Y'all ready for this? I don't think you are. I really don't think you are. Because Brendan and I, we go at it. We go at it. Boy. Okay. Great gamers. Some of my live streams just say like BLASTCAP Badger reaction request live stream. You'd have to literally probably watch all of my past live streams to find it, because I kind of failed to like actually label a lot of them when I first started the channel and started doing live streams on the regular. So you probably have to like go like back quite a while. So I'm sorry for that, but we've already covered it. Let me see. Something controversial. Controversial, political, fun. Something Brandon Peters has, recommended. Let me see. Something Brendan and I can get in on about. You know, I'll see if I can pick one of the recent ones. Actually, it's fun. It's fun between myself and Brandon. Like, it's so much fun. I have a good time. All right. Let me see. Probably this one. A la madre de Dios. It put it in the wrong spot. Okay, so I picked one, Brandon. I hope you're happy. It is from, who is this? This dude looks like a wannabe from high school. This dude looks like a wannabe from high school. That's what he looks like. But you know what? I look like a wannabe redneck, even though I'm mostly a ghetto kid. So, like, we'll see. Okay, so y'all ready for this? I don't know if you are, but let's do it anyway. Let's do it anyway. Fug it. Let's go, fuggin'. All right, so Matt Walsh doesn't like the answer to his question. A look at the What is a Woman documentary from Planner Walk. This dude looks like a wannabe from high school, like back in my day. So, like back in my day, we call people a wannabe who pretended to be like whatever it is they thought people wanted them to be. So basically, they were pretentious. They were actors. They acted like somebody they weren't. And so we called them wannabes. Just like the wannabe gangsters, we called them wangsters. The wannabe rockers, for a short while, people called them wen rocks. Or we just call them, rock wannabes. But we just stuck wannabe to people who were pretending to be something they really weren't. So yeah. But this was way back in the day when shit made a lot more sense and there wasn't too much of this dumbass hubbub about crap. So yeah, totally Totally different world. Totally different world. But yeah, that's what he seems like. Although maybe he is genuine. Maybe. But I feel like it's an attempt to be trendy. Which, I mean, it gets the views, kind of, sort of. Kind of, sort of. We'll see. Anyway, let's get into it.
Hey, we are going to answer a question that philosophers have been asking for millennia. What is a man?
The real question is, what is a woman?
I guess we just skipped over that question then. But to be fair, Plato did define a man, and he defined it as a featherless biped. So that's what a man is.
Unless you have watched the Matt Walsh thing entirely and actually looked through everything he did there, I feel like there's no room to actually comment on it. Which I doubt this dude did. Then again, I have not seen it in its entirety either. I've just seen clips because I've been busy trying to survive. So yeah, let's see what it is.
Anyway, as you can probably tell from the title of this video and the clip that I just played, we're going to be taking a look today at Matt Walsh's documentary, What is a Woman? Now, that is a question that a lot of people have been asking of late as an attempt at a gotcha, because apparently no one can define what a woman is. Now, this is a subject that you can talk about for ages. You could talk for hours about what a woman is, as
Okay. What is a woman? I feel like that's pretty cut and dry. Am I wrong about this? Okay, let's do a live, and I mean live, look at the definition of a woman. Okay. An adult female human, woman considered as a group, womankind, an adult female human belonging to a specified occupation, group, nationality, or other. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, let's go to, maybe Merriam-Webster has it for us. Maybe. An adult female person. Okay, what's a person? A woman belonging to a particular... okay. Distinctly feminine nature. A woman who is a servant of... what? A woman who is extremely... what? What? Okay. Example A, I get. An adult female person. But a woman belonging to a particular category as by birth, residence, membership, or occupation, usually used in What? 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 Okay, maybe they're using it as like... I don't even know. This is... okay. Okay, let's go back. Maybe dictionary.com. Okay, dictionary.com. Reject all cookies. Hell no. Non-plural, women. An adult female person. A female employee or representative. Kind of makes sense. What? Okay, to put in the company of women, equip staff with women, of women, womanly, female. Okay, they're kind of okay with that. They get away with that. What the fuck? What the what? Okay. Let's try this. Okay. What is it? This is from Mumsnet, which is I'm pretty sure it's from like I don't know what. Fine, whatever. Shut up. I'll accept all your cookies. I'll take all your cookies. Nom 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 nom. Okay. What is the biological definition of a woman? What the fuck? What? Okay, maybe I'm looking up the wrong thing. Okay, what is a female human? There's no way they dehumanized women. If they did, I'm gonna lose my shit. Okay, female. Of or denoting the sex that produces ova or bears young, characteristic of or appropriate to this sex in humans and other animals, consisting of members of the sex. Okay. This is probably from Wikipedia right here. A woman is an adult female human. Prior to adulthood, a female human is referred to as a girl. Yes. The plural women is sometimes used in certain phrases as a woman's right. Okay, whatever. Typically, women inherit a pair of X chromosomes from their parents and are capable of pregnancy and giving birth from puberty until menopause. Why did they include that? Why did they include that? Why? Wikipedia is the most progressive like pedia there is, but they include in here, okay, are capable of pregnancy and giving birth from puberty until menopause. But I thought that they were anti groomer and anti-ageism. See how they put themselves in these dumbass circles? But this is on Wikipedia, which is run entirely by leftists. There's no right-wing people on freaking Wikipedia. There's none. Not at all. Anyway, there we go. Let's keep going.
Matt Walsh proved by making the documentary. But the thing that most people want when they ask this question is a very simple, easy to understand, and rigid definition. But unfortunately, not every...
Wait, let me read this real quick. Brandon Peters. Wait, DK663. Wait, let me go back a little bit. Brandon Peters. Okay, so are trans women women as well, or are they separate? They're separate from biological women. They literally are. Why are people trying to erase? Okay, it seems like this is what they're doing. They're either trying to erase biological females that are human from not entirely biological females that are human. Okay? Trans should be their own separate thing. That's their identity, right? Why are they trying to erase that? Okay? I have friends who are trans and get pissed off all the time because people try to include them with biological women. Yeah, that doesn't fly because they are trans women. They're not biological women. They're trans women. Why are you trying to erase their existence? Why? It makes no sense to us or them, but these weirdos on the left are trying to do exactly that. So, whatever. DK663. Oh no, it's time to cancel the dictionary. I guess. Brandon Peters. Oh goodness, he's gone online to find out. Well, you know that I'm a caveman, and you know I'm stupid. You've already told me so, and pointed out the obvious. So I'm not good at just defining something. If you ask me to define a woman, it's like, okay, she's born without a dingle dangle and with bosoms. There you go. And she can give birth to kids naturally. There you go. That's my definition of a woman. Anyway. Brandon Peters. Female is way easier to define. Brandon Peters pretty much all the way down, actually. Female of or denoting the sex that can bear offspring or produce eggs. Yes. Distinguished biologically by production of gametes, which can be fertilized by male gametes. There you go. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you. But thank you, Brandon. Brandon Peters, although that's the definition of female, not woman specifically. Woman with the traditional moniker, but today that's up to the individual, not society as a whole. Brandon Peters, that's not ageism, just facts. Okay, so according to that rhetoric, you're a pedo. You see how that works? Do you not see how that works? And what's funnier still is that conservatives and right-wingers are completely against, acknowledging that biology, but the left is about encouraging that biology. Okay? So there was a leftist documentary that came out not too long ago that was like, are all men pedos? Which one is it, y'all? Which one is it? You have to come to a consensus within a society, otherwise you're doomed to fail. So yeah, it is technically ageism. See how that works? I'm going by the left's terminology. I'm not going by my own terminology. Brandon Peters, I disagree with you, Badger, but okay, probably depends on the person. Actually, yes, it does depend on the person. Brandon Peters, laugh out loud, erased their existence. Geez, I'm not doing that. I'm not saying directly at you. I'm just saying the people that made you think this way. Because with you, you're actually more flexible in your thinking. Most of the people that you take some ideas from, they're not. Unlike me. Brandon Peters, Badger, can you define a chair that includes all type of chairs? Yes. An inanimate object you can sit on and will support your weight. There you go. Nice and simple and easy. Basically, anything can be a chair if it meets that criteria. There you go. I hope I did good. If not, you can just call me stupid again. Brandon Peters, huh? What are you talking about? People can have kids after a certain age. That's a fact. Don't call me a pedo, asshole. Don't call me a pedo, a-hole. I'm not saying you are. That's the question. That's the question. That is the question. That is posed. Because, like, okay, when it's said on the left, it's acceptable. If people on the right so much as acknowledge that's a thing, then they're called pedos. But they're not called pedos on the left. See the point I'm trying to make? So it's okay for a guy that's in his underwear to dance with just his underwear on in front of little girls, according to the left. But if a right-winger says that's a bad thing, they're called, bigoted, prude, misogynist, whatever. But if a right-wing person says, there's biological facts when it comes to female humans, whatever the age, then he's called a pedo. See how that works? I was making a point by that. I'm not calling you that directly. Brandon Peters, by that logic, a rock is a chair. Bad definition. Actually, no, not really. A chair doesn't have to be comfortable. A chair is a chair. A chair is a chair, my dude. I have sat on rocks. I've sat on sandbanks. I've sat on wooden stools. I've sat on anything that would support my weight. By my definition, that's a chair. If it supports your weight and you could plant your butt on it, it's a chair. There you go. That's my definition you asked for. Brandon Peters, huh? That's not okay. Give that underwear guy the axe. Okay. Tell that to the Pride event people. Tell that to the supposed trans activists, which I don't believe they're all actually representing the trans community. Tell that to the drag queen, the kids drag hour people. Tell that to the LGBTQIA events where parents were literally forcing their kids to go up to a dude with a beard who was in drag and to touch in between his legs. Tell that to them. They're all on the left. None of them are on the right. Tell that to them, not me. Tell it to them and see how quickly they give you the axe. Great Gamer, when you have time, can you post the link to the video? There's so many. There's so many, but I'll try, okay? I'll try to find the exact ones that I saw. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Anyway, let's get back to the video, all right?
Anything will fit into simple, rigid definitions. But on top of that, sometimes a word can have multiple different definitions, and sometimes definitions can change over time. And this sometimes does lead to issues where people try to communicate, but because one person has different definitions for a thing to another person, then some things get lost in communication.
And that's what is called commiseration. Commiseration is where you're able to agree on terms, definitions, and basically you come to an agreement on what words mean. But the thing is that on the left, they're so flexible that to them, maps, M-A-P-S, look that up on Google, maps are part of the LGBTQ community. When in reality, they're just pedo bear. So according to the left, that means people that are acceptable as long as they are on board with the leftist agenda, right? Whereas on the right, it does not matter, biology or otherwise. If you're MAPS or pedo, we're going to chop your head off, essentially. But the left embraces them. So, yeah.
And that is why defining things can be quite important, as long as everyone is open to whatever your definition is, of course. And that is where we run into issues, because it's not that a lot...
Okay. I agree with him on this point. Because that those terms and definitions and specific descriptors or whatever, they have to be agreed upon by all sides. So he has a point there. He's got a point there.
A lot of people can't define a woman is that a lot of people don't want to define a woman because they...
Okay, give me a sec. I've got a pizzle really bad. Share the live stream again with whatever trending hashtags there are. I got a pizzle and then grab my chapstick. So give me a sec.
know that when they define a woman, well, the other side is just going to say, well, that's not what a woman is. In fact, during the course of this video, the opportunity for me to define a woman will probably come up. And as soon as I do that, people will immediately say, well, that's not what a woman is. And if you want to do that, then sure, fine, go ahead. But the thing that you're going to have to do is you're going to have to justify why your definition is valid and why mine is invalid. But before we get started, there is something that I want to say, because a lot of people do get the wrong idea. They think that either I'm indoctrinated or I'm just some crazy liberal that wants to push the trans agenda or something. You see, I want an honest conversation about these things. I don't want this to just be, oh, I'm right and everyone else who disagrees is wrong, because I can be wrong about things. So I am open to changing my mind, but to change my mind, you have to actually engage with the points that I'm making, which a lot of people seem to not do for some reason. But I'm sure that there will be people that will accuse me of not engaging with Matt Walsh's points. But I'll do my best. Also, I know that there are other creators that are also going to be making videos on this documentary, including Emma Thorne, I believe, and Jessie Gender. So make sure you go check them out if you want more than just my views on it.
I've heard people say that there are no differences between male and female. Those people are idiots.
So there are differences between male and female. In fact, there are a group of people that are painfully aware of this fact.
Okay, so I heard pretty much all that he said, and I've got this to say. He's right to a point. But here's the thing. Woman is something that is unique and specific to human beings. That's a major part of it. We call female humans women. That's what we call female humans, women. We don't just call them female, because that dehumanizes them, technically, according to the left's definitions. If you just call somebody female that's a human being, you're dehumanizing them. That's according to the left. On the right, we just, people that are on the right, except that when you say woman, okay, just woman, not trans woman, not whatever other type of moniker you want to put behind it, but simply woman, that means somebody is a natural biological human female who is given that term, that definition, that title of a woman. That much I understand. So that's one part of it. The other part is that it was agreed upon so many years ago. It was agreed upon. Because when you're just saying somebody is biologically female, it feels more and sounds more like you're describing an animal or an insect, which, according to the left, you don't want to dehumanize people and take away from their identity and their group identity. So that means that, according to them, a woman is an immutable thing, but they say that women are not immutable. So which one is it? They can't be both. All right, Brandon Peters, I've got no guns, no need for an axe, although I've got one of those too. Bring it on, people. Right? I would hope I told you enough by now, through all the videos you've watched of mine, that you have started to train yourself on how to use what's available to you. So, like for me, I've got like a heavy speaker box. I got another speaker box. I got my vape I can use as a weapon. I've got like, I got my L-shaped flashlight I was first issued back in 2001. This thing is heavy and it's thick. So if I throw it in someone's face, they're going to be distracted for the precious 3 seconds it takes for me to get over there and start breaking their limbs and shattering their chest. So yeah, but situational awareness and training. Seriously. Brandon Peters, I watch a lot of people on the left and none of them accept maps. You sweet summer child. Here's the thing, Brandon. Them not coming out against the groomer culture and literally saying that they're not against maps and that they don't include maps in LGBTQ means they're for it. That's what that means. But they're not going to overtly say it because they want centrist people to join their cause. However, some of them have actually been caught saying that's not up to me to decide. And that love, age is just a number, is a saying on the left. And it's been a saying for as long as I can remember. That means they accept that and they're for it. The same people that defend like drag, kids drag hour and kids drag, reading time and pride events that literally have parents forcing their kids towards somebody in drag or somebody exposing them to somebody that's half nude with some BDSM stuff on them. And they're at pride events, exposing them to naked dudes and naked women. They accept and defend that. Every single one of them does. None of them disavows it at all. None of them. So the fact that they don't means that they accept and support it. By the left's own terms. By the left's own terms. Silence is violence. But they do that themselves. You see where the conundrum comes from? Do you see where the conundrum comes from? Oh man, it's so hard. Anyway, let's keep going. Great Gamer. Hey, I noticed that one of your MrBallen videos is unavailable to watch. Maybe that's it? Probably not. I think it's one of the ones that that YouTube took down, and I'm waiting until they have forgotten about it, and then I'll try to release it again. I got quite a few videos just like that. Brandon Peters, I mean, if aliens showed up and had the total opposite definition of men and women, how do you argue that your definition is correct over their definition? Because I'm human and they're alien. That's how. So, Brendan Peters, by the logic you're trying to ask me, here's a watch, okay? Here's a watch. Let's say that, North America never had any engagement with someone overseas at all. At all, okay? And they come over here and we got watches already. They can tell time, okay? So if they tell me that my watch is only a wristband and doesn't tell time, even though I know it tells time, according to me, but they just tell time in their head, okay, who's right? In that one, nobody's right because it is respective to who we are. Because I'm a human being, okay, and we mostly agree on what a certain thing means. If aliens show up and they're like octopi, they're like an octopus essentially, okay, and they have a helmet with water and everything, or they don't, whatever, and they tell us that the ones who impregnate the other ones are men and are female, and the ones that get impregnated are male, that's according to their species. Okay, you see what I'm saying? We can't anthropomorphize them. We can't, because they are not of us. See how that works? Just like, okay, think about it this way. Okay, think about it this way. Praying mantises. When a praying mantis mates with the male, after she is inseminated by the male, she bites off his head. She bites off his head. Okay? Get it? Okay. So does that mean that because praying mantises do that, that every time that I mate with a female human, that she should chop my head off and eat it? You tell me, man. You tell me. Brennan Peters, level out, L-shaped flashlight. How much does it weigh? It's about 12 pounds. It's about 12 pounds with batteries and everything included. It's a thick boy. It's a thick boy. This thing has been through so much shit. But look at this. Look at, oh shit. Look at this. It still works. It's been flooded. It's been blown up a few times. And, it's been thrown like dozens of feet away from me. And it still works. It's still, the worst that's happened to it is that the button's kind of worn out. That's about it. That's about it. It's still around. So, yeah. Brendan Peters, Badger, you don't make sense sometimes. Sigh. But okay, age is a number, sure, but being a map is different. Age is just a number, but only if the two parties are adults. Hey, Brandon, welcome to the right. The simple fact that you believe that means you're on the right now. You literally saying that on my stream, if anybody left wing sees that, they're going to say that Brandon Peters is right wing. Not centrist, not slightly left of extreme left, none of that. They're going to say you're right wing. Welcome to the right wing, I guess. Brandon Peters, level out Badger, that's speciesism. Well, yes, of course. Duh. Species can't crossbreed. We can't. Brandon Peters all the way down. The male is killed. Yep, knew that. Well, praying mantises are not intelligent. According to a praying mantis's point of view, they are. According to a praying mantis's view, they are very intelligent. Actually, I would argue that a lot of insects are much smarter than a majority of the human population, myself included, because they're only focused on survival. They're only focused on survival. Whereas humanity right now, look at all the shit we make up for ourselves. Look at all this shit. We make up so many problems for ourselves. It's ridiculous. How we exist at all right now, it's just a mind freak. Hey, Chris Angel, come at your boy. Brandon Peters twice. 12 pounds? Dang. Brandon Peters. I'm on the right. No. I'm a centrist, damn it. No, you're not. You're not a centrist. Because according to the left, you're far right. Brandon Peters, well, what makes your opinion better than that alien, especially a hyper intelligent one? Nothing. It's your opinion is valid compared to that alien. Okay, so if an alien comes to our world and says that you, Brandon, are only female and nothing else, then the alien is right? What if the alien invades our world and says that because you're a male, Brandon, that you are only a pedo and nothing else? But are you? What if an alien species comes down and they live past like 500 years? So to them, having any type of relations with a opposite sex, opposite gender that's below the age of 100 to them is pedo. So that makes you a pedo in their mind. Does that mean it's true? Think about this really hard, my man. Think about it very hard. And Brandon Peters, yes, I already know. But that's I'm going according to the left's definitions of things and how they categorize stuff. Great gamer. No offense, but I honestly doubt you saw that video. Maybe you thought you did, but I've seen nearly all of your videos already. Although I would have remembered that. Well, there is a like on it from my channel. So that means I've seen it before already. That's why I like every single video that I've watched. Except for the ones that I just will never return to. Brandon Peters. Well, no, that's just his opinion. So no one is right. It's an opinion, not a fact. It's a different culture and society. Well, I mean, ants have a different. Well, damn. Okay, give me a sec. My son is here, but I'll let the video play for y'all, okay?
Trans people, right? If there was no difference between male and female, then trans people wouldn't want to take hormones in order to better align with what they identify as. But that being said, there are people that greatly exaggerate those differences. On the flip side, you do have people that say, oh yeah, there's no difference whatsoever, and they would be wrong. But those differences aren't as vast as people would always like to imagine, and not so clear-cut sometimes. If you want to learn more, I highly recommend Sex and Sensibility by Forrest Velkai. I'll make sure that I'll leave a link to it in the description.
And now our culture is telling us that the differences between girls and boys don't matter. That if you identify as something, then you are that thing. How do we help our kids make sense of this when they're bombarded with conflicting messages about gender and identity?
Well, you see, a lot of the differences between girls and boys don't matter because a lot of them are cultural. You know, liking different toys, wearing dresses, liking pink or blue, these are all cultural things. So there's no reason why a boy can't wear a dress. That difference doesn't matter. Now, when it comes to identity, there are a lot of things that you can identify as, that if you identify as that thing, then you are that thing. If you identify as a Christian, then you are a Christian. If you identify as a communist, then you are a communist. Now, sometimes your actions may not align with what you identify as. You say you're a communist, but you have money. How curious. But I think that's more down to people having expectations of what certain identities entail. Going back to the communist example, some people will say, well, if you have money, you can't be a communist because communism means that you can't have any money. To which a communist might say, well, I live in a capitalist society, so if I want to survive, I need to have money. Likewise, when it comes to gender identity, because you identify as a particular gender, then you are that gender, even if other people have certain expectations for you. This is because a lot of people think that sex and gender are the same thing. They think that if you are a particular sex, then that is what your gender must be, regardless of what you identify as. However, these days, that is not the case because we recognize that sex and gender are two separate things. And while some people will say that sex is completely biological and that gender is completely cultural, there are some grey areas in there. There are biological aspects to gender, of course, and when it comes to sex, well, there are some social aspects to that as well. Although those social aspects tend to be more how we categorize it. To be honest, sex is far more rigid than gender is.
Nature seems to always tell the truth, even when we don't want to hear it. But what is truth? Is there a truth?
That is a good question, Matt. And unfortunately, it is something that I could ramble on about for hours. So rather than diving deep into the philosophical nature of truth, let's just say that Jordan Peterson kind of had the right idea when it came to truth. Truth is not objective facts because as humans, we just simply don't have access to objective facts. Truth is what we genuinely think about the world. Yes, I know I'm deviating from what Jordan Peterson said, but Jordan Peterson isn't right about everything. This means that what is true for different people can be completely different. If I say I am a YouTuber, that is true, right? Well, somebody else might say, well, no, to be a YouTuber, you need to have 100,000 subscribers, which I do not have, at least not yet. Now, for a lot of people, what they say is true is their best interpretation of the facts that they have seen. And this is why sometimes it feels like people live in completely different realities, because some people have completely different interpretations of the facts. Some people will even go as far as to say that the facts are wrong. They'll say that the Earth is not spinning. And if they're right, well, then the facts aren't actually facts, are they? So I say that it is true that the Earth is spinning. Everyone else will agree that it is true that the Earth is spinning. But a flat earther will disagree and say, well, that's wrong. And if the flat earther is right and the Earth isn't spinning, well, then the truth that everyone holds is incorrect. So whilst everyone does like truth, in reality, truth can be incorrect. And when you find an incorrect truth, it's best to, say that that is incorrect. I now believe something different. This other thing is true now. And obviously there are things that are true, but their truthfulness only comes from the fact that they are defined in such a way as to make them true. If you define a cell phone as a computer, well, then it is true that a cell phone is a computer. But if you define a cell phone as not being a computer, well, then it is no longer true that a cell phone is a computer. And that particular type of truthfulness of when it comes to definitions is what I think we're going to be getting into when it comes to this documentary.
In the state of Tennessee, I'm a licensed marital and family therapist, which basically means I've been trained up to think about systems, family systems, how we were raised up, how that shapes who we are today.
So it'll be interesting to hear what she has to say. She'll certainly have a better understanding of things than Matt Walsh.
So on your website, if you'll bear with me,
Sure.
Quoting, you say, I use a combination of approaches in my therapeutic work, including anti-oppression, feminist, and narrative frameworks. I rely deeply on systems theory and understanding that individuals are products of and in dialogue with our surroundings, including our families, broader culture, workplaces, nature, and political climates. What does that mean?
Well, to me, that sounds like she views people as products of their environment, and that there are a lot of different aspects to your environment that shape who you are. Obviously, that is a simplification of things, but it seems that Matt Walsh wants things to be simplified rather than being complicated. But let's see what she has to say about it, because I could be wrong.
Yeah. So thinking about the modalities that I use, I'm definitely informed by like feminist family therapy, and the ideas that we live in gendered worlds where there are certain imperatives that are placed on us about who we are and what we do based on how we've been gendered. From the minute I was assigned female, I was told, okay, these are the kind of clothing that you're going to wear. These are the kind of the type of play that you're going to engage in as a child, the path that maybe your life will take because of social expectation.
Okay, so that was put far better than I put it and was explained in more in depth than I went because I was just trying to cut down on words. But she is completely right about what she said. We're kind of just expected to be the gender that we're assigned at birth. Regardless of how you feel about it, you're kind of just told that you are this gender, and if you don't like that, well, you just have to deal with it, suck it up. Unless, of course, the people around you are okay with you expressing a different gender to the one that you're assigned at birth. So I'm going to skip over a large part of this interview because there's not really a lot to say about it. She's quite knowledgeable in her subject, to be honest. She basically explains that sex and gender are not the same thing, so just because you have certain sets of genitalia does not mean that you need to have a gender that corresponds to them.
The fluidity of these things, how do I know if I'm a woman? You know,
That's a great question.
I like scented candles, so how do I know?
When it's asked with a lot of curiosity, right? That's the beginning of a lot of people's like gender identity development journey.
The way she phrases it makes it sound as though there is the possibility that one day Matt Walsh might discover their true self. But an interesting point is raised there, because how does anyone know which gender they are? And I think her answer kind of illustrates a point that the question of am I a man, am I a woman, is not a question that you should ask other people. It's something that you should ask yourself. Because for a lot of people, they're okay with the gender that they're assigned at birth, and they don't really ever question it, because why would you question something that you're okay with? But if you're not okay with the gender that you're assigned at birth, you might start to think, well, maybe I'm something else. And if I'm not the gender that I was assigned at birth, then what am I? And through that process, some people discover that they are transgender. There are also people that through that process discover that they're just not expressing their gender in a way that they're happy with. And so there are a whole lot of different things that you might discover about yourself. You may discover that you're trans, you may discover that just don't conform to the gender stereotypes that have been placed upon me.
If my mom who gave birth to me is a woman, and my wife is a woman, but if they're all women, and also the boy who sits down with you and says, I think I'm a girl, actually is one, then what is a woman?
Great question. I'm not a woman, so I can't really answer that.
So I think part of Matt's problem here is that he's found that there are characteristics that women do tend to share. It'd be like looking at swans and going, well, swans are white. All these swans that I see are white. So therefore, swans must be in part defined by the fact that they're white. And in that instance, it would be impossible to find a black swan, because if swans are defined by them being white, then a black swan is just ontologically impossible. But maybe when it comes to swans, we can find characteristics that most swans share that allow for black swans to exist. Maybe when it comes to women, we can find characteristics that most women share that allow for trans women to exist. So the next thing that Matt does in this documentary is he goes out and he asks people, what is a woman? And he gets some different responses. Some people find it hard to define a woman. One person associates it with being pretty and delicate, but one person has quite an interesting response, I think.
Defining womanhood is just a project of someone who identifies as a woman.
Yeah, but what do they identify? So I'm saying, what do they identify as? They identify as a woman, but what is that?
I honestly don't know.
So I think his answer there is similar to what I'd say. If someone were to ask me, what is a woman? My answer would be, well, it's an identity. Now, obviously, there is a flaw with that answer that a lot of people will point out, and that is just simply calling something an identity is kind of meaningless, right? Like, if your identity is a Christian, then there's more associated with that than just being a Christian. Typically, it's associated with something like a belief in the Bible. But just because you believe in the Bible doesn't mean that you're a Christian. You could be a Satanist and believe in the Bible. And you don't have to believe in the Bible to be a Christian. You could think that the Bible is complete bollocks and still go, yeah, I'm still a Christian though. There are heaps of other connotations that you can attach to being Christian that a lot of Christians will go, yeah, that describes me. But then you also have a lot of Christians that will say, no, that particular connotation there doesn't really describe me. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't define what a Christian is all of a sudden, but it does mean that when we do define what a Christian is, we have to keep in mind that there will be some people that don't fit within that definition. And more importantly, there will be people that will fit within that definition that aren't Christians, which is why it's important to call it an identity. Now, returning to what is a woman, well, it's an identity, but what associations does that identity have? Typically, it's associated with femininity. Now, that does not mean that you have to be feminine to be a woman. It just means that typically, being a woman is associated with being feminine. You can also attach other things, like it's typically associated with female sex characteristics, but if you have female sex characteristics, that does not make you a woman because there's that identity part. And just because you don't have female sex characteristics, that doesn't necessarily exclude you from being a woman either. I think that's a pretty good definition because, yes, it is vague, but that's kind of the point. Like any definition that has to do with identity, you can't rigidly define it because ultimately identity comes down to, do you identify with it?
It's a simple question. So why is it so hard to answer?
Well, that's for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it's probably because you're looking for a particular answer that you agree with. And secondly, not everyone has really thought about it. The only reason why I'm able to give a definition is because I've thought about it a lot. You know, I'll be thinking about something like, why is an optional header not optional? But at the same time, I'll be thinking about, what is a woman? And despite me having a definition, there will be people that will disagree with me.
For all of human existence, women were understood to be a certain thing. So what changed?
Well, we decided that gender and sex are different things, and we figured out that woman is more of a gendered term than a biological term, especially when you consider that the word man is definitely a gendered term and not a biological one. If you're a male, there are clearly heaps of things that you can do. But if you want to be seen as a man, well, you can't do a lot of those things. Unless, of course, you're around people that don't really care what you do. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people that do.
Dr. Marcy Bowers, first of all, thanks for talking to us.
My pleasure.
So you're a world-renowned gynecologist and surgeon. You're also a transgender woman. Can you tell me a little bit about...
Well, I mean, I identify as a woman, but...
You're a woman, right?
I'm a woman with, I mean, that's my life, day to day, but I have a transgender history.
All right, so this is something that I know that a lot of people are probably going to find quite weird. Because when it comes to trans people, and I might be completely wrong about this, but I don't think you really stop being transgender unless you detransition. However, I kind of get where she's coming from with what she's saying. Like if I meet someone who's a woman and I keep on referring to her as a cisgender woman, she'd probably want me to stop referring to her like that. Because when you add that qualifier, it's like, why are you doing that? Why do you constantly feel the need to refer to them as cisgender? And I feel like that's how a lot of transgender women feel because they keep on getting referred to as a transgender woman when they should just be referred to as a woman.
So one thing on your website, it says gender affirm, GAV, gender affirming vaginoplasty.
Mm-hmm.
What is that exactly?
Matt, do you not look up these things before you ask these questions? You can easily just Google what is vaginoplasty. It takes 5 seconds to type it into Google and you'll see that it's basically just giving someone a vagina through surgery.
Does anyone ever regret their surgeries? We know they do. How often do people regret their surgeries?
Well, actually, we don't know that they do. There are legitimate detransitioners, and there are people who truly feel that in their journey, they may have made a mistake. Now, fortunately, this is a really, really uncommon phenomenon.
She is right, it is a very uncommon phenomenon. It's also very difficult to figure out how common it is. Some people try to paint it as being very high, like 60 to 70%, and other people try to paint it as being very, very low, like 0.01%. And keep in mind that not everyone who detransitions will have gone through surgeries. Some will, and some will definitely regret it. And some will have gone through hormones. The reason why I bring this up is because the regret rate for detransitioners, as far as I can tell, is about 2%. So that's 2% of detransitioners that regret transitioning, not 2% of all trans people, just 2% of detransitioners. This is because the people that detransition for different reasons. Sometimes it's because they can't afford hormones, Or sometimes it's because people are being very transphobic towards them. So yes, there are heaps of different reasons. Of course, regret is a reason and it should be taken seriously. But we shouldn't act like regret is the only reason why people detransition. So the next question that Matt asks is about transabled people. People that want to be disabled but are fully able-bodied at the current point in time. This is her response to it.
That doesn't have anything to do with gender identity.
I love that response because that is completely true. It doesn't have anything to do with gender identity. And it is one of those questions that kind of ignores the fact that people get surgeries for all kinds of different things. Body dysmorphia is a real thing. And obviously there are limits. Like if someone doesn't want an arm, we're not going to amputate their arm. But if someone wants plastic surgery for their face, yeah, generally we give it to them as long as they pay for it. I personally know people that have had surgery to remove a lot of weight because they had a lot of weight and didn't like the fact that they were overweight. These things are far more analogous to gender-affirming surgery than chopping off someone's arm.
But what is a woman?
A woman is it's a combination of your physical attributes and then what you're showing to the world and the gender clues that you give. And hopefully those match your gender identity.
Well, he's got an answer. Time to pack up and go home.
The critics on the other side of this.
Oh,
Okay, so did I miss anything? What did I miss? What did I miss? So my son just arrived. That's why I was gone for so long. But I had to like pick him up out of her car and gently put him in his bed. You know, she told me that she flossed and brushed his teeth already, but I had to check just to be sure. You know, I opened his mouth a little bit, checked his teethies. Okay, made sure he was good. He didn't have any cavities or black spots. So yeah, I was I was being the extra cautious father for like 5 minutes, I think, or more. Just making sure. Okay. And so, yeah, like I had to like put my son in his bed, make sure that he was clean. Okay. I made sure that she gave him a bath before she dropped him off and that his teeth were good and that he was good and, clean. And I made sure that he was comfy. He has his little, he has his cat next to him. He's got his plushy dinosaur next to him. He loves having them like next to his neck where they're kind of like cuddling him. So I put them there and then I slowly got his favorite blanket over him. And then I checked to make sure his breathing was good. I checked his pulse. And then I slowly exited his room and shut the door. So yeah, I was making sure my son was good, because his mom just dropped him off. So yeah. He's so cute. I gush over my son, okay? He's so adorable. He's so cute. He's so lovable. He's my little buddy. But yeah, my son's awesome. He really is. He really is. But he's growing up so fast. He's growing up too fast. It's not fair. It's not fair. I want to be the same age and him be the same age for eternity, but I accept the fact that that's not going to be the case. He's going to outlive me most likely. He's going to go off and have like adventures and a life of his own, and he's going to discover who he is and all that stuff. Man, like I'm both excited for it. And at the same time, I'm like, I dread it. I dread it because I love having him here. I love, just how awesome he is. I love giving him, hugs. He loves hugs too. He any chance he gets, he runs up to me and he's like, Dad, hug. And I'm like, yes, buddy, hug. Oh man, I love my little buddy. I love my little buddy. I can't wait to have more. I don't even care if the women stick around. Look, you don't want the kid? Cool. Let them stay with me. You can visit whenever you want. I don't care. You know, like, I don't even care if the women stay around anymore. I just don't. I just don't. I really don't. You know, like if the female humans that are biologically female from their birth decide to stick around, cool. Cool. If not, whatever at this point. Whatever. I just I don't care anymore. I really don't. I just you know, I just want the kids, okay? You want to go out and live your best life and have your fun and blah 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 blah. Okay, cool. Whatever. Do your thing, girl. Do your thing. But I want the kids. Let me have the kids, or I'll fight you in court all the way through. I'm not going to go broke. I've got my pension. What about you? And you're not going to take my shit. I'm not letting no other person get their name on anything that I have ever again. Ever. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Never. Okay? It's going to be signed to myself and my son and my, you know, if I get a daughter or if I get other kids, it's going to be signed to them, not you. Never you. So yeah, there we go. So I missed a lot apparently. Let me see. Brandon Peters, I'm definitely not far right. I hate far right people. But according to the left, the fact that you accept certain things as empirical fact that is immutable, according to their definition, you're far right. Great gamer. No offense, but I honestly doubt you saw that video. Maybe you thought you did, but I've seen nearly all of your videos already. I would have remembered that. Well, have you seen all of my live streams, though? That's a different story. That's a totally different story. The live streams are not included in the playlists. Brandon Peters. Well, no, that's just his opinion. So no one is right. It's an opinion, not a fact. It's a different culture and society. Well, for that culture and society, to them, it's a fact. Are you saying that other cultures and societies are empirically incorrect because they're not human? I'm not saying that at you personally, Brandon. But if that's what you believe, you have to come up with something better. Great gamer. If you did, you probably didn't upload it. Probably not an upload. It was probably a live stream, most likely. If it came out in the past year, it was probably a live stream. Brandon Peters. I mean, in my book, different aliens have different ages for mating and consent. Brandon Peters. I mean, in my book, different aliens have different ages for mating and consent. So some aliens can't mate until they're 500, while others bang right out the gate. Different culture and society. Yeah, tell that to the Muslim countries or poor countries where they have no age limits. Brandon Peters. There's a standard among the Federation of Species, so people can't say that this alien is 18 and therefore can't bang it, even though that alien isn't an adult and fully grown till 100. Yep, correct. Exactly what I was saying earlier. Great gamer. Well, like I said, if you have the time, you can post the link. I just checked about 4 or 5 times, but couldn't find it. So I'll leave the rest to you. Thank you. Brandon Peters. That would be very bad if someone could say that since this alien is over 18, by my human standards, I'm right and you're wrong. Of course, that's wrong. Racism and speciesism are bad, but understandable. Yep. Brandon Peters, people fear what they don't understand. Precisely. Or what if there was a whole society who has a different definition of man and woman, since you don't like my alien example? Pretty much all cultures on Earth that are human have the same basic defining terms for male and female when it comes to human beings and when it comes to animals. So you'd have to take it up with everybody else too, not just us that live in the West. Gloria Holland, I'm an idiot. I stared at your poll for like 10 minutes before I figured out why there was no option to say no, it's just an animal. It's fine, Gloria. It's fine. I'm an idiot too. And I don't shy away from that. I really don't. I'm not as smart as some people, probably either want me to be or think that I am from other videos. I'm really not. I don't pretend to be anything I ain't. I'll never do that. I'll never do that. I'm just me, and that's all there is to me. So I get where you're coming from. I understand you. Brandon Peters. Oh, see, look, Badger, I told you she doesn't want to be called a trans woman, but just woman. Wow, would you look at that? If you missed or didn't hear it, go back, please. Okay. I don't want to be called a man. I want to be called Superman and the strongest man ever. And that's it and everything. So if you don't agree to call me only the strongest man or Superman, then you are a bigot. You're a manphobe. You're a Superman phobe, and you're racist just because I said so. And my definition of a superhuman, Superman, strongest man is me. Now explain to me why that's all wrong. It's very simple. It's much more simple than you'll probably make it, but we'll see. Brendan Peters, pretty much all the way down. Yes, you missed some stuff. Oh, Badger's a good dad. Well, thank you. I try. I really try, but I don't think of myself that way. I just think of myself as like a dad who wants to do the best he can, and that's about it. Brandon Peters, stuffed animals are cute. Yes, they are. I gush over when my son, he wakes up and he'll get out of bed and then he gives his stuffed animals, like his cat and his dinosaur, he gives them a big hug and he puts them back on the bed and then he's like, Dad, breakfast. So I make him his favorite breakfast every morning. I love my little buddy. Adventures, you say. Epic music begins to play. Yes. Level out dad hug. That's sweet and adorable. Yes, it is. Like I said, I love my little buddy. I love him to death. Hi, Superman and the strongest man. Well, thank you, Brandon. Thank you. Brandon Peters, manphobe, level out. You mean sexism? But if we can't define a woman, then we can't define a man, can we? So that means I could be whatever I want to be. And it's an empirical fact. See how this stuff is so dumb? It really is. Brandon Peters. He gives them hugs. Absolutely adorable. Yes, he is. I love my little buddy. I love my little buddy. He and I have so much fun together. I dread when he gets too old for me. Man, I dread when he gets too old for me. I hope it never happens. I hope it never happens. I want to have fun with him, see him grow up, be there when he's down, be there when he wants to do something else. I want to be there with my son through everything, and I hope that at some point I get to give him brothers and sisters, or I can find brothers and sisters for him, if I get enough money. Okay. Because I want to be able to provide before I adopt. You know what I'm saying? So, shit, if I can have a full house, you know, if I make like, if I get like, you know, a few hundred more members to the channel, then I can start adopting already. You know, put all that together. And then like we could have like a cute little like family vlog or something. I'll make it a separate channel and we'll have like fun in the backyard and we'll go climbing and hiking and we'll go to the store together and they get to pick out like their favorite food. And then like we get to go to like, wait, Toys R Us doesn't exist anymore. We'll go to like Walmart and they'll pick out their favorite toys or something like that. Like, Bub, man, I'd have so much fun with it. I really would, but I got to make that money first so that I can give my son like brothers and sisters either through adoption or maybe I'll find a woman that is okay with me keeping the kids and she can have them on the weekends like my ex, which I hope for. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, so apparently I need to go back on the video a little bit. Let's see.
We're kind of just expected to be the gender that we're assigned at birth. Regardless of how you feel about it, you're kind of just told that you are this gender. And if you don't like that, well, you just have to deal with it. Suck it up. Unless, of course, the people around you are okay with you expressing a different gender to the one that you're assigned at birth.
Okay, from what I've heard so far, that's okay as long as you are of the age where you can make those decisions for yourself. Here's my major contention. You shouldn't force kids to be trendy trans. If anyone is okay with trendy trans, you're evil. No. Let kids be kids. Let them grow up. Let them experience things for themselves, okay? Let them get to the adult age, and then let them decide. Leave it up to them. Don't force them to do shit just because you feel like it. No. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's the same type of mentality where it was like, you know, the Catholic Church saying, you know, if you're left-handed, you're evil. So you have to be trained to only use your right hand, like what happened to me. Okay. I was born left-handed, but because my dad was a religious zealot Catholic, he forced me to only use my right hand. It's the same exact concept. No, let kids be kids. Let them have fun. Let them do whatever they want. You know, let them go through school and learn shit and teach them about reality. Okay, when it comes to operating in it. And then let them, when they're adults, decide who they're going to be and what they're going to be. Okay? Let them decide. Don't force that shit on them when they're basically a clay statue. To every child, okay, mom and dad are gods. To every child. So don't abuse that. Don't abuse that power, position, and authority. It's fucked up.
So I'm going to skip over a large part of this interview because there's not really a lot to say about it. She's quite knowledgeable in her subject, to be honest. She basically explains that sex and gender are not the same thing. So just because you have certain sets of genitalia does not mean that you need to have a gender that corresponds to them.
The fluidity of these things, how do I know if I'm a woman? You know,
That's a great question.
I like scented candles, so how do I know?
When it's asked with a lot of curiosity, right? That's the beginning of a lot of people's like gender identity development journey.
The way she phrases it makes it sound as though there is the possibility that one day Matt Walsh might discover their true self. But an interesting point is raised there because how does anyone know which gender they are? And I think her answer kind of illustrates a point that the question of am I a man, am I a woman, is not a question that you should ask other people. It's something that you should ask yourself.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did he and I just agree? What? What? Did he and I just agree on something? What? He and I just wait. Let's go back on that. Let's go back on that.
Of course, the people around you are okay with you expressing a different gender to the one that you're assigned at birth. So I'm going to skip over a large part of this interview because there's not really a lot to say about it. She's quite knowledgeable in her subject, to be honest. She basically explains that sex and gender are not the same thing. So just because you have certain sets of genitalia does not mean that you need to have a gender that corresponds to them.
The fluidity of these things. How do I know if I'm a woman? You know,
That's a great question.
I like scented candles. So how do I know?
When it's asked with a lot of curiosity, right? That's the beginning of a lot of people's like.
Quite honestly, she's pretty. She's got the crazy eyes, just a little bit, just a little bit. She's very wide. She purposely makes her eyes very wide all the time, like, oh my gosh, ha. But at the same time, she's kind of attractive. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. She's kind of attractive. But she has the crazy eyes. I'd immediately go the other way. Even though she's attractive. I'd immediately go the other way. Unfortunately. Anyway, let's keep going.
Gender identity development journey.
The way she phrases it makes it sound as though there is the possibility that one day Matt Walsh might discover their true self. But an interesting point is raised there, because how does anyone know which gender they are? And I think her answer kind of illustrates the point that the question of am I a man, am I a woman, is not a question that you should ask other people. It's something that you should ask yourself.
Did we just agree? Wait. Did I just agree with him? What? I agree on that part. I agree on that part. Because I'm an individualist, absolutist, absolutist. Okay? Leave it up to the individual. Don't proselytize. Don't groom them. Don't indoctrinate them. Don't force them to believe your shit. Let them make that determination for themselves. Okay? I agree on that part. Absolutely. I agree on that part. Once you're an adult, okay? Once you're a legal age adult, yes, you're whatever, prefrontal core, hex, whatever, the thing up here, okay? When it's starting to develop, okay, you're still technically kind of malleable-ish, but if everybody in your life has provided you with the tools necessary to operate in reality, well, the legal age of an adult in the United States is 18. So, cool. Make your own determination. But there are restrictions to that, right? We don't want to erase trans identity. I don't want to. I don't want to. No. Okay. I don't want to meld them with somebody else. Why? That takes away from who they are, who they choose to be, and who they feel like they are. No. Absolutely not. I'm not going to celebrate the erasure of trans women and trans men. Never. Because that's the exact same as saying that every single German was a Nazi. Every single German was a Nazi. It's the exact same concept. Exact same one. No, never. Not every, okay, I get it. Not every single German, you know, back in World War II knew what the Nazis were doing, but they didn't try to find out. I get that. I get that. But there were a lot of German people who were left entirely alone and had no clue and weren't able to have a clue of what was going on. But they were all treated the same. Now I get it, okay? Yes, they technically allowed this, whatever. But at the same time, okay, so the kids that were born during World War II, are they complicit as well? Are they Nazis also? Were they? See how this can get really stupid really fast? No. No. You can't just absorb everybody into the same group. You can't. Okay? Now I get it. Some people are going to point out, oh, but you say you don't like leftists and you don't like Democrats, but I make distinctions. I don't say I hate all Democrats and all leftists, because there are some leftists that I do come to an agreement with. So I don't hate them all. I'm not against them all. But the majority that are actually involved, yes. But I'm not going to lump them all completely together and that's it. And that's all there is. No, absolutely not. Just like I don't believe that all Republicans are awesome and good people. They're really not. You don't have to look far to find somebody that's dumb and stupid and worse than I am when it comes to being crazy and stupid. Okay? Because I accept that humans are human. We're all human. But there's a lot of people that are dehumanizing somebody else. Anyway. So yeah, no. No. Why are trans women and trans men being encouraged to erase themselves by including themselves only with biological men and biological women? Why? Why is that a thing? That's the same exact thing as saying that all people from Africa are the same people, and they're freaking not. They are absolutely not. You got Nambians. You got people from Botswana. You got people from Kenya. You got people from Cameroon. You got people from freaking Mozambique. They're all very different people. You got people from Ethiopia. Just because they're dark skinned doesn't mean they're all the same person. That makes no sense. That's lumping them all together and erasing their unique culture and their unique identities completely, which is what the left does. So no, I'm not going to allow the trans identity to be erased by absorbing it and amalgamating it with biological men and biological women. That is absolutely insipid to me. No, you are who you are. I'm not going to let somebody erase that shit. Hell no. Hell no. No, never. I don't care who it is. Okay? Not all Hispanics are the same. Not all people from the Asian countries are the same. Not all people from all the different, Anglo-Saxon countries are the same. Not everybody from Africa is the same. Not everybody from the Slavic countries are the same. Hell no. That's some racist ass shit. And I will not stand for it. That's some identitarian type shit. And I will not stand for it. No, absolutely not. My trans friends are my trans friends. My biological friends are my biological friends. I will never accept the erasure of either one because they have their own unique identity, their own unique way of being who they are. And I will not erase that for the world. So that's my stance on it, if it's not clear enough already. Anyway, let's get to the chat. Brandon Peters, at least a definition we can agree on since categories are arbitrary. That depends on who you talk to, right? Brandon Peters, Toys R Us, I've been there a couple times. Now it's gone. Yeah, it's gone now. Brandon Peters, kids be kids. You damn Skippy. Level up. My grandpa's left-handed too. Yep. Annette Fisher, Guten Morgen. Brandon Peters, okay. So would you agree that telling kids that different people exist is fine, or should we not teach kids that different people exist with disabilities? You teach them so they're not afraid. No, here's the thing with kids. Okay, here's the thing with kids. You allow them, okay, to experience the world as they go. But you don't force it on them. You don't proselytize. You don't freaking shove them towards an autistic kid and say, hey, just go, accept them. Because every kid is unique and different, right? They are. So why are you going to force them to do stuff? No, just let kids be kids and, correct them when they're rude or when they don't know what they're doing, educate them, all that kind of stuff. But don't force some shit down their throat, okay? Let them know things. Let them know facts. Let them know about people, okay? But don't force them towards it. Allow them to learn for themselves and give them the guiding, rails to go forwards. People think that forcing your kids forcing your kids to meet a trans person and letting that trans person tell them that you're trans too. No, let them make that, let them make up their own minds when they're older, when they can make that decision for themselves. And by that time, I hope you as a parent gave them the tools and skills necessary to do that. Okay? Once they are old enough to provide for themselves and do their own thing, let them loose. Let them loose. Let them do their own thing. Let them make their discoveries, their mistakes. Let them go through life and experience reality with what you have provided so far, and then support them if you can and help them when you can't support them. Or, be there for them when they think that they're lost. Okay, because all these young people nowadays I'm meeting, they're so freaking lost. They're absolutely lost. I meet so many young people nowadays with my current gig. And, I've had a few grown ass women cry in my truck while I'm driving them around. Cry. They cried. Because we had the normal exchange between people where it's like, hey, hello, are you this person? Cool, you're this person. I am this person. Awesome. Okay, I'm who you're looking for. You're who I'm looking for. Cool, let's go get you home or get you somewhere else. And then, hey, how's your day going? My day's going this way. How's your day going? Oh, my day is going this way. Okay. They cried. They cried because to them, as grown-ass women, I was like the father they didn't have for doing the simplest freaking shit that human beings have done for eternity. If that doesn't tell us that the current generations are absolutely freaking lost, I don't know what does. And I'm not saying it, whatever. People can take it however they freaking feel. Whatever. Annette Fisher. Our brain grows until age 25. Then you're an adult. I'm aware of this. Thank you, Annette. Brendan Peters saying hi. Annette Fisher twice. When you grow up in the system, you think it's normal and right. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I'm trying to break down the system again. We need to go back to how things used to be to a certain degree. Okay. Annette Fisher, Badger, I'm glad you're better, look healthier. Thank you. Although technically I'm never healthy. But thank you. Dunkasheen. Brandon Peters, well, not even a majority of people who put on the uniform knew exactly what was going on. They might have an inkling, but even then, what are you going to do? A single man can't fight an army. Exactly. That's why the individual is paramount. That's why I'm an individualist absolutist, because you want the individual to be as educated with the highest amount of critical thinking possible, comprehension of advanced concepts. You want them to know everything they can about reality that's an empirical fact, that is an immutable thing, before you allow them to go out and try to think of the things themselves. You have to give them the sword and the shield first, then allow them to go into combat after they've been trained to use both. But you can't do it beforehand, because then they get slaughtered. Brandon Peters, there's one race and it's the human race. I mean, technically, yes. Technically, yes. Brandon Peters, so would you tell this woman that she's not a woman and that she's a trans woman, even though she doesn't want to be called that? No, I'd leave her alone. I'd leave her alone. Brandon, the question I would ask you is this. Okay? I would ask you this. Okay? Are you okay with erasing the identity, the group identity of being a trans woman? Because that is empirically different from a biological woman who was born as a woman, grew up as a woman, and has nothing else going on that could put that in question. Would you be okay with erasing that identity? With erasing her unique, her or his, either one they prefer? Would you be okay with saying, you're not a trans woman, you're a woman and that's it and that's final? Would you be okay with that? That's the question I would ask. And to the last part, it doesn't matter what she wants to be called. It does not matter. You know why? Individualist, absolutist. That's my position. I would love to be called for my entire existence the strongest man in the world, no matter what else is going on. Even if there's someone stronger than me and tougher than me, I don't care. I want to be called the strongest man in the world, and you can't tell me otherwise. Because I am the strongest man in the world in my mind. And I expect you to conform to what's in my mind. Or how about this? How about this? I am God. And because I believe and I don't want to be called anything else but God, you have to call me God. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Remember, I'm an individualist absolutist. Whatever you call yourself is cool. if I'm cool with you, I'm going to give you that courtesy and I will extend that to you. Okay, so if I'm cool with you and you're not trying to shove shit down my throat, you're not trying to be crass or rude or make yourself out to be something you're not, then I'm absolutely going to be like, okay, just like a friend of mine, another friend of mine, I've got a few friends who are like this, transitioned recently, and now they would prefer to be called, she, her, whatever, and they have another name. I'll say, they went from it's fake, okay? It's fake because I'm not going to give their identity away because the left hates, and I mean hates, and goes after and tries to make them commit suicide if they do not bend the knee and bow to the leftist agenda. So I'm not going to release their information or nothing. But let's say that their first name was Elias. Now they want to be called Elizabeth. Well, we already have that rapport. Like I've said in many other live streams before, you're my friend first. You're my friend first. You're someone important to me. You're someone precious to me. And I love you. So if you're asking me to call you Elizabeth now, that's fine. That's fine. That's okay. That's all right with me. You're just doing you. And you're not trying to shove shit down my throat. And you asked me, hey, now I would like it if you called me Elizabeth. I am now a trans woman. Okay. Cool, dude. Does it make you happy? Are you good with this? Are you all right? Are you happy with what you have done? Does it make your life more fulfilling? Does it make you feel like the person who you truly feel like you are? Perfect. Absolutely perfect, girl. Do you. Do you. And from now on to me, you're Elizabeth. But I'm going to call you Eliza. And she and I went out for drinks afterwards to talk about everything. Like we talked for almost 5 hours straight. We got there at 9 p.m. and left at 2. But like usual, I was carrying her. So it was a good time. It was a really good time. I loved it. But yeah, I'm an individualist absolutist. So yeah, she waited until she was old enough and, she had done whatever she wanted in life already, but she still didn't feel right. And she was like, you know what? I feel like this is who I am and what I want to be. And they made that decision for themselves. Nobody forced it into them. It wasn't a trend thing. Nobody proselytized. They were just like, you know what? At this point, I've done everything I can to figure out what's going on. And this is the ultimate solution I came to. This is actually who I am. And you know what? Now that I've done it, it feels right. It feels right. And I'm like, you know what? Good. Good. But what is so freaking hard about this for leftists? Seriously, live and let, whatever. Let me read the rest of the chat. Whatever. But yeah, look, if I don't like you and you're trying to do whatever else, I have no obligation to conform to what you want. I don't. I literally don't. It's called freedom. It's called freedom. Individual freedom. So if I don't feel like engaging with you at all, I don't have to. I don't have to. Just like people who watch my videos and then they're like, oh, I hate everything about you because you're you. And I'm like, I didn't make you click. I didn't make you click. I didn't force you to watch. You did all that shit yourself. That's on you. It's not on me. Thanks for the view anyway, I guess. No, that's on you. That's on you. I'm not going to force you to what I think, feel, and whatever, and what I do. No, that's up to you. You're your own person. You are your own existence, your own unique identity. You are whoever you are. Who else gives a shit? I don't. If you're cool with me, awesome. If you're not, also awesome. Go find something else. I didn't force you to do shit. That's such a hard concept for people on the left because they want to dominate, you, and they want to get rid of the individual entirely and make you all a group, and that's it. No, I don't agree with that shit. Hell no. Great gamer. You know what? Forget it. I'm looking through your live streams right now. Level out. I'm determined to find that. Good luck, my dude. Good luck. But if you pay me, I'll watch it again. Brandon Peters, Laugh Out Loud, a great gamer. Annette Fisher, by the way, Badger, nice thumbnail. Thank you. I brought back the one that the scammer made for me. Brandon Peters. Duh. Don't toss them in the deep end. Just explain that these people exist in society and that's okay. Well, yeah, duh. If a kid has questions about somebody, answer the question, but answer it in the way to where they're not confused. Okay? Answer it in the way, which is another defense I have for unique identities. Okay? That's a man, that's a woman, that's a trans man, that's a trans woman. There you go. Okay? Don't be mixing everybody up. Because then you're confusing every fucking buddy. God damn it, I swore. Fuck. Well, I'm demonetized now, whatever. But yeah, I don't get why the left is so hardcore against erasing identity and erasing, an individual's ability to be unique and part of something else. I don't get it. I just don't understand. Don't tell them they're trans. Let them decide. An explanation of different people is what I mean. Well, yes, trans people are different people. How is that such a hard concept to grasp people's heads around? They are different people. They are. But somebody has to have a basic understanding that all people are different to accept that. And too many people are absolutely inflexible to it. And most of them are on the freaking left, which is stupendously dumb. Left is supposed to be about inclusion and diversity, but they practice the exact opposite. I don't get it. When the hell did the Republicans and the freaking right-wing people become the party of diversity and inclusion? When the hell did that happen? Seriously. Whatever. Brandon Peters, a sword and shield, nighttime. Whatever, you goof. Annette Fisher, Badger's Own Kingdom. If I had my own kingdom, a lot of people would be very happy. But I'm not smart enough to run one completely. Brandon Peters, dealing in absolutes is not good, so I disagree with you there. Where did I... Never mind. You probably misconstrued something I said. King Badger. Annette Fisher. Oh my God, Badger. No religion. I know you don't like it. Yeah, I don't like religion. Brandon Peters. So we shouldn't give up rights for security because individual rights are more important than national security because absolute individualism. Yes, actually. Yes. Actually, yes. The most powerful anchor point of society is the individual. It is. And if you want to hear me explain that, I will. Brandon Peters, they want to dominate. Maybe it depends on my mood. But you said you're a centrist, Brandon. Which one is it? Are you a leftist or a centrist? It doesn't seem like there's in between. Okay, so we're on the same page. Cool. As far as explanation goes, nice. Yeah. Yeah. Brandon Peters, King Brandon. Actually, that'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool to have somebody who's like titled King Brandon. I'd love that. Brandon Peters, I'm talking about the bedroom badger. So you're BDSM, huh? You're BDSM. I would have never pegged it. Actually, I would have. But anyway, I'm gonna deny that and say I never would have pegged it. Okay, can we continue with the video? Because I've gone way over time. Let's keep fucking going.
Because for a lot of people, they're okay with the gender that they're assigned at birth, and they don't really even question it, because why would you question something that you're okay with? But if you're not okay with the gender that you're assigned at birth, you might start to think, well, maybe I'm something else. If I'm not the gender that I was assigned at birth, then what am I? And through that process, some people discover that they are transgender. There are also people that through that process discover that they're just not expressing their gender in a way that they're happy with. And so there are a whole lot.
Okay. So allow them to have their own unique identity. What's so hard about that? Seriously, what's so hard about that? Allow them to have their own unique identity. Why is that a bad thing? Why? Okay. Why? The majority of people that are actually trans, like truthfully actually trans, are happy to have their own unique identity. It's only the crazy extreme people that pretend to represent the trans community that are like, it's ma'am. No, you're just an a-hole, and I'm not going to give you nothing.
A lot of different things that you might discover about yourself. You may discover that you're trans. You may discover that just don't conform to the gender stereotypes that are being placed upon me.
If my mom who gave birth to me is a woman, and my wife is a woman, but if they're all women, and also the boy who sits down with you and says, I think I'm a girl, actually is one, then what is a woman?
Great question. I'm not a woman, so I can't really answer that.
So I think part of Matt's problem here is that he's found that there are characteristics that women do tend to share. It'd be like looking at swans and going, well, swans are white. All these swans that I see are white. So therefore, swans must be in part defined by the fact that they're white. And in that instance, it would be impossible to find a black swan, because if swans are defined by them being white, then a black swan is just ontologically impossible. But maybe when it comes to swans, we can find characteristics that most swans share that allow for black swans to exist. Maybe when it comes to women, we can find characteristics that most women share that allow for trans women to exist.
No, you're being disingenuous. You're being absolutely disingenuous. Okay, it's not about allowing trans. Oh my freaking Lord! Ugh, this is why the left pisses me off so much these days. Because okay, they're saying that unless trans women are actually biological women, they can't exist, which is the stupidest shit I've ever heard, because trans women are their own people. That's like saying that all white people are the same. All black people are the same. All Asian people are the same. So if you exclude Filipinos from the Asian countries, they don't exist. if you exclude, okay, Ethiopians from Africa, from Africans, okay, they don't exist. If you exclude Russians from Slavic people, they don't exist. What the hell kind of an argument is that? What the hell? Okay. I like this dude. I like him because he's actually making some really good points. But these parts are, it's like, did you actually look at the concept itself? Did you separate the concept from the ideology? Okay. This stuff pisses me off because, like, I've had friends who were absolutely ripped from the group that they should have been a part of because of stuff like this. That's why I'm so heated, but I have to let him finish. I'm sorry. This stuff gets me really heated. Let's go back, okay? I'm sorry, I'm cutting him off. Let's go.
All these swans that I see are white. So therefore, swans must be in part defined by the fact that they're white. And in that instance, it would be impossible to find a black swan, because if swans are defined by them being white, then a black swan is just ontologically impossible. But maybe when it comes to swans, we can find characteristics that most swans share that allow for black swans to exist. And maybe when it comes to women, we can find characteristics that most women share that allow for trans women to exist. So the next thing that Matt does in this documentary is he goes out and he asks people, what is a woman? And he gets some different responses. Some people find it hard to define a woman. One person associates it with being pretty and delicate, but one person has quite an interesting response, I think.
Defining womanhood,
Which is dumb, which is really stupid. You can't just say a woman is pretty and delicate. Because I know some trans women who I knew before as guys who are very pretty and very delicate. They are. No, it doesn't make me gay. Okay, it doesn't make me homosexual. Okay, I like women too much. I like biological women too much. There's just that factor there for me. But I have met actual, real, true, real trans women who are pretty and delicate. Okay? And I know some of them before they transitioned. I still went out with them to the bar. I still danced with them. I still had fun with them. But I understand that they are their own person. So for anyone that's just like, oh, women are whatever and delicate, that's the dumbest shit ever. It really is. It's really dumb. Okay? It really is. If that's all you've got, dude, don't even talk about it. But you know what? We got the First Amendment. So you know what? Hey, whatever you think it is, that's cool. Whatever. Who am I to say otherwise?
is just a project of someone who identifies as a woman.
Yeah, but what do they identify? You see what I'm saying? What do they identify as? They identify as a woman, but what is that?
I honestly don't know.
So I think his answer there is similar to what I'd say. If someone were to ask me, what is a woman? My answer would be, well, it's an identity. Now, obviously, there is a flaw with that answer that a lot of people will point out, and that is just simply calling something an identity is kind of meaningless, right? Like, if your identity is a Christian, then there's more associated with that than just being a Christian. Typically, it's associated with something like a belief in the Bible. But just because you believe in the Bible doesn't mean that you're a Christian. You could be a Satanist and believe in the Bible. And you don't have to believe in the Bible to be a Christian. You could think that the Bible is complete bollocks and still go, yeah, I'm still a Christian, though. There are heaps of other connotations that you can attach to being Christian.
Okay, I agree with him here. I agree with him here because it's like it's a shared understanding of something, okay? So I'll go from my military experience, all right? call signs. Okay. A call sign depends upon who sets what the call sign is and if everybody absolutely agrees, right? Okay. So when I was in the regular army, all right, your call sign would be identified by, you know, what platoon you were in. If you were in a company, right? So if you're in first platoon, first squad, okay, and you were using the radio, okay, the radio frequency would be unique to your platoon. So you could use like 136,000. Okay, that would be your radio frequency. Everybody in the platoon would use that frequency, right? Okay, so if you said 1-1, okay, addressing yourself, that means you're first platoon, first squad. But you would be the squad leader because you're the one that uses the radio to communicate, right? Now, if you're the team leaders, you would be 1-1 Alpha or 1-1 Bravo. Okay, so there's Alpha team leader and Bravo team leader. Okay, so if you say this is 1-1, that's the squad leader for first platoon, first squad. If you're saying I am 1-1 Alpha, you're the first platoon. You're the first platoon, first squad, Alpha team leader. Okay. If you're saying this is 1-1 Bravo, that's you identifying yourself as first platoon, first squad, Bravo team leader. You see where I'm getting with this? Okay, so you know these are accepted, and these are put into doctrine. Okay, they're put into doctrine. It makes things simple, keeps things easy to understand, and nobody can get confused by that because everybody's trained on the same exact thing. Anyway, so yeah. Now, you know, these are tacitly agreed upon because this is operating doctrine within the culture and society of the military, right? So we accept that this is how things are because it was made simple for us by people before us, right? There's no confusion. There's nobody saying, you know, I'm 1-1 Alpha, Charlie, Bravo, Delta, Echo. Nobody's saying that shit. Nobody. Because it's way too confusing. You'd have to go all the way down the chain to figure out who the fuck that is. And you would have trouble figuring out what the hell is going on. Which is why you have assumption of command. Okay? If Alpha team leader dies, the dude who is the second most senior and the second most experienced is going to take over that exact moniker and say, okay, I am 1-1 Alpha. Okay. So yeah. Funny enough, that's how this channel's name came to be. BLASTCAPBADGER is actually a mixture of different call signs I've had over the years as a Team Bravo. So yeah, there you go. There's a little tidbit of stuff. But yeah, so yeah, these things are accepted and they're operated on because they are absolutely simple and easy to understand, and they don't bring any confusion whatsoever. No confusion. Okay? That's part of the problem with trying to mix everything together. I can't just say that I'm like, you know, if I'm doing a radio call, I can't just say I'm 1-1 293 568 910 24 pi you know, Avogadro's number. Who the fuck is going to understand what the hell that means? Nobody. That's who. Nobody. That's too much, too complicated. It does not sit well. Okay? That's why I say we should allow that unique identity. Allow the unique identity. Okay? On the left, if you're on the left, okay, why are you trying to erase the unique identity of trans people? Why? Why? My friends will suffer from it. Why? People I care about, people I would die for, people who have almost died for me, and I've almost died for them, people who I have shared lifetimes with. You're trying to erase them by saying they're exactly the same as a biological woman. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you saying they don't exist because they don't accept the fact they're a biological woman? Is that what you're saying? See, this is why I get pissed off about this shit. That's why I absolutely get pissed off about this shit. But no, of course not. You know, yeah, my opinion doesn't count because I'm a cisgender, whatever the freaking hell else there is. And it doesn't count because, you know, I'm not part of that community. And so even though I've got friends who tell me this shit all the time, it doesn't matter because I'm bad because I'm not part of the slave labor. See how this shit works out? It's freaking dumb. All right, let me read the chat. Brandon Peters, 4 times. I would say that I'd give up some rights if it means a safer society, like at the airport, for example. Although they're not great, but oh well. The fact that they're not great should tell you everything you need to know. We never had those problems at Bagram Airfield. Never. Because everybody was armed. Everybody. Just saying. Wow, you could have let him finish first. Okay, I thought I did, but I could be wrong. Okay, so the concept of woman is decided by humanity. We can agree there? Yes, we can. It's arbitrary what a woman is, but for society to work, we decided what a woman is and what a man is. That's part of it, yes. There's a huge part of it. Because there are immutable characteristics between the two. Trans women cannot give birth to kids. Now, that's as far as my knowledge goes. Please find, give me links in the Discord to like actual, trans people giving birth to kids. Okay. Because I feel like that's a disjustice. That's a abortion of justice to trans people. Okay. That's what I feel like, because it feels like that the right, yes, I'm going to rag on the right. Are you surprised? The right tends to think that there are only a certain thing when there are exceptions to every rule. But only the stupidest people ever rule in absolutes. There are exceptions to every rule. Yes, there absolutely are. And I accept them. I'm never going to say that there is absolutely nobody who's trans that can never give birth, because there's always that chance. Like, what happened to the gray area? They used to be talked about back in like before the 2000s, before I went to Iraq and Afghanistan the first time. Like, what the hell happened to it? Seriously. Annette Fisher. I identified myself as a woman. Yes, Annette Fisher. That's quite obvious. Born and raised as a woman. There you go. Brandon Peters. I'm a man, specifically a hot and amazing dancing one. Actually, if you put a dancing video on your YouTube channel, we'll watch it. Okay. Annette Fisher. This theme about gender give me chills. I'm getting dizzy. Yeah, I get you. I get you. When I first started getting into it, it made me dizzy all the time. That's why I drink. James Joseph Martin. Sorry, I meant to say I have a link to the video. It's a short video, but it's really funny. He makes me fun of the French. I don't know what that means. Brandon Peters. I want a call sign. Then join the military. You'll get plenty of call signs. Annette Fisher twice. Laughing. BP 1.0. Brandon Peters. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of Codename. That's what I mean. Okay. Great gamer. I give up. Once again, I'll leave the rest to you. Good luck, my man. You'll have to watch them all, I guess. But it's on the channel somewhere. Annette Fisher. My friend's license plate was 815. Means you're average or nobody. But that's hot. Which is actually true for most people. Because everybody wants to be the hero antagonist of the story, but that's not true. That's not true. Only in your own story are you the hero or the antagonist. Nobody else cares. Them's just the facts. James Joseph Martin. I've added the links to your Discord. Let me know if you got it. Brandon Peters. I bet with surgery, trans people could. Hell, in my book, there are pills that change you completely to the opposite sex and gender for people. Of course, some people don't do that, and that's fine. Yes, that's fine. But here's the thing. The major thing is that, like, as far as my knowledge goes, trans women cannot birth other human beings. That's as far as my knowledge goes. When I try to look into the rest of it, I got inundated by like freaking all this other crap that doesn't matter. And I wasn't able to find anything else. So, yeah. Brandon Peters, I can't join, sadly. Damn vision and terrible healthcare system. Give me good healthcare. I'm sure that if you found a way around all that, you probably could find a chance to join. I mean, I've got guys that were overweight as hell, and their vision was shit. They still got into the infantry, my dude. They still got into the infantry. And they did excellent in the infantry. So I don't know what's up with your recruiter. They're probably just too discriminatory. I don't know. All right, let's continue. Actually, I've got a pizzle, so I'm going to let it play, but I'm going to leave the door open. I'll just be on the other side, so I'll be able to hear it from there.
That a lot of Christians will go, yeah, that describes me. But then you also have a lot of Christians that will say, no, that particular connotation there doesn't really describe me. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't define what a Christian is all of a sudden, but it does mean that when we do define what a Christian is, we have to keep in mind that there will be some people that don't fit within that definition. And more importantly, there will be people that will fit within that definition that aren't Christians, which is why it's important to call it an identity. Now, returning to what is a woman, well, it's an identity, but what associations does that identity have? Typically, it's associated with femininity. Now, that does not mean that you have to be feminine to be a woman. It just means that typically, being a woman is associated with being feminine. You can also attach other things, like it's typically associated with female sex characteristics, but if you have female sex characteristics, that does not make you a woman because there's that identity part. And just because you don't have female sex characteristics, that doesn't necessarily exclude you from being a woman either. I think that's a pretty good definition because, yes, it is vague, but that's kind of the point. Like any definition that has to do with identity, you can't rigidly define it because ultimately identity comes down to, do you identify with it?
It's a simple question. So why is it so hard to answer?
Well, that's for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it's probably because you're looking for a particular answer that you agree with. And secondly, not everyone has really thought about it. The only reason why I'm able to give a definition is because I've thought about it a lot. You know, I'll be thinking about something like, Why is an optional header not optional? But at the same time, are we thinking about what is a woman? And despite me having a definition,
wait a sec. I have to hear that. Yeah, I've got to hear that first.
Then there's more associated with that than just being a Christian.
Is just a project of someone who identifies as a woman.
Yeah, but what do they identify? So I'm saying, what do they identify as? They identify as a woman, but what is that?
I honestly don't know.
So I think his answer there is similar to what I'd say. If someone were to ask me, what is a woman? My answer would be, well, it's an identity. Now, obviously,
I gotta say, I actually really respect that dude for just answering honestly, because he could not define that, right? So he was honest. He was like, look, I don't know, dude. I don't know. You're asking me what a woman is empirically, but I don't have that answer. So he was being honest there. And for all the people that are trying to knock Matt Walsh, he just let it go. He didn't press the matter. He didn't get adversarial. He didn't do what the left does and go like, oh, so you don't think a woman is my definition, so I'll beat you to death. No, he just let it go. He just let it go and was like, okay, that's cool. Whatever. Let's go. And that was it. So yeah, kudos on this dude for saying basically the truth. I don't know, dude. You're asking me a question I don't have the answer for.
obviously there is a flaw with that answer that a lot of people will point out, and that is just simply calling something an identity is kind of meaningless, right? Like if your identity is a Christian, then there's more associated with that than just being a Christian.
Yes. 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 Okay. Please keep going. Let's see what goes on.
Typically, it's associated with something like a belief in the Bible. But just because you believe in the Bible doesn't mean that you're a Christian. You could be a Satanist and believe in the Bible. And you don't have to believe in the Bible to be a Christian. You could think that the Bible is complete bollocks and still go, yeah, I'm still a Christian, though. There are heaps of other connotations that you can attach to being Christian that a lot of Christians will go, yeah, that...
No, actually, that's agnostic. No, actually, that's agnostic. That's agnostic, okay? You can believe that there's a higher power, which is the ultimate, like a point of the Bible, that there is a single God, but you don't have to be Christian. That we already have something for that. It's called agnostic. That's what that is.
It describes me, but then you'll also have a lot of Christians that will say, no, that particular connotation there doesn't really describe me. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't define what a Christian is all of a sudden, but it does mean that when we do define what a Christian is, we have to keep in mind that there will be some people that don't fit within that definition. And more important,
well, yeah. You have Protestants, you have evangelicals, you got Catholics, you got LDS, you have Mormon believers that are kind of sort of like Christian breakoffs. You have Puritans, there's so many different types, but they all have descriptors for themselves. So I don't know where we're going with this, because there's already established identifiers for them where people fit into them. And these are agreed to already. So I don't know. What are you trying to get at?
there will be people that will fit within that definition that aren't Christians, which is why it's important to call it an identity. Now, returning to what is a woman, well, it's an identity, but what associations does that identity have? typically it's associated with femininity. Now, that does not mean that you have to be feminine to be a woman. It just means that typically being a woman is associated with being feminine. You can also attach other things, like it's typically associated with female sex characteristics, but if you have female sex characteristics, that does not make you a woman because there's that identity part. And just because.
Okay. So essentially the core of the argument here is that woman is mutable, but biological female is not mutable. That's what it sounds like so far.
Because you don't have female sex characteristics, that doesn't necessarily exclude you from being a woman either. I think that's a pretty good definition because, yes, it is vague, but that's kind of the point. But
not so much. But then again, you know what? It kind of makes sense, you know? So like to be a female human, a biological female human, to be female, that's a biological fact. To be a woman, they're trying to change that definition. They're trying to change that agreed to terminology. Oh, okay. Okay. That's fine by me. There's females and then there's women. Okay, I guess. Cool. So there's biologically female, just like we describe animals and insects and plants. Okay. But there's women. But we agreed that female humans are women for the majority of people. But there are people who can identify as, but then that rolls them into the female category. But then you'd have to change it entirely. Okay, let's see where this goes.
like any definition that has to do with identity, you can't rigidly define it because ultimately identity comes down to, do you identify with it?
It's a simple question.
Okay, so I can say I'm a soldier because I train like a soldier. I wear the uniform of a soldier, but I'm not part of the army. Right? Is that what we're going for here? So I can train like a soldier. I can do the rifle, pistol, machine gun drills, artillery drills, CQB and all that stuff. And wear a uniform like a soldier. But if I'm not part of the army, I'm still a soldier. Even though I never signed up and joined a unit. Interesting questions we're raising here.
So why is it so hard to answer?
Well, that's for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it's probably because you're looking for a particular answer that you agree with. And secondly, not everyone has really thought about it. The only reason why I'm able to give a definition is because I've thought about it a lot. You know, I'll be thinking about something like, why is an optional header not optional? But at the same time, I'll be thinking about, what is a woman? And despite me having a definite...
That sounds like dehumanizing language. Because you're comparing a human being to a heater, which is a machine, which is not human, right?
definition, there will be people that will disagree with me.
For all of human existence, women were understood to be a certain thing. So what changed?
Well, we decided that gender and sex are different things, and we figured out that woman is more of a gendered term than a biological term, especially when you consider that the word man is definitely a gendered term and not a biological one. If you're a male, there are clearly heaps of things that you can do, but if you want to be seen as a man, well, you can't do a lot of those things. Unless, of course, you're around people that don't really care what you do, but unfortunately, there are a lot of people that do.
Dr. Marcy Bowers, first of all, thanks for talking to us.
My pleasure.
Okay, so you know, I'm trying to think of it from like the left perspective of stuff. So like, okay, so to be a man, okay, I have to have like a beard. I'm making this up, you know, as far as stereotypes go. Okay, I'm not going by the complete and total definition that they put forward, but okay, to be a man, I have to have a beard and muscle, you know, like muscle. Actually, my arms are kind of big, but whatever. You know, I have to be tough and strong and rough and just like, you know, be able to take anything and do a lot of stuff with my hands and my legs and my feet and my back. And I'm a man, right? Right? Or am I wrong?
So you're a world-renowned gynecologist and surgeon. You're also a transgender woman. Can you tell me a little bit
Well,
about...
I mean, I identify as a woman, but
You're a woman, right?
I'm a woman I mean, that's my life day to day, but I have a transgender history.
All right, so this is something that I know that a lot of people are probably going to find quite weird, because when it comes to trans people, and I might be completely wrong about this, but I don't think you really stop being transgender unless you detransition. However, I kind of get where she's coming from with what she's saying. Like,
go ahead and on YouTube look up detransition and watch those videos for yourself. A lot of people made a mistake. A lot did. And you know what? Like, can't really blame them because human beings overall tend to make a lot of mistakes and be stupid, myself included. So yeah, it really depends on the individual, doesn't it?
Like if I meet someone who's a woman and I keep on referring to her as a cisgender woman, she'd probably want me to stop referring to her like that. Because when you add that qualifier, it's like, why are you doing that? Why do you constantly feel the need to refer to them as cisgender? And I feel like that's how a lot of transgender women feel, because they keep on getting referred to as a transgender woman when they should just be referred to as a woman.
So,
okay, so if we change the terms completely and we exclude biologically female from woman, they're going to have their own identity. But it feels like if you just refer to biological female as a female, it sounds like livestock. I mean, that's what it sounds like. Because a transgender woman cannot be biologically female. Feels like that doesn't rub the right way. I'm just trying to go by the left instead of anything else I might think. So, yeah, I guess.
So one thing on your website, it says gender affirmed, GAV, gender affirming vaginoplasty.
Mm-hmm.
What is that exactly?
Matt, do you not look up these things before you ask these questions? You can easily just Google what is vaginoplasty.
Well, if you Google it, you're going to come up with so many different articles that will say so many different things that, according to the definition, it's absolutely mutable. But they say that it's not mutable. They say it's not mutable, but they say it's also immutable. Can you see how this can be a problem?
Takes 5 seconds to type it into Google, and you'll see that it's basically just giving someone a vagina through surgery.
Does anyone ever regret their surgeries? Well, we know they do, but how often do people regret their surgeries?
Well, actually, we don't know that they do. There are legitimate detransitioners, and there are people who truly feel that in their journey, they may have made a mistake.
This sounds like colleges. That's what this sounds like. Because after you leave college or university, they don't check up to see how you're doing, to see what's going on with you. They don't keep in touch. There's no network to do so. It sounds like the same thing. Because after you leave university or college, you're no longer their concern, is what it sounds like. So they don't have any statistics. They don't have any data. They have nothing to conclude whether it was a success for you to be here or not. Which sounds pretty disingenuous to me. It sounds like they're just there to do a thing, and then after you have done that thing, you're no longer their problem. That's what it sounds like.
Now, fortunately, this is a really, really uncommon phenomenon.
She is right, it is a very uncommon phenomenon. It's also very difficult to figure out how common it is. Some people try to paint it as being very high, like 60 to 70%, and other people try to paint it as being very, very low, like 0.01%. And keep in mind that not everyone who detransitions will have gone through surgeries. Some will, and some will definitely regret it. And some will have gone through hormones. The reason why I bring this up is because the regret rate for detransitioners, as far as I can tell, is about 2%. So that's 2% of detransitioners that regret transitioning, not 2% of all trans people, just 2%.
Okay, so if you don't have the hard data to go off of, why try to put a percent out there? Like, okay, I get it. I'm a dumbass. I'm a caveman. But I would like some hard data that is indisputable by anybody to make that determination for myself, not just what you say. You see where I'm going with this? Do y'all see where I'm going with this? I would like something definitive to make a judgment on, rather than just like, okay, what I figure is that there's this amount. And I could tell you that nobody died in World War II, but you'd have to try to find hard data for that, wouldn't you? Or as close to the hard data they could find. Doesn't sound very definitive, does it?
2% of detransitioners. This is because the people that detransition for different reasons. Sometimes it's because they can't afford hormones. Or sometimes it's because people are being very transphobic towards them. So yes, there are heaps of different reasons. Of course, regret is a reason and it should be taken seriously.
Okay. That's all valid and good. But why are you trying to... Why does it sound like he's trying to lump them all together? It seems like he's separating them, but it sounds like he's trying to put them all in the same percentage. So I'm a little confused on that part, because it sounds like he includes them all together. He amalgamates them, condenses them, but at the same time he's trying to put emphasis on certain parts when he really doesn't need to. I don't know.
But we shouldn't act like regret is the only reason why people detransition.
Okay, so we shouldn't act like the only reason why is this. Okay, I get that.
The next question that Matt asks is about trans-abled people, people that want to be disabled but are fully able-bodied at the current point in time. This is her response to it.
That doesn't have anything to do with gender identity.
I love that response because that is completely true.
Yeah, that's true. That's a totally different thing by itself, which is where Matt definitely fails, because he's trying to be like lumping together everyone under the same thing. Okay, so if you're trans anything, if you're trans male, trans female, trans ableist, trans disableist, trans Democrat, trans Republican, you're all the same thing because you're trans first. No, that does not fit, because they're all different things. So yeah, this is where Matt is totally caught up. So kudos to this dude that he caught that. Kudos to him, he caught that.
It doesn't have anything to do with gender identity. And it is one of those questions that kind of ignores the fact that people get surgeries for all kinds of different things. Body dysmorphia is a real thing. And obviously there are limits. Like if someone doesn't want an arm, we're not going to amputate their arm. But if someone...
Yes, absolutely. Oi! This is a drunk stream. What did you expect? But yeah, no, they're not all the same thing. Just like not all African people are the same. Not all Asian people are the same. Not all Slavs are the same. Not all Anglo-Saxons are the same. Not all Caucasians are the same. Not all of the Native Americans are the same. They're not all the same thing. They're not. And they can't be. That's just not... That does not compute. That does not compute. Okay? But yeah. I hope I said enough there.
wants plastic surgery for their face, yeah, generally we give it to them as long as they pay for it. I personally know people that have had surgery to remove a lot of weight because they had a lot of weight and didn't like the fact that they were overweight. These things are far more analogous to gender-affirming surgery than chopping off someone's arm.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll give it to you there. Yeah. Yeah, they're all very different. Somebody who has like their, has implants to have bigger arms, okay? they are very much different from somebody who has implants to make their arms look bigger. That's totally different. Okay. As somebody who has body dysmorphia themselves, which is me, okay, which is why I work out as much as I can, which is why I'm never happy with my appearance. I have body or physical body dysmorphia. I'm never happy with how I look. Never. Even when I was ripped as hell and was like, ugh, I was never happy with it. I was never happy with it. That's because I have dysmorphia. That's an actual condition. So yeah, don't try to lump me in with everybody else. It does not work, Matt. It does not work.
What is a woman?
A woman is it's a combination of your physical attributes and then what you're showing to the world and the gender clues that you give. Right?
Okay, she's being way too like. Let's keep going.
And hopefully those match your gender identity.
Well, he's
Okay. All right. But has everyone agreed to this? Or is this the definition, the term, the definition of the term and word that you and your circle have agreed to? This is where my beliefs and what I want come in, okay? Individualist absolutist, okay? Okay, individualist absolutist. But it does come to a point, doesn't it? Okay? And the point is this. If you're female, okay? If you're a female human, okay? There are immutable characteristics, all right? Barring the exclusions, the exceptions, okay? There's exceptions to every rule, right? Take me for example. I got into the Army on multiple medical waivers and an age waiver, okay? You know, I have one lung that is not fully developed, okay? I've got like 30 or 40% of a lung, and then the other lung is fully developed. I have heart, arrhythmia. I've got a heart murmur. I'm supposed to have asthma, stage 2, or was it 3? It was one of the two. Stage 2 or 3 asthma, and affliction in multiple joints. However, I joined the Army. I passed the physical fitness test every time, okay, except for once when I broke my back the first time. That was terrible. Okay, but every year besides that, I passed my physical fitness test. Okay, I demonstrated my ability to perform. All right. And on top of that, I kept my rank and grade and increased it because of that. Because I was able to perform in all aspects. Okay? Outside of that, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I really don't.
got an answer. Time to pack up and go home.
The critics on the other side of this.
But here's the thing, like, when it comes to being female, that's immutable. That's immutable. Because you're able to, be impregnated and give birth to other humans. If you're a trans woman, that's kind of hard, isn't it? I've yet to find somebody that can provide me something that says that trans women can give birth to, other humans. Okay. But then again, like, why not just make that separate? Why not make that separate? Why not? See, this is where we get into the weeds. And the weeds are never fun to be in. Whatever.
Oh, of course he's not going to just leave it there, is he? Now, he doesn't actually finish what he says there because she says that there's not many critics on the other side, which I'd agree with her, even if it sometimes does sound like there are a lot of critics. But the next thing he does is he interviews someone who had a bit of an altercation, let's say, with a trans woman because he had a sign which, honestly, I think was quite transphobic.
Aberdeen Councilwoman Tiesa Meskis confronted owner Don Suker about a sign he posted in his store.
So yeah, I'd say that that sign is fairly transphobic, and there's really no reason to put that sign up.
Yes.
No, I'm going to defend him. You know why? Do you know why? Individualist, absolutist. Okay. Individualist, absolutist. That's my stance. All the freaking way. Okay. All the freaking way. So, what was the real way that we actually got rid of the majority of organized groups when it came to racism and when it came to discrimination? How do we do it? How did we do that? Y'all try to tell me right now in the chat. You've got like a minute to tell me what you think it was. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Tell me why I would defend this. Tell me why I would defend this. Why? Y'all tell me. Come on. Bring it on. Bring it on. Tell me. I don't care if you hate me or love me. I really don't care. Tell me why I would defend this. Or tell me why you think I would defend this. I'm fine with either. I am perfectly fine with either. Okay? But y'all have 44 minutes 44 seconds left to tell me why you think I would defend this. Even though, okay, I fully support my trans friends. Even though that. So bring it. Bring it. Tell me everything. All of it, every single second, all of it. Come on, y'all. Bring it. You've got 32 seconds left. 32 seconds. And remember, I'm asking you to tell me how we defeated the segregation and how we reduced the numbers of all the extremist groups from like the 60s onward. Come on, y'all. Come on. You've got 24 seconds. Come on. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. $15, $14, $13, $12, $11, $10, $9, $8, $7, $6, $5, $4, $3, $2, $1, $0. Get on your face, private. All right, so this is why I would defend this, okay? This is why I would defend this. You know why? Okay, first off, First Amendment, okay? We're free to say and do whatever we want. But the real reason why we defeated all these incredibly insane things is this one reason. The First Amendment. You know why? Because the vast majority of people did not agree and did not like ideas like this one. It's a lot simpler than you thought, right? It's a lot simpler than you thought. The civil rights movement was just a booster shot to society as a whole. Okay? The civil rights movement with Martin Luther King and all them was just a booster shot. That was it. That was all. We were moving that way anyways. It was just accelerated like 10 times because of the movement. That was it. That was really all. Nowadays, what's the actual numbers of the KKK? Like 20,000 out of 330 million? Okay. What about the neo-Nazis? The neo-Nazis, okay? There's like 10,000 of them total in the US. Seriously. Seriously. It was society as a whole made up of individuals who made up their own minds. Okay, as individuals who made up their own minds. They were like, you know what? This doesn't seem right to me, so I'm going to go to the other side. That's literally what happened as a society as a whole. That's literally what happened. That's literally what occurred to make it to where there's barely anybody left that believes in those ideologies in the United States. Well, except for the leftists, because the vast majority of them believe in the same shit. They just deny it, which is so dumb. How the hell they became this way is like, it's such a brain fuck. It really is. It's, oh man. Anyway, so yeah. Reason why we overcame that shit was because our society as a whole was like, this doesn't feel right. So we're going to go over here. That's why I'm an individualist absolutist. All the way. Because society as a whole starts at the individual level. Okay? It does. Because it takes individuals to create the groups that decide we don't like this shit. If I had two hands and only a pinky out of two hands to do something with, doesn't feel like a lot, does it? Try to do something with your pinky. I can't even grab my drink with a pinky. Okay, barely. But I can't drink it. I can't drink my drink with a pinky. I can't do it. But if I have a whole hand, that drink is accessible to me. That's how society functions. Okay? We decide as a whole what is acceptable and what is not. Okay? That's how we got away from monarchs and kings and queens and all that bull crap. That's how we made a revolution to create this country. That's how a bunch of other countries decided they want to be independent. Okay? It's all always going to come back to the individual. Okay? Remember the saying. First, they came for these people. I didn't say a word. They came for these other people. I didn't say a word. Then they came for me, and there was nobody left to speak out. Society is started at the individual level with individuals. That's why I'm an absolutist individualist. That's why. Okay? I don't care if it's anarchy, communism, socialism, whatever the hell. Okay? Do you, boo. And don't try to force that on me. And we'll be perfectly fine. We will. Okay? All right, now let me read the chat because I'm sure it's very spicy. All right, Annette Fisher. Watch the movie Enemy Mine with Dennis Quaid. Alien movie. It's pretty good, actually. It's pretty good. Although there's some places in that movie where it's like, I'm not so sure. Brandon Peters. Well, do you need to join the military to become a soldier? Or is training in the way of a soldier the same thing? Or if it's only if you're in the army, are you a soldier? Right? Right? Here's the thing, though. If you join the army of your country, you're a soldier. And take action on behalf of your country, you're a soldier. But if you take individual action separate from your government, what are you? Guess what you are? You're a vigilante, right? We already have terms for this. Annette Fisher. I am not livestock, but can have children. Yes, you're a female human. Brandon Peters. Getting data is hard. People are afraid to come out as trans because of transphobic people. No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. You know why that's not true? Because the majority of people that come out as trans don't give a damn what people they don't know care, say about them. They don't. The real trans people don't give a shit. They don't care. Because they're stronger than that. The people that are easily affected by the mobs are trendy trans. That's who they are. They're trendy trans. They're only trans because it's a major trend and they want attention. And they're like, oh my God, look at me. And then they completely and totally forget what the hell the internet is. Or at least that's what I've seen so far. So, yeah. There are people who would kill me because I'm pan, includes being straight. I love America. Well, some of it. Majority of people don't care. Myself included. Majority of people don't care. We don't. We don't. Just don't try to force our kids to believe in your shit. And don't try to shove it down our throats. And we don't give a shit. We don't. We don't care. You are who you are. And that's as far as it goes. Why it's such a hard concept to wrap your head around? I don't know. But I'm sure we're going to walk that path together at some point. Pitbulls and MMA. I saw a video of you clean shaved and you look great and younger. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I trimmed the beard recently because it was like starting to dingle below my face. So I trim it as much as I can because I'm like, you know what? I like getting the compliments that people think I'm much younger than I am. I love getting those compliments. I'm not going to lie about it. I like getting those compliments. I like people telling me, you know, you look so much younger and better than you do now. I really like it. I do. I'm not above that. I really am not. Brennan Peters, he's fine right now, whether he's clean shaven or not. I think it's actually supposed to be WHETHRE. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Pitbulls and MMA. Oh, at Brandon Peters, you have a little crush? He probably does. I mean, he is pan after all, apparently. So he's wait, if he's pansexual, how does that make sense he would be attracted to me? Because I'm dumber than a rock. Like I'm a caveman. I really am. I'm not that smart at all. So how do he have a crush on me? I don't get it. I'm dumber. I'm dumb as hell. Brandon Peters, were you born early? I was born early and only weighed 1 pound and 2 ounces. I'm told I could fit in the palm of a hand, supposedly. Actually, I was like 13 pounds when I was born, but I had all sorts of like complications, all sorts. Pitbulls and MMA, or did you just mean fine? Brandon Peters, nah, but he looks all right. See, I thought so. I knew Brandon wouldn't be that way with me. Annette Fisher, glad you're here. Say thank you, Brandon. Pitbulls and MMA, haha, JK. Oh yeah, really, JK. Annette Fisher, individual rights. You damn Skippy. Brandon Peters, Badger, if you're going to defend this guy, that's not cool. He shouldn't have the right to discriminate against people. I don't know why you're going to defend this guy. Yes, he should have the right. You know why? First Amendment. And also, do you know why? Because society is going to ostracize the shit out of him. Over time, okay, these things are going to be accepted just like everything else was. And these people are going to get phased out. So why are you in such a rush? Why are you so much in a hurry? Why? Does it directly affect you? You can't pretend to be directly caring about people outside of your purview. You know why? Because that's human nature. So just accept human nature. Accept society will do its self-correction and let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let things be as they may. Okay. And let them continue. If everything's going in the right direction, you're not going to mind, right? You're not going to care because it's eventually going to correct itself. That's how society, that's how human experience kind of works. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like I said, leave it up to the individuals, and most often individuals will choose to stray away from those that seem to that seem to detract in a negative way from the human experience. You know what I'm saying? The human experience is to encounter everybody, experience everybody, and feel out the different cultures and different countries and different norms and all that stuff. Okay. America is the great melting pot for a reason, or it's supposed to be. Leftists want to segregate everybody again, which doesn't surprise me because the Democrats were the party of the KKK. But yeah, leftists want to segregate everybody again, which is erroneous in every freaking way. Erroneous as hell. Absolutely erroneous. America is supposed to be the great melting pot, and this was how we were supposed to break down the world's barriers when it came to culture and race. Okay, when it came to culture and ethnicity, technically. So that's what America was supposed to be for. That's why I'm an individualist absolutist. Because leave it up to individuals, okay? They'll make up their own thing, and then it's eventually going to phase out because the majority of individuals are going to go with whatever is beneficial to themselves and other people, right? So you don't have to force it. You really don't. It's just going to take time. Just like how it was with the KKK and the neo-Nazis and stuff. They all got phased out. They are such a minute population now. They don't even really count in the census. So there you go. Pit bulls and MMA. Free speech? Yes, absolutely. So people know who they're dealing with. Brandon Peters, absolutism individualist. Yes. Brandon Peters 3 times. Well, we let them speak out and read themselves as racist. Yes. Yes. Absolutely yes. Precisely the point. Does the store owner know about intersex people? I think not. Does it matter? I don't think it does, my man. I really don't think it does. Well, the First Amendment has some limitations. I guess, unless it comes to the left in this country. Because the left in this country can hold up the severed mock head of a sitting president as if it's been chopped off and not suffer any consequences. So I don't know if the First Amendment has any limitations, actually, because of that. Annette Fisher. Dumbness. Wait. I probably skipped it a little bit. Okay, Annette Fisher. He always says when he reads the chat, it's complicated and funny. Yes, it is. Brandon Peters, level up. Reading the chat is overrated. Not really. No, it's not. I have fun reading the chat. It's a good time. Marva Blockstein. He could just be uneducated, to be honest, but I've been here for 3 hours, being scared and silent, afraid to speak, but I am here. Well, I'm glad you're here, Marvel Blocks. Speak your mind, dude. Speak your mind. I don't care what you say. I may or may not agree with it, but I still love you. Annette Fisher, please speak. It's your right. You damn Skippy. Pitbulls and MMA. Okay. And you called it too. Yes. Marvel Blocks. I'll speak then. Annette Fisher, we all have different options, but that's all right. Pitbulls and MMA, libertarian. Annette Fisher twice. Opinions, I'm German and conservative, which is something weird, honestly. Brandon Peters, I don't know. Some opinions are just wrong from get-go, like flat earthers. Yes, but you have the option to just ignore them, right? Annette Fisher is more liberal. Well, technically, I'm liberal, or I'm old liberal, but I'm not anymore somehow. I don't know. Brandon Peters, German and conservative, the horror. Pitbulls, Marlblock Dan, always speak your mind. Yes, on this channel, you can always speak your mind. So, yeah. Annette Fisher, you can't talk with everyone when they don't listen. Annette Fisher, Brendan, I can take a joke. Pitbulls and MMA, 100% Annette. Brendan Peters, vigilantism is fine. Marble Block Stan, it's fine for someone to speak freely when they are wrong. They're just better to be a job invented in which someone that is hired to walk around educated those who are showing signs of no brain cells. Not really. Because if someone doesn't want to hear it, they just don't want to hear it. Just let them die out. Let them be ostracized from society and just go the way of the dodo. You know what I'm saying? Brandon Peters, a man. Annette Fisher, dumbness is a sickness without a cure. Well, I'm pretty dumb, so I guess I'm part of the sickness. Brandon Peters, stupid is as stupid does. I hope I did that right. Annette Fisher, not being educated doesn't mean you're dumb. I guess. Brandon Peters, 3 times. I'm in a rush to get equal rights for everyone. I care about far more than people I know. I care about everyone at least a bit. I'm not like Matt, but he's a human being, so I don't want him to have a So I don't want him to have a bad life simply because I don't like him politically. Good on you, Brandon. You're better than 99% of leftists or people on the left. Well, you can't yell fire and, there's no fire. It's a danger to people, so there's a limit. Yes, absolutely. Well, actually, probably not. Probably not. Because, there are people who scream like all this sorts of stuff about Trump that's not true, but they're allowed to get away from it. So apparently there's no limit, according to those examples. Marvel Block Stan, ear, exclamation point coffin, thanks Badger, laugh out loud. Brandon Peters, I'll gladly take a vigilante than a dumb cop any day of the week. Yeah, I guess. All right, let's continue the video.
So yeah, I'd say that sign is fairly transphobic, and there's really no reason to put that sign up.
Yes, there is. The reason why is because he has freedom of speech, and he wants everybody to know what he stands for. It's also a very good warning for people who it's also a warning for people, okay? It's also a warning. It's like, hey, look, if you think opposite of me, then just avoid me. That's basically what's going on. It's kind of like the warning signs you get when you're driving. Like, hey, a lane is merging, or this turn is a certain mile per hour. If you're smart, you'll obey the warning signs on the highway and on the road. And you'll stop at a stop sign, and you'll stop at a yellow light because you want to be careful and you don't want to die. It's the same concept. It's a warning sign. It's like, hey, look, if you're this way, don't engage with me because I don't want to. Well, there you go. Perfectly acceptable in my mind. If you don't want to be involved, then don't be. Anyone who crosses that line, they just want power and domination over you. Them's the facts. Them's the absolute facts. Okay? There's no way to go against that. Just like the Civil Rights Act, okay? The Civil Rights Act is like, you can't discriminate against people based on this. That was a good idea at the time. But nowadays, how do you know who discriminates and who doesn't? How do you know? You really don't, do you? There's no way to know. So you're basically leaving it up to your experience in this company. But then again, it's just you who's going to report that experience, whereas the other 10 employees are not going to say shit, right? That's what the Civil Rights Act has done. Now, am I saying it's absolutely a bad thing? No, because it helped to shift us in a different direction. Okay, but now at this point in time, we're supposed to be in that other direction already. But according to the left, we have not gotten rid of the inherent racism that 90%, according to the left, practice. So then how did the Civil Rights Act help you? But at the same time, they're the same people who are arguing, okay, to repeal the Civil Rights Act. See how this shit is stupid as hell? See how this is dumb? It's so dumb.
You're saying councilman, this individual was saying, I'm a woman.
Right.
And you said you're not a woman. How do you know that that person's not a woman?
How do I know?
Yeah.
Well, common sense.
If answering the question was a woman was just as easy as common sense, then this question would have been answered a long time ago. Because you see, it's just common sense that trans women are women.
Doesn't the science say that if someone identifies as a woman, then they are?
No.
You know what? Technically, that is true. Technically. I mean, but being a biologically female human is definitely immutable, but the agreed upon term and definition for a female human is a woman, right? Am I right? Somebody let me know. Am I right on that? Somebody let me know. Let me know. Because I feel like making that distinction has been failing so far. I think. Okay, you want to roll in trans women with women? Cool. But then you have to make the distinction still of biological female and non-biological woman. Right? Right? Look, okay. If I sound like a dumbass, partly it's because I am. And partly because I'm going off of what I know about how the left thinks. Because I am from originally the left. So yeah, somebody tell me.
Now that's completely bogus.
Okay, so there are things that the science does say about this. However, I think a lot of the question isn't so much about the science, it's about philosophy. The question of should we define woman in a way that includes trans women? Yeah, there is a little.
Okay, make that distinction when it comes to the question. Okay, philosophy is about questioning. It's about. It's about. Okay, how do I simplify this? Because the actual understanding of philosophy is so freaking hard to get into. And the philosophy class I took in college just, oh man, it's so hard. Okay. Philosophical, whatever. Philosophically, okay? You can call anyone that identifies as a woman, which is the agreed to old world, okay, term for a female human, can identify as such if you completely remove it from a biological female human. how this is so tough? See how this is so tough? But okay, fine. Take woman as meaning whoever identifies as a woman, but you're still gonna be left with biological female. Okay, what's the next step? What's the next step? My brain power, my 2 brain cells that have been left so far are very close to annihilating each other because of this. Then again, like Matt Walsh has, he's done an okay job, but he's not gone beyond and above. You know what I'm saying? He has not made the definitive argument. He failed here. As far as my caveman brain is concerned, he failed to distinguish woman from female human. But here's the problem, is that the left says if you just refer to female humans as female, then you're misogynist. See where the problem comes from? It's the freaking left. The left are the ones who are the gatekeepers of everything, apparently. So it's dumb as shit to be like, oh, it's all on Matt Walsh. But at the same time, he failed to address that point, and he failed to make the distinction. So it's like, who the hell? I don't know. Let's keep going.
A bit of science to it, but it's more a philosophical question. What the science says about it is that when it comes to the brain, a trans woman's brain is very similar to a cis woman's brain. And when you misgender people, often it can cause people emotional.
Okay. My brain is similar to Ted's brain. Well, okay. I should call him by his actual name. Tim Kennedy, okay? Myself and Tim Kennedy have very similar neurological readouts. Does that mean that I am Tim Kennedy? I hope you say no. I hope you say no. I really hope you say no. I really do. Okay, let's take the brainwaves of Einstein and measure my brainwaves, which will be like nil, and compare them. Because I have similar brainwaves in a certain percentage to Einstein, does that make me Einstein? Or Stephen Hawking? And if you're trying to argue that's totally different things, that's exactly what I'm arguing here. It hurts my head to try. Oh, it hurts my head. Anyway, let's get to the chat. You know what? Let's go to the chat. Let's do it. All right. Let me see. Brendan Peters, a female is a woman. I don't know, honestly. Maybe. No. A female human is an empirical fact because that's the term that is designated directly to that. And there's no way to change that one. There's no way to change it. You know why? Because a female is the opening. A male is the insert. Okay? I'm probably butchering this. There's probably somebody who does it better than I do. Actually, guarantee there's somebody that does it better than I do. So yeah, don't take my word for a gospel or a Bible. But look it up for yourself. Those things are immutable, okay? Now, when it comes to man and woman, maybe those are immutable. But then you're just giving ground. I don't know. I don't know. It hurts my brain. Annette Fisher, Caveman Badger. Ooga booga. Brandon Peters, Caveman Brandon, like donuts and cake. Oh, and pudding. Annette Fisher, drunk Caveman Badger. Brandon Peters, don't worry, Badger. I have problems with words too. Laugh out loud. Annette Fisher, meat. You sound thirsty. Brandon Peters, chicken. Brandon Peters, twice. I mentioned earlier that biology is subjective as well. It's decided by people what being a woman actually means. Well, being a female is not something subject to only that way. It's just been the best way to describe certain things, right? So yeah, we have to have definitions and terms and we have to have some way to label something, right? Otherwise, anybody can be a kid. Anybody can be an old man. Anybody can be, you know, a young girl. Anybody can be a young man. Anybody can be, you know, a child. Okay, technically. Anybody can be a speaker. Anybody can be a phone. Okay. If you don't have something that describes that everybody accepts, then we might as well not have anything at all to do with anybody at all. That's why I'm so hardline when it comes to the trans identity, because it's like, okay, you're trying to say they're the same as everybody else, and you're erasing their identity entirely. You're trying to make us completely homogenous and one single thing. That's like, you know what? Here, let me show you. That's like this, okay? This is what you end up with. Everybody is a battery. And there's nothing that defines anybody else from the other batteries. Unless you do this. Oh, all the other batteries look the same, right? Except for one single battery is a bit different, right? It erases the individual entirely. And that's why I'm not cool with it. I'm not. I'm really not. Brandon Peters. It's not misogynistic to call women female like that. Ask the feminists and the leftist people that are women's rights absolutists. Brandon Peters, my head hurts. I would think it does, because you have to do a lot more thinking than I do, because I'm a simpleton. Marvel Blocks, this feels like a lecture. Well, it kind of is, because this guy is professing to have all the answers, but he really doesn't. That's part of the human experience, my dude. Brandon Peters, oh, you missed some of the chat. Pibbles and MMA, what happened to my comment? Am I blocked? I don't know. Brandon Peter, word are interesting and hard. Annette Fisher, Brandon and Marvel are moderate. The chat. Brandon Peters, MMA, you're not blocked. Out of many one. Probably YouTube deleting it. Yeah, probably. Pitbulls, I didn't think so. It was in a different font, then disappeared. Brandon Peters, strange. Jerry Novo, hey, just got back from Okinawa. Good to see ya, bud. What'd I miss? You missed a lot. A huge amount. This is like a 5-hour stream, I think. Annette Fisher, didn't see anything wrong with MMA. Okay. Brandon Peters, well, he didn't say he knew everything. Yes, I know. But it's the way he's presenting himself. That's the difference here. All right, let's keep going. Actually, I got to pizzle really hard. I have to pizzle really hard, so I'll let the video play.
emotional distress. So maybe we should just accept that people are the gender that they say they are.
What about their feelings?
I don't give a shit about their feelings. I'm old.
Just because you're old, it doesn't mean that you get to be a dick. I know old people that do treat transgender people with respect. All right, so let's move on to the next interview where Matt actually asks an interesting question.
At what age can a child first begin to transition into another gender or identify themselves as a gender different from how they were born?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's research and data that show that babies and infants understand differences in gender.
Now, that is actually quite interesting. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people that view these kinds of things as, oh, it's just a choice. And they assume that because it's just a choice, that young people can't really know what gender they want to be for the rest of their lives. And because of that, I think a lot of people need to talk to trans people more often. Sure, not every trans person figured it out at a young age, but some did. Often in conversations I had about trans people sometimes aren't involved, so people just assume things about them. And rather than listening to people that are actually trans, often people try to relate it to what they might have experienced. Whereas in reality, I think that there are certain experiences that people go through that another person wouldn't even be able to begin to imagine what it must be like.
When the doctor sees the penis and says, this is a male, has the sex of male, that's an arbitrary distinction.
Telling that family, based on that little penis, that your child is absolutely 100% male identified, no matter what else occurs in their life, that's not correct.
Let's go back a little bit.
A trans woman's brain is very...
If someone identifies as a woman, then they are.
No. Now that's completely bogus.
Okay, so there are things that the science does say about this. However, I think a lot of the question isn't so much about the science, it's about philosophy. The question of should we define woman in a way that includes trans women, yeah, there is a little bit of science to it, but it's more a philosophical question. What the science says about it is that,
like I said earlier, making it a purely philosophical thing, okay, cool, but not everyone has to conform to that. Just like there's people that don't listen to Marcus Aurelius when it comes to religion. Okay, even though it sounds very good to me, it sounds like shit to someone else. Where Marcus Aurelius said, okay, if you're a good person and you live your life the best you can to be the best person you can, if there are gods, they will understand. However, if they do not understand you did the best you can, then they are not gods and you need not worry. Just saying.
when it comes to the brain, a trans woman's brain is very similar to a cis woman's brain.
And I've already addressed this earlier. Just because my brain is similar to Jocko Willink or David Goggins or my buddy Tim Kennedy, just because it's similar to theirs, doesn't mean I'm the same person. This is really weak and really dumb right here. Really weak and really dumb. It takes away from individuality completely.
And when you misgender people, often it can cause people emotional distress. So
when people completely, okay, a trigger. When people say that I'm black, okay, it causes me distress because I'm like, are you colorblind? What the actual F? Como mierda, colero. But does that mean I'm that thing? Or does it mean I'm not that thing? Probably not, right?
maybe we should just accept that people are the gender that they say they are.
What about their feelings?
Okay, yes, you can accept that people say they're the gender they are. Cool. But do I have to? Should I be forced to? No, absolutely not. Nankara naisa. It'll all be okay. Nankara naisa. It'll all be okay. Estás bien. Estás bien. Das gut. Das gut. Okay? It'll all be okay. You don't have to. You don't have to, and you shouldn't force anyone to do so. No, just let humanity take its course. You shouldn't force this on anybody. Just let things happen. Just let it happen, okay? Just let shit go organically.
I don't give a shit about their feelings. I'm old.
Just because you're old, it doesn't mean that you get to be a dick. I know old people that do treat transgender people with respect. All right, so let's move on to the next interview where Matt actually asks an interesting question.
And I'm one of those old people. Majority of the people that I encounter that are trans, okay? They're good people, they're honest, they're awesome. And they ask me, they're like, hey, like, you know, can I ask you to call me this name and this thing? And I'm like, okay, cool. Awesome. Okay. Part of my job is customer service, but it's not just me paying lip service. Okay. If someone treats me with respect and asks me to do something for them, okay, of course I will. Of course. Okay. Now, when you try to shove it down my throat and you're a jackass about it, okay, and you make me angry and you're not conducive to my work experience at all, then I'm like, you know what? I don't like you. Okay. Same thing with my kid. Okay. I don't want nobody, I don't care if it's religion, right wing, left wing, trans, straight, cis, whatever the freaking hell. I don't care. Don't proselytize that shit to my kid. I just want my kid to go to school, learn how to operate in reality, learn how to do the stuff you're teaching, and that's it. I don't want your personal shit in it. I don't want you to expose my kid. Okay? I don't want you to break the boundaries that he naturally has set. Okay? Just let my kid be a freaking kid. Seriously? And then if he decides some shit later on in his life, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, okay? Let him decide that shit when he's older. He's going to have plenty of experience by then. And if he feels like he made a mistake later, okay, that's on him. It's not on the community as a whole, and it's not on me, and it's not on anybody else. It's on him because he's his own person. Like, how is this so hard to grasp for people? Like, I don't know. Let's keep going.
At what age can a child first begin to transition into another gender or identify themselves as a gender different from how they were born?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's research and data that show that babies and infants understand differences in gender.
Now,
I forgot about this part. But here's the thing. Still, let them experience life just as they are. If they have questions later on, okay, answer the questions for them. Genuinely, not this dumbass rhetoric. Like, don't proselytize to my kids. Don't be turning my kids into trend trans or fad trans or whatever you want to call it. It's so dumb. And kids can't consent. That's an agreed thing, right? Kids can't consent. Because if kids can consent to trans whatever stuff before they're old enough, okay, then why is the age of consent different? And that is from the left, not the right. That's from the left. The left says age is just a number and that boundaries are meant to be broken. What does that sound like to you?
Now, that is actually quite interesting. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people that view these kinds of things as, oh, it's just a choice. And they assume that because it's just a choice, that young people can't really know what gender they want to be for the rest of their lives. And because of that, I think...
Wrong. No, they're not worried about what gender they're going to be the rest of their lives. They're worried about being a freaking kid. Make that distinction first. Otherwise, you're basically on par with maps.
A lot of people need to talk to trans people more often. Sure, not every trans person figured it out at a young age, but some did. Often in conversations I had about trans people sometimes aren't involved, so people just assume things about them. And rather than listening to people that are actually trans, often people try to relate it to what they might have experienced. Whereas in reality, I think that there are certain experiences that people go through that another person wouldn't even be able to begin to imagine what it must be like.
When the doctor sees the penis and says, this is a male, has the sex of male, that's an arbitrary distinction.
Telling that family, based on that little penis, that your child is absolutely 100% male identified, no matter what else occurs in their life, that's not correct.
Okay, Matt needs to really stop confusing sex and gender.
So if I was not born... if I was born with a ginormous freaking dong, okay? Ginormous. I'm talking like a foot away from me. When I was born, does that mean that I'm male? He's got a point here. Don't confuse sex and gender. No. If we're going to go this direction, right? According to the left, if we're going to go this direction, okay, then it doesn't matter what you look like when you're born. All right, what your chromosomes are, what your plumbing looks like, according to them, it doesn't matter. Okay? But does that mean that we can do the same thing Muslims do and do SO types of like mutilation technically? Does that mean that? I don't think so. I really don't. I don't think that's what we're supposed to be striving for.
Not the same thing. You can generally tell from someone's genitals what their sex is. Sometimes their chromosomes may be a little bit different because chromosomes are weird. But knowing someone's sex, whilst it may be an indicator of their gender, does not tell you exactly what their gender is.
What's the gender affirmation process?
Affirmation means that as a pediatrician, as someone who says my job is to provide the best medical care for you, is I need to listen really carefully.
You know, the world would be a better place if there were more people that were to just, listen very carefully, especially to trans people. In fact, if you probably listen to trans people and then talk to them about it, you might even help them find out more about themselves. But that...
Okay. So if we listen more to a very small minority of people, then most people would be this way, which I think most people come to the conclusion of. I don't think that's his position at all. I think it's very specifically having to do with people that are born a certain way, and that's just how they are. That's what I think. Okay? So if you're born with like weird chromosomes and your plumbing isn't all the same way, there's a like there's people that are technically born, you know, they seem like a girl, they look like a girl, but they have the chromosomes that say there's a possibility that they're not, right? We can't say they don't exist, because they do. Okay? And yeah, so for those people, this makes sense. But you can't apply this to the majority. You just can't. Okay? This is an exception. Don't erase the exceptions, which the left seems very wanton to do, but whatever.
That doesn't really happen if you're just constantly asking the trans person, well, what is a woman?
Have you ever met a 4-year-old who believes in Santa Claus?
Mhm.
Would you say that this is someone who maybe has a tenuous grasp on reality?
They have an appropriate 4-year-old handle on the
Sure,
reality
agreed.
that's very real for them.
Agreed. But
So that is true that children often have wacky ideas, but you also have adults that believe that the Queen is a lizard person. You have adults that believe that the Earth is flat.
And you have adults that, you know, believe that if you're absolutely a biological female, you can transition to a biological female. We have adults that believe if you're a biological male, you can transition to a biological female, which does not compute, which is why I am so dead set on preserving the trans identity, because you want your own unique identity so that you can identify who yourself as a person are, right? And what you are. Why are they trying to erase that? I don't. Oh man, my 2 brain cells in my caveman brain hurt. Let's continue.
You have adults that believe that JFK never died. That doesn't mean that adults are all of a sudden unfit to know what their gender is.
If there are people that believe that there's a flat earth and refuse the science, then how can they say they believe in the science of trans people? You can't just say 2 + 2 = 4 and also 2 + 2 = 5. There is zero, and I mean zero at all, okay, immutability between the two. 2 + 2 = 4. 2 + 2 = 4. You cannot dispute that. What in the hell? But they say they don't support. Just, oh my Lord, they're so confusing sometimes. Y'all need to really, like, I don't know. Let's keep going.
But do you want to know the interesting thing? Many kids actually do figure out that Santa Claus isn't real and that it's just their parents. Sometimes kids are smarter than what we give them credit for. Yeah, they can be pretty stupid too, but so can adults. And
yes, that's part of being human. But for the majority of kids, okay, they live in urban centers, okay? Majority in the US. In the US, the urban centers are who rule the state, because the vast majority of the population live in urban centers, right? So does it mean that it's right that the urban centers like Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego, Sacramento stole all of the water from everybody that lived in the rural areas because the cities were unable to manage their water supply? Does that make it right? It doesn't, does it?
And this is ignoring the fact that sometimes gender dysphoria is a lot more obvious than you might think. It's just not exactly easy to empathize with someone where you have no idea what their experience is like.
When I see a child who, believes in Santa Claus,
and I go back to my individualist argument, why do I care? Why do I care? You're not important to me. You don't benefit my life, and I don't benefit yours. Why do you control any part of my life? Why? You really shouldn't. You really shouldn't. You should be removed from my life. You shouldn't be able to force me to think whatever you want me to think. That's why I love the First Amendment and I love the freedom of speech, because that's up to society to decide. Okay? Somebody that lives in rural California does not think the same way as someone that lives in urban California. But urban California makes up the majority vote. That's why farmers got driven out of their farms. That's why California was going through so many droughts. That's why California suffered so many wildfires, because the majority that lived in the urban centers controlled the state by popular vote. And that's why I say, hey, look, let the cities burn. I don't give a damn. Let the cities burn. Because y'all live in a freaking bubble of uselessness. You can't farm. You can't plant. You can't do horticulture. You can't do agriculture. You couldn't survive by yourself. But you're forcing those who could survive by themselves to support you? What the hell kind of bullshit is that? I don't have to care about you. I don't have to give a shit about you. No. Make your own way and make your own shit. Good luck.
and then let's say this is a boy and he says, I'm a girl. This is someone who can't distinguish between fantasy and reality. So how could you take that as a reality?
I would say that as a pediatrician and as a parent, I would say how wonderful my 4-year-old in their imagination is.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, her answer was a bit weird to me, but there is something interesting about what Matt is saying here. And I think it's this idea that children are irrational, hold irrational beliefs, so therefore they don't know what they're talking about.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. This is why I agree, because I'm a parent. I'm a dad. Okay? My son doesn't know everything he's talking about. So every time he brings up something he doesn't know what he's talking about, I introduce reality. And I help him to understand his reality. Okay? He makes a good point here. I like that part.
I think this is quite problematic because it leads to children who may have particular grievances getting ignored because they don't know what they're talking about. As a kid, whenever I got sick, I was told, it's not that bad. You don't need a cough lolly. You're just overreacting. As a kid, I knew exactly how I felt, but the way that I felt was getting ignored because I'm a hypochondriac, apparently. Yeah.
Okay, I would say that varies from parent to parent. For me specifically, I have medical training. Okay, I have very advanced medical training. So all I gotta do is look at my son, check his pulse, check his lymph nodes, check his temperature, check his sinuses, check how his extremities react and all that stuff. I know all the steps to check how my son's condition is. And that's part of the reason why my ex could not beat me in court, because I knew how to deal with everything and she could not deny it. So yeah. But yeah, I have that training, I have that awareness when it comes to my son. I know how to treat it. I know how to keep him healthy. I know how to keep him, at a certain fitness level. Okay. And my ex does not. She fails on almost every front as a mom. Much as it sucks to say that. Because all she does is take him and then put him in front of a tablet or iPad, and that's it. That's all. She just distracts him, and that's all. She doesn't know how to help him. She doesn't know how to keep him healthy. She does not know how to supplement everything he does. So that's why, she can't win. That being said, majority of parents nowadays, they have no idea how to help their kids. They have no idea what their kids are about. They have no idea what their kids like or anything else. They just put them in front of technology and they're like, okay, be distracted and stay away from me. They treat their kids like an accessory to their own lives, which is just bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Anyway, I said my piece. Let's go.
Now imagine that, but you know exactly how you feel about your gender, but people are ignoring you because you're a kid. You don't know what gender is about. That would have to suck, being told that you're not experiencing the thing that you know that you're experiencing sucks. I know. I have gone through that. Fortunately, though, I'm an adult now, so if I need something to deal with the flu, I don't need to ask my parents for permission. I feel like that analogy can also be used for a lot of other things where the way that someone feels is just kind of ignored.
So he's got a point there. He really does have a point there. Because the majority of parents don't know what their kids are about. They have no idea. They don't. Because they don't spend enough time with their kids. They just don't. Which is unfortunate. Like I said, they treat their kids like an accessory to their own lives. As if the point of their life is not for their kid. Which is supremely fucked up.
If I said that I feel a certain way, then obviously you can't tell me I don't feel that way. But just because I feel that way, does that mean that it's true?
I mean, if someone says that they are depressed all the time, then it is probably true that they have depression. Likewise, if someone says that they have gender dysphoria and say, man, I feel like a woman, then they're probably a woman. Just because someone says that they're a woman doesn't suddenly mean that they're saying, I have a vagina now and I have titties now. That's why they get hormones. That's why they get surgeries.
I'm kind of happy I don't have gender dysphoria. I just have body dysphoria or physical dysphoria, where I'm never happy with how I look with my muscle structure because I like women too much. Oh, man. I like women. I do. I love it when I can feel a woman's back and her muscle and the front part and, all the other stuff. I love it. That's why I say I'm a lover, not a freak. Okay? I'm a lover, not a freak. Okay? I love feeling every part of a woman's body. A female human's body, if we're going to change the definition now. But man, just there's something about like just I'm not sure how to describe that. I just love that feel. You know what I'm saying? You probably don't actually. Some of y'all probably have no idea what I'm saying. But there's a feeling when you're with a woman and just there's the feeling of them physically where it's just like such a Female humans are something else to behold, okay? There's something else to hold, essentially. There's just that feeling I get where I'm like just there with them. And, I'm so just overwhelmed by them. Where it's like, oh man, I don't know what to say. Arg. There's just something else. There really is. I really can't explain it. I really can't. Because it's something that's like in the moment, but at the same time, it's like I can, because I've had that experience. There's just, I don't know. There's something about that experience that just feels so good, so right. Which is why it's really hard for me to be like abstinent, because I get a lot of dates. Okay, I don't even now. I have not had to ask a woman to go out with me. Even now, I've not had to ask, and I don't know why. I don't question it. I don't look twice. Okay, I'm just like, okay, let's go. And then it's just like, Most of y'all probably have no idea what I'm talking about, but there's just this something that happens where it's like, I love feeling them. You know what I'm saying? When I'm with female humans, that's why I say I'm a lover, not a freak. Because freaks, they're all about just like the sex organs, and that's it. That's all. Freaks, that's all they're about. Okay? But for me, it's something different entirely. It's something so completely removed. I do not know how to describe it. I don't. I really don't. I'm a lover. I'm not a freak. Okay, freaks, they're all about down there, and that's it. That's all. That's all there is to it. There's nothing else. And I've talked to enough of them to know. For me, it's something totally, completely different. Because I love like just every inch of them. Just Oh man. Oh man. It's probably what gets me into trouble, right? There's too much of like a intimate connection with me. Whereas everybody else is focused on, the non-intimate, just pleasure. And that's all it is. I don't know. Y'all tell me.
What if I said, I want you to say that it's true that I'm a woman? Would you say that?
I would also say that.
If you wanna.
Yeah.
I mean, Matt, we already do that. I'm doing it right now. You say that your name is Matt. Maybe your actual name on your birth certificate is Matthew. I don't care what your actual name on your birth certificate is. I will call you Matt because that is how you like to be referred to it. Likewise, if a friend of mine says, can you please use these pronouns? You know what I do? I use those pronouns. Yet sometimes I'll make mistakes, but who doesn't? Likewise, if you want to be called
Right. Individuals.
a woman, Matt, I will call you a woman. Doesn't harm me in any way whatsoever.
What if I said that it's true? My truth is that you don't exist. Does that mean you no longer exist?
I mean, if that's your truth, sure. I don't.
Okay, I'm going to do something because what Matt is saying is honestly getting tired because Matt will constantly conflate identity with something in external reality. It'd be like if I said that Matt identifying as a Christian is trying to force me to accept that God exists, which is obviously not true. If Matt is a Christian, I don't have to accept that God exists, but
that's not obviously true. So in that point, you're mistaken, my dude. You have no evidence that he does not exist.
can still respect his identity as a Christian. Now, going back to what Matt said about people not being real, yes, you can believe that someone is not real. Whether you believe that they are real or not doesn't change whether they are real. Now, if you're to say, well, I don't think you're real, so I'm going to take away your rights. Now it's not just something that you yourself believe. It's something that is negatively affecting others. So now what I'm going to do is if Matt...
And why does that matter? Why does that matter? Why? Okay. 1 million people can tell me that I'm terrible and evil, and it's up to me whether or not I care that they say that or not. Individual absolutist.
conflates trying to change reality with identity. I'm just going to skip that part.
I guess we should start with, we've got gender and sex, right? What's the difference between the two? Is there a difference?
I saw that in your questions and I thought, my goodness, this is what we spend an entire semester kind of thinking through.
In other words, it's fairly nuanced. It's easy to think of sex as something that's purely biological and gender as a social construct. But in reality, there is overlap between the two, and therefore there is a sort of grey area where you're not sure whether it's sex or gender. For example, if I were to take estrogen, I would experience changes in my body. There would be certain secondary sex characteristics that would change about me. So is that a change in sex or is it a change in gender? I'd say that at that point, maybe you have to start dividing the categories of sex and gender into different components and work out which components are affected by that. And that is why the subject can get so complicated.
But what we tend to think about in the social sciences today is that sex refers to a set of biological characteristics and gender is a social construct or category. What I think is often misleading about that characterization is allowed to be sort of messy and complicated. But in that framing, when you split them up into these wholly discrete constructs, study scholars, and really more specifically.
Okay, he really should have given a different answer there. Not because I disagree with what he's saying, but because it's clearly too many words for Matt Walsh. As soon as you start saying something that is over one Sargon in length, then Matt Walsh just completely zones out.
So are gender and sex two different things, or?
Well, I think that they both are and they aren't. I'm comfortable saying that gender and sex are two different constructs, but they're deeply intertwined with each other.
See, this is...
Okay, so war is both war and not war? This dude failed. This dude failed. So war is both war and not war. Basically what he's saying here. Yeah, that's quite dumb. That's a lot stupider than me. And that's saying something. He's not putting forth, but they're all about personal truth, but they're not about personal, I don't know. Feels like it's done like completely flexible on purpose. It's so dumb.
Where I'd like to have honest discussion, because this kind of thing is deeply interesting to me, and I'd like to ask more about it. For example, which parts of gender and sex are intertwined? Should we maybe split the category of sex so that we can communicate certain ideas more clearly? That is the discussion that I'd really like to have with this guy. And it would have helped if I could actually watch the full thing that Matt recorded there, not just an edited down version to make it seem like he was talking on for hours. Maybe he was talking on for hours, who knows? But, you know, maybe Matt could release the video.
Okay, so then pay the freaking subscription fee, Mr. You know, way more subscribers than me, okay? Pay the subscription fee to watch it on the Daily Wire. Is that so hard? Just saying.
On his YouTube channel. That would be the one Matt Walsh video that I'd enjoy watching.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really uncomfortable with that language of like getting to the truth again. In social
why
life,
is that uncomfortable?
because that it sounds actually deeply transphobic to me.
So the reason why I think that this person doesn't like the word truth and why Matt loves it so much is because they're talking about fundamentally different things when they think about truth. When Matt thinks about truth, he is thinking about objective reality. When someone says that they're a man, to Matt, that is them saying that their body is that of a male. To the professor, it seems like when someone says that they are a man, what they are saying is that they identify with the characteristics of a man. So Matt is doing the conflation thing again.
What is a woman?
What do you think the answer to that question is?
Well, I'm asking. That's why I came to a college professor who's this is what you do.
What other kinds of answers have you gotten?
A lot of like this, where you're not answering. I've got a lot of that. So
I think it's interesting that you say that some of the people you've interviewed have been.
Brandon Peters, I encourage you. I really do. I encourage you to watch the movies by the Daily Wire, and then watch all of the different members of the Daily Wire's content separately, and then tell me that they are actually alt-right. Okay. So I try not to judge anyone. So when the Daily Wire first came out, I was like, oh shit, here we go. Like freaking absolute right wing all the way, and that's all there is to it. But I watched it because I was curious. All right. So I encourage you to watch what you can of the Daily Wire and do what I did, essentially. Take what they present and compare it against what they're supposed to be the opposite of. What the fuck? Okay. It's raining. But yeah, Brandon, just like me, okay, you cannot you can't knock it till you actually try it. So I'm not talking about clips on YouTube or anything like that. Like take something, go look at their catalog on YouTube and actually pick stuff from each person, watch it all the way through, all right? and then compare it to whatever the equivalent is, and then combine those two. Okay. Oh, my back. So yeah. Don't just take the clips or the short crap they have. Actually, watch their movies, look at the stuff they've done, and then compare that to the left that they're equivalent to, and combine the two. You'll usually get something else when you combine those two. Okay. Because here's the thing with the Daily Wire. All right. With the right-wing sources, if you want to call them that, because some of them are actually liberal, like old school liberal, but they're considered right-wing now, which is dumb as hell. So yeah, do that. Okay. What was I getting to? I was getting to something. I'm kind of drunk. So yeah. But yeah, compare them all together first. Then come to your determination of them over time. Okay? There's some stuff that Ben Shapiro says that I don't agree with. There's some stuff that Destiny says I don't agree with. There's some stuff that Vosh says I don't agree with. There's some stuff that Andrew Klavan says I don't agree with. There's some stuff that Michael Knowles says I'm not good with, okay? All that kind of stuff. But I absorb all of it, okay? I take all of it as much as I can understand, okay? And then I come to my determination later myself, okay? I'm not just going off of one thing or the other. I take them all together and put them through my own filter, and then I make my determination based on that. Although I will say, the Daily Wire has made some really good freaking movies. I'll say that much. They've made some really good movies. So, yeah. At the very least, watch their movies. They're pretty good.
I'm reluctant to answer it, and I think that has a lot to do with the questions that preceded it and the way that you've conducted yourself in the interview.
The professor really does have a point there, and I love that Matt Walsh is getting called out in his own documentary, to be honest. You see, there's a question that I ask that a lot of people refuse to answer, and that is, how did you find out that you're...
I would have done this differently because Matt Walsh went into this with an agenda. He went into this with an agenda outright. Okay? So no wonder why a lot of people were like, I'm not going to tell you anything. Me, I would have gone there and been like, okay, tell me what you think a woman is. Okay? And then after you tell me what a woman is, tell me what a female human is, a biological female is. I probably would have gotten some more definitive answers. Based upon what I'm seeing so far. I would not have gone there adversarial, even though I really detest the left. I really do. But I would have gone there with an honest curiosity because I want to know what they're actually thinking, right? Whereas with him, it was like, okay, I have an agenda, okay, and I want you to answer this according to my agenda. No, that's not how you get anyone to talk about anything, okay? If you ask like if you ask someone who's part of the KKK, okay, why do you hate black people? Okay, they might not be receptive to that, right? They might not be. So instead, I would ask them, what do you think the differences are between the races? Between, you know, different parts of the human race, I might get a better answer, right? But instead, he was kind of adversarial, even though he's trying very much to be neutral, but he's failing in some aspects very horrifically.
You're gay, and they look at me weird and go, why are you asking that question? How do you find out that you're a gay? And I'm like, I just want you to answer the question. Obviously, because it's such a loaded question, people are reluctant to answer that. And the same goes for what is a woman? What is a woman has become such a loaded question these days. But here's the thing. I feel like if I were to ask the question, what is a woman, to this professor, I feel like I would be able to get him to actually answer the question. And that is because I wouldn't be interrogating him. I'd actually be trying to understand what he is saying, even if he says something that contradicts what I think. But I would genuinely like to talk to that guy because he seems like someone who I could have a very interesting conversation with. I might try figuring out a way that I can contact him. Let me know in the comments if that's something that you'd be interested in watching.
The answer you should be able to provide is what exactly is a woman?
Well, for me, it's actually a really simple answer, and that's a person who identifies as a woman.
But what are they identifying as?
As a woman.
So what is that?
As a woman.
I think that there are a lot of people that don't like this definition of a woman being someone who identifies as a woman. And as I explained earlier, I think that the reason why a lot of people don't like that definition is because it feels kind of meaningless. But from the other side, I think that there are people that don't want to ascribe anything more than identity to the word woman. Because when you do that, you do start to step into harmful gender stereotypes, which obviously is something that you don't want to do. Yeah?
Oh man. Okay. How are these harmful, gender stereotypes when this is what has gotten humanity to this point? How? Okay, I get it now. Okay, we're rich. We have the freedom to explore all these things, right? But how is that overall harmful to humanity? Okay, you can point to these anecdotals or these statistics or whatever, but they're always a minority of the population, always. And people are going to be like, oh, well, then you're excluding, the harm done to people. And I'm like, no, I'm just accepting that there's a majority where these are not harmful to them. How did humanity get this far? Even with the fact that transgenders and eunuchs and bisexuals and homosexuals have existed since the beginning of time, even with that, humanity has gone forward. How? And I'm not even talking about stereotypes here. I'm talking about what the average thing is. The majority. The vast majority, are not racist, are not homophobic, are not transphobic, are not misogynist, are not bigoted. The vast majority are not that way. But you're trying to circle in, and this is on the right too. The right is doing the dumbest shit ever because they're only trying to appeal to people on the right. You're living in a bubble, okay? You are. That's a fact, okay? Okay. The average general population that you don't count in your freaking census that make up the majority of everyone, they're just doing their thing. They're just doing their thing. They don't care either way. as long as they have AC, they got their house, they got food, their kids are taken care of with their educational system, they don't care. They don't. They don't give a shit. Okay? They're just existing. Okay? Keeping humanity going. That's about it. But everybody on the far left and the far right, okay, and the somewhat more right, because centrists are apparently right wing now, because the left has gone that far left. They don't care. They don't give a shit. They're like, okay, whatever you decide, we're just gonna still live, and we don't care what you say. We're just gonna do our thing. That's about it. That's about all. I mean, this is cool for like the right left paradigm, but at the same time, people who are actually in the center, they're just living. That's about it. That's about all there is. They're just living, okay? They subscribe to Netflix still. Some of them subscribe to Daily Wire, but like one in, 1,000 do so. They're just watching their stuff. They don't really care. They're not really involved. I don't know what to tell you, but both of y'all don't really matter in the grand scheme. Okay? The only thing that matters is who takes the ultimate power. That's about it. That's about all there is. Oh, shoot.
And I think that's also partially due to the fact that for every woman out there, they have a different idea of what it means to be a woman. So ultimately, you could have a woman that thinks that being a woman is one thing, and then another woman who thinks that being a woman is a completely separate thing to what the first woman thought. Ultimately, these two women identify as women, but their idea of what a woman is two completely separate ideas. When I say that being a woman is typically associated with femininity, that is not to say that femininity is core to being a woman. That is more of a pointer in a general direction to what most people think that a woman is. It says nothing about what you have to think that a woman is. It says more about what people generally think that a woman is.
Sort of like what you're doing right now, or a woman is a woman.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's got a point there, but here's the thing, is that like majority of people are going to still just stick with the fact that woman means biological female. Like, this is so tough. This is so tough. Because it's such simple shit. It really is. When you like break it all down and you get rid of the fluff and all the extra crap, it's like, okay, if you have $20 in $1 bills, it's still $20, right? If you get $20 in like 25-cent, like freaking quarters, okay? 4 quarters make $1. Okay, but you have $20 in quarters, it's still $20. Oh man, it's so hard. My brain hurts. I'm not smart enough for this. I'm really not. I am not intelligent enough for this. I'm really not. I'm not an arbiter of anything. I'm not a paragon of nothing. Okay, I'm just me. I'm just me. But people are asking me all these questions. And I'm like, look, just do whatever. All right. Besides, most of this is rich people problems. Like, I'm not rich, so why do I care? I'm not rich, so why do I care? Let's go to the chat real quick. Okay. Jerry Novo, still confused about the whole non-binary thing. It really doesn't mean much of anything, except to the individual. Ooh. So yeah. Let me see. But yeah, look, it should not matter anyway beyond the individual, because the individual believes what the individual wants to believe. So yeah, like, cool, I guess. Annette Fisher, religion or not, believer is okay for me, but Badger hate that talk. Which one? Where I'm like talking about how agnostic I am? Pitbulls and MMA. My brother kind of stole his best friend's girlfriend in no time. My brother married her and they have 2 awesome kids. Best choice he ever made. Good luck to him. Look, if the woman you're with has had more than 2 guys with her intimately, she's everybody's girl. Them's the facts. Brandon Peters. The Daily Wire is alt-right propaganda. False. Okay. False. You haven't seen alt-right propaganda at all. It's totally different. Totally different. Totally different people. Brandon Peters, 4 times. I've seen people from the Daily Wire and they're definitely not good. Ben Shapiro and his sister especially. Then you haven't actually, actually listened to them and seen where they're coming from. Like I said, we're all human, right? So we all have different ways of thinking about shit, right? So that being said, that means you didn't actually listen and, pick apart their stuff. That means you didn't take what they said on one side and what they said on the other side and combine the two. Because more often than not, you'll find that they do combine. At least in my experience. Maybe I'm just too dumb to understand the advanced concepts. That's probably it. Brandon Peters, it's rain? No, I'm made of sugar. Oh no, I'm melting. Brandon Peters, Freedom Tunes has some very bad takes. I mean, sure. But that's just what they believe. Somebody could say the same about you. They could say, okay, Brandon Peters has some bad takes. Does that make it true or not? Somebody could say, okay, like what you said last live stream. You said, Badger, you can be very stupid. But does that mean someone else would think I'm not stupid? That's on the individual, yo. That's on the individual. Michael Knows is a nut, I guess. Pitbulls in MMA? No, not binary. No, not non-binary. I still don't get what that means. I really don't. Brandon Peters, 4 times. Knowles, MMA. Have you heard of the alt-right pipeline? Yeah, and it's a really dumb thing. It really is dumb. It's so stupid. But you know what? To each their own. Live and let live. Whatever. Or PragerU. PragerU has some good stuff and bad stuff. Just like this dude and Matt Walsh. They have some good ideas and some bad ideas. Some I agree with, some I don't agree with. We're all human at the end of the day. Who cares? Pitbull's in MMA. Freedom Tunes is good, but Ping Trip is hilarious. I mean, they have some fun stuff. Like, it's kind of funny to watch. Harley, welcome to the live stream. Just made my son and husband breakfast. Greetings from Scotland, mate. Happy to catch a stream. Well, I'm happy you're here. I am happy you are here. We need more pretty female humans in the chat. Jerry Novo. Hey, you didn't want to remember a few years back, not every conversation wasn't part of political views. Great times. Yeah, back when everybody pretty much agreed on something, but we're going through an upheaval where a lot of people don't agree on anything. So yeah, that's just par for the course when it comes to humanity. Borrow blocks. A stereotype usually doesn't apply to 90% of the population, unlike this. Stereotypes apply to a certain part of the population that's been microscoped or gaslighted. I don't know how to say it. So yeah. Brandon Peters, wow, Badger, you're so damn dumb. That's the third time you said this. It's incredibly hard to listen to. Humanity doesn't need stereotypes to work. Well, okay. So that means that according to your logic, okay, if I go to a tiger in the wild, because the stereotype of the tiger is to eat people, okay, eat human beings, that the stereotype is wrong. Okay, so if I find a grizzly bear in the wilds, you know, the stereotype I was given by Disney with Brother Bear means that I can go up to the bear and be like, hug, you're my long lost brother. Right? It means that if I pick up a mystical sword like from Mulan and I train very hard, no matter my gender, I'm going to defeat the Mongols. See how that stuff is just does not add up. Okay. It doesn't. All right. You know, the stereotype of Afghanistan is the Taliban and their extremist rule. Does that mean that it's wrong? The stereotype of Afghanistan is like, hey, if you don't believe what we believe, we'll kill you. So if you go there, you know, they're not going to kill you? Okay. What about the stereotype around Muslim people in general, where if you take the shamach, if you take the covering off the face of a woman that belongs to a certain man, he's not going to have you put to death? I'm just asking questions, my dude. Annette Fisher, have to leave. Wish y'all a great day. Okay. Guten Tag. Guten Tag, Annette Fisher, one of my decent humans. Brandon Peters, the average person isn't anything you just mentioned, but how do you know? Are you all knowing? Never claimed to be. I just go off of the majority population. Marvel Block saying good night. Jerry Novo. Let me look. Jerry Novo. Shit, I'm just trying to live the American dream. Yeah. Most of the stuff we're talking about is like rich people problems. Okay. If everybody was starving and hungry and having to fight for survival every day, there would be none of these questions. None. I guarantee that. Brandon Peters. So if most of humanity isn't transphobic, for example, why are so many trans people having to fight for the right to be treated equally like human beings? Because they have unrealistic expectations of human beings, maybe? I don't know. In California, you know what's funny is that in California, you know, trans people meet the most, you know, like California, New York City, Chicago, they meet the most apparent transphobia. But people say those places are the most trans accepting. Yet here where I live, there's literally bars for trans people. There's bars for trans, there's bars for drag, there's bars for people that are homosexual. Like, how is it the state that people claim is the most anti-human is the most human? Just how? Oh, but yeah, Jerry Novo, you have a point. These are rich people problems, just like climate change and extreme politics. Okay? You don't see them practicing extreme politics in freaking India or Malaysia or South Africa, for that matter. They're just trying to survive. Maybe humanity needs to be forced back into that. The West probably shouldn't be as rich as it is because we have these stupid things we're trying to focus on, which are not going to matter when it comes to the natural evolution of a species. They don't. Nature does not care. Nature does not care. Only we care. That's a totally separate issue. Brandon Peters. So if most of humanity isn't transphobic, for example, why are so many trans people having to fight for the right to be treated equally like human beings? I don't know, because most of the ones that are you know, pretending to represent the trans community are doing dumb shit. Maybe that's it. Maybe. Marble Dan. Well, obviously, most of humanity isn't transphobic. Yes, most of humanity doesn't care. They don't care. They're too busy trying to survive. So be whatever you are. They don't care. Brandon Peters, if it was simple, we wouldn't be talking about it for centuries and continue to talk about this issue for years to come. It doesn't matter how long we've talked about it. It's just more pronounced because we're in a much better place. That's about it. That's about it. Marblocks, just as most people aren't racist. Yes, facts. If you combine the total world's population, most people are not racist. However, if you sniperscope and microscope certain countries and exclude them from the general population, then they seem very racist. So, yeah. Jerry Novo, you don't define the person by what they are or what they believe or who they are. You define them by whether or not they're an a-hole. Yes, absolutely. If someone's a jackass, I don't care what they are. I don't care. I really don't give a shit. If they're a jackass, I'm going to treat them like a jackass, which is most of the cases we see. Brandon Peters twice. Arguing that the majority is right about something because it's the majority is a fallacy. Okay. Who continues the species? Okay. Are you saying that you're anti-human? Just asking. Just asking. Okay, Brendan. I would say, go to the poorest country you can find. Go to the poorest country you can find and try to tell them what you think. See what happens. Just saying. Find humanity at its most primitive. Nothing else will matter. Now, am I saying that it's right or wrong? No. But I'm saying that the majority, is going to decide one thing. And there's not much you can do about that. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just saying that's how it is. I've seen Ben Shapiro deny the science when it was told to his face. Okay, so put that link in the chat then, in the Discord. Put that stuff in the Discord so we can watch it together. I love having our little tit for tats. I love them. They're so much fun. They really are. Let me see. Brennan Peters, PragerU called John Brown a radical abolitionist, like WTF. Well, John Brown did, do the same thing that people did on what was it, 5/29, the 2020 riots? Did pretty much the same thing, just more lethal. He took over an armory and was trying to get, an armed slave rebellion. So, yeah, according to those times, historically, that's accurate. Now, we know that was the correct thing to do now. But back then, that was still in contention. You're completely taking the nuance out of it. Okay? That was back in a different time. But at the same time, he was doing the right thing, but everybody didn't at the same time acknowledge he was doing the right thing. You see how that works? So yeah, according to that historical reference, he was a radical abolitionist. He was. Compared to the abolitionists in the North at the time. Because the abolitionists in the North, they had the Underground Railroad, Harriet Tubman, all that stuff. Okay, they were doing something totally different. All right. Marl Blocks. Dang, I've been trying to think of a stereotype analogy. You got a good one, Smart Badger. What do you mean? What stereotype? What are you talking about? And by the way, don't call me smart. Don't call me smart. Brandon already brought it to my attention that I'm stupid, so I have to stick with that. I have to. Mostly because I accept it. I am quite stupid. Brandon Peters, that's not a stereotype. That animal doesn't know any better. It's stupid. It's not intelligent enough to understand some stuff. Okay, so the people that have the same exact intelligence as an animal are the same thing as an animal? Is that what you're saying? Because they can't understand some stuff and they don't know any better, and they're not intelligent enough to understand some stuff, they're the same as the animal stereotypes that I brought up to your attention. Is that what you're saying? Brandon Peters, rich people problems are better than poor people. I'd rather argue about what a woman is than knife a guy for some food. Thank you for proving my point. Brandon Peters, problems, not people twice. Okay, I got you. Gloria Holland, I watched and I didn't know I was pregnant reaction of a gyno in that episode of a trans woman that got a trans man pregnant. Well, a trans man is a biological female that transitioned to a male, something like that. So yeah, Jerry Novo. As long as people don't shove their opinions down people's throats, no one's gonna get mad. Nobody's gonna care. Nobody will. Fluffy Chuff Nuffles, one of my decent humans, is in the chat. In the house, trans, straight, gay, black, white, XYZ. I don't give a shiza. Be a good human towards me, and I'll be a good human towards you. I don't make laws or pass bills. I just like nice people. Facts. Brandon Peters. Well, climate change is not a rich people problem, more of a global problem which humanity could fix. But most of humanity is lazy and greedy. Okay, tell that to the people in the sweatshops that are forced to work for like 5 cents an hour to make your Nikes and your clothes. Tell that to them. Okay? It is rich people problems because we are comfortable and we are content and we are safe. We have our houses, our food, we have our gas, we have our electricity, we have running water, we have our AC like I do right now. So we are very much more free than those people are to be like, oh, climate change is a problem. Whereas everybody else is still struggling to survive. How very one-sided thinking you have as far as that goes. You've obviously never visited these countries. You know, you obviously never have. I would encourage you to do so, but please don't die. Nuffle snuggles you. Jerry Novo, just don't think people should bully me into getting an electric car when I desperately need a truck because I live in the middle of nowhere. Facts. Brandon Peters twice. WTF are you talking about? I just said simply because the majority decides something doesn't make it right. Yes. Facts. We agreed on that. Well, I'm pretty sure they weren't arguing about back then. I'm pretty sure PragerU was talking about today. PragerU has only been around for like 15 years, I believe. I think. Marblocks. Oh, I was talking about that stupid tiger analogy you made. Shame on you, Badger. Right? Right? Me telling people that nature doesn't give a shit about people. Nature doesn't care about humanity. It never will. You know, we are a part of nature as much as we try to exclude ourselves from it. So we're subject to nature still. So for all we know, global warming and climate change is nature's way of saying, okay, I'm going to get rid of you. For all we know, that's the effect. Nature doesn't need humanity, and neither does the planet. Okay? We are the ones that need nature and the planet. We're the ones that need it to continue to exist. The rest of existence does not care and doesn't give a shit. The rest of existence will be around, has been around before we appeared, and they'll be around after we disappear. They don't care. They really don't. So yeah. Let me see. Jerry Novo, at least you have common sense, Badger, and some street smarts. Look on the bright side. I never look on the bright side. That's how I stay alive. My inner ghetto kid retains those lessons. You know, when you're a ghetto kid, you don't care about climate change. You don't care about politics. You don't care about what's going on with people that have the freedom to freaking think of all these complicated thingies that don't affect you directly. You don't have the freedom and luxury to do so. You're just like, how can I make a K? Okay. How can I, get this money from this dude? Okay. Can I steal this car? Hey, this shop doesn't have cameras. So, like, I'm going to see if I can grab some stuff from that shop, put it in my pockets in my big baggy jeans, and walk the hell out. Or my shorts, with the big pockets that they used to have in the front. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, this dude got a key with some C, so I'm gonna see how much he's gonna let me take. All right. Hey, look, okay. I know some people in this area. I know you're new here. Give me a key. I'll turn that into a couple key. And then I'm gonna bring that back to you. I just want 500. Sound good? All right, good. Bet. I'm gonna make it happen. Okay. All right, you got a few ounces. All right. So let me see what type of ounces you got. All right. You got some purple, you got some green haze. All right, then. You know what? Give me the green haze because they like it over here. And if I give them some green haze right now, they're going to give me a lot of money. All right. So you wait here. All right. I'm going to go get that couple key. And then we're going to split that. All right. Okay. You got a gun? All right, then. What is it? Glock. A Glock 7? Nah. Keep that shit. Ooh. Okay. Okay. You got a Glock 12? All right, then. You got ammo? All right, then you got bullets, you got mags to go with it, you got extended mags. All right, then we can deal. All right, then I'm gonna bring this over to them. Tell them what you got. Tell them how much you say it's for, plus what I want, and then I'm gonna give it to them. All right, square. Okay, then you got some fours. You got some fours. All right, then how many fours you got? How many fours you got? All right. I know some people in this neighborhood that they want some fours. All right, then. I'm going to give it to them. But I tell you what. I want 10 for each one. 10 for each one. So $20 a pop. All right, then. I'm going to tell you where I'm at. You can be at the street. You can watch me. All right. I'm going to make this shit happen. All right. Somebody just got, a DeVille lack. They got a DeVille lack. All stacked. All right. They got pneumatic. They got the radio. They got the boom in the back. All right, then. All right, then. Okay. Hey, they go to bed around this time. All right. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to help you get it. But you're going to pay me. All right. All right, then. Okay. It's the DeVille lack. So, I know they leave this one door unlocked. I'm going to sneak in that door. I'm going to take this trig, push it in. I can get it started. You don't even need a key. How much you going to pay me? That's how shit used to go down. That's exactly how shit used to go down. Y'all know me, all right? By this time, you know where I'm from. I'm from Los Angeles. Okay? I didn't give a shit about climate change. I didn't give a shit about politics. I didn't give a shit about nothing else. I was just trying to survive. That was it. That was all it was. I didn't care about nothing else. I couldn't. I didn't have that freedom. I didn't have the luxury, the time, or the money. I didn't care. I was trying to make money right now. Just to live. But if you're not from that background, of course you're not going to be able to understand. You're not going to know. You hear the story, you can sympathize, but you can't empathize. You can't empathize because you weren't there. You weren't there. You weren't doing it. You didn't feel that shit. You never went hungry. Sure, you can say, okay, I went hungry for like a day. Have you been hungry for a week? Living off of getting freaking shit from somebody's bin behind the restaurant? Have you been there? Fuck no, you ain't. Did you know that if you went to the Krispy Kreme back in the day, that was back on Baldwin Park, you could just go to the back. You could just go to the back and just wait. Just wait. And then when like 10:30 came around, they shut that shit down. They dumped all them boxes into the dumpster. Guess who was grabbing that shit? That was me. I was grabbing that shit. All right. They didn't even lock that shit back in the day. They didn't. They just closed the lid. That was it. That was it. That's all. They didn't give a shit. They didn't care. They're just doing a job. And me, I'm there to get the fruit of their freaking labor for free. Yeah, they threw it in a dumpster, but it's still in a box. Or what about back in the day? Way before that, before Krispy Kreme came, before Krispy Kreme came around, it was like, you know what? Go to Salvation Army. Because they used to have food donation centers back in the day. Past Baldwin Park, Echo, certain parts of Whittier, and like certain part, you could actually go to Riverside, you know, if you waited late enough. Past like, you know, 8:30, you go to Riverside real fast. Real fast. You skip over everything. Go to Whittier. Go to Riverside. And if you went to Burger King, you know, they'd have like all this extra food just that they never sold, that nobody bought, that nobody took. And the employees would take a little bit. They wouldn't take everything. They threw the rest in the dumpster out back. I was in that dumpster along with 5 other kids grabbing that shit. Grabbing that shit. Yeah, most of them didn't like me because I was sangre sucio, or I wasn't white enough. I wasn't Hispanic enough. I wasn't black enough. But you know what? We were all trying to survive. Every one of us. So I'll be at that. Flip that lid. As soon as the employees locked up and left, we were back there. We were back there grabbing that shit, putting it in a bag or a plastic bag or a backpack or something and bringing it with us. You know, they'd leave loads of potato fry. They'd leave loads of them, the original, like, you know, the original, like, King Burgers and shit. And we grab that shit. We grab that shit, bring it home with us. And everybody would get some. Everybody. You know, they even leave like sauce packets, and you know, you know, sometimes they would have like the that special sauce and shit, and we grab that too. Like anything that was not open, sometimes open, but whatever. All right, we grab that shit. We grab that shit, and we bring it home. Free food. You can't beat that. Nobody can. Hell no. Nobody can beat free food. And McDonald's sometimes was even better. Sometimes McDonald's was even better. Because like sometimes the employees from McDonald's would just like, they knew us because they were from the same neighborhood. And like, you know, they would set some shit aside that they didn't have. And then we'd go there. And then the employees would just, you know, give us some shit. You know, like a random drink somebody left, you know, a big thing of fry. Like back when the burgers were actually big, like the McDoubles were like 3 times the size that they are now. Like they were huge back in the day. Huge back in the day. Back in the day, they were like 3 times the size they are now. And they would like put it aside. They put it aside for us because it came from the same place. They knew what we were going through. They knew what we were going to do. And they were like, you know what? We're not going to throw this away. We're going to put it in a bag, or we're going to put it in the heater or some shit like that. And they would give it to us when we got there. Okay. Like, people don't, a lot of people that are commenting on shit nowadays, they don't understand. They don't understand. They've never been there. They never had to do this shit. They have no idea. And that's why I say all the time, I'm like, look, you ain't been through the shit. You ain't got shit to say. You don't matter to them. They don't care. We didn't care. All right. Back in the day, even after Rodney King happened, even after Rodney King, we didn't give a shit. We just knew that there was a lot more like free food, shit in dumpsters, and like restaurants that were left open that we went and raided. All right. We took shit from people. We did. After Rodney King, you know, a lot of employees, they just left the stores unlocked. They just ran because they were terrified of everybody else. And we just went in. We just went in. We're like, we're taking all the food we can. All the food, you know, sometimes clothes, a few electronics, like a Walkman, some shit like that. And we took what we could, brought it home. So yeah, we didn't care. All right, we heard about Rodney King afterwards, and we were like, you know what? You know, it sounds fucked up, but you know what? Didn't happen to me. It didn't happen to me. All right, and then afterwards, because my family was a target, because we weren't a certain type of way. We weren't a certain type of human. All right. Everybody was looking at us like, fuck you doing here? Why do you exist? Why are you here? This is our place. Why? All right. Now we're going to kill you. So we had to leave. We had to go get sheltered by somebody that owned a shop that had guns. And we're like, hey, you can stay here. That's what we had to go through. So yeah, it is rich people problems. It is. Okay. Myself, compared to everybody I used to live with, compared to them, I'm rich. Am I poor compared to like basic US standards? I mean, sure. But am I struggling for a house? Am I fighting to keep an apartment? Am I subject to racism again? Am I able to provide for my son? Am I able to give him shit? Do I have a car? I do. I got all that shit. Everything. I got everything I need and want. Everything. So now I can talk about this shit. Now I can say what I want and what I think. Because it's not dependent on shit else. My son's taking care. If I die, my son gets $1 million+ if I'm dead. Okay? I earned that shit. Okay? My son's not gonna have to dive through a dumpster to get him some extra food. My son's not gonna have to sacrifice his time to be a kid. All right? To like mow somebody's lawn or pick up somebody's trash. Or go deal some key for some pusher. My son doesn't have to do shit that I had to. Shit. Because I've been through it. And I know what it's like. And I know for a fact I don't want that for him. Not at all. I'll do everything to make sure he hasn't to go through that. Now, doesn't mean most likely he's going to be one of them people who's going to try to say shit that he hasn't had to go through and experience. Probably. But hopefully I impart on him what I went through so he has at least an understanding, right? So yeah, climate change, politics, global warming, all that crap, rich people problems. Seriously. Rich people problems. So yeah, ain't nobody can tell me. Ain't nobody can tell me. All right, that it ain't. That it ain't for the people that got all the shit. Ain't nobody can tell me that. Ain't nobody. I went through too much, suffered too much to hear nobody telling me that I ain't earned the right in every way to talk about whatever the fuck I feel like. It's anybody else that ain't been through what I've been through. They can't see shit. But you know what? First Amendment. Freedom of expression. Freedom of speech. Individuals. You know what? Fuck it. All right? Fuck it. Y'all can have it. But I will never listen to nobody that tell me that it ain't what I say it is. You know why? Because it is. And you know why? Because I've been through the shit. I've been there. I've been in the slums. I'm an original ghetto kid. Nobody can say shit to me. Nobody. It is rich people problems. And I'm now one of those rich people. Do you understand where I'm going with this shit? That's where I'm going. And that's why I'm not scared to be who I am. That's why. That is why. Because I've been there, done that, and I'm not just speaking shit. I'm not just speaking shit. I'm not just saying some ideological crap. I'm just not. I've been there, done that. That's why I say it's rich people problems. It is. And I'm one of them now. So I have to make sure that I tell people shit that I know and have found out. But at the end of the day, like I tell y'all, don't take what I say for gospel, and don't just believe everything I say. Look it up for yourself. Find the information. Look at all the sources. Okay? Do it for yourself. I'm just telling you that this may or may not exist. You have to go there and find it for yourself. God damn, that brings back some shit memories. Damn it, Brandon. I love you, but I hate you. Because you got me in another place entirely. Anyway, let me read the rest of the chat. Let me see. Brandon Peters, humans are animals, Badger. Now we're smarter than them. Sure, but still animals. Yes. Oh shit, the chat skipped. Okay, Brandon Peters, nature is immoral. Facts. Marble Blocks, no, Brandon, I feel your anger. It gives you focus, but also turns you to the dark side. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Marble Blocks, yes. Oh, I have to go. Good stream. See you later, Marble Blocks. Fluffity Chuff Nuffles, my decent human. The bright side can be blinding. Better to learn focus through the dim. Probably. Jerry Novo, I'm gonna pretend to not hear the alleged illegal conversation. Looks nervously at my police uniform. Well, here's the thing. You cannot be charged for crimes that are too far in the past. That's the thing. So yeah. So yeah, there's no evidence for it now, and my spoken confession could be just waved off as the crazy ramblings of some dumbass. So yeah. Marblocks, before I go, I just have to say, WTF is Badger doing? I don't know at what point you said that, so no idea. Brandon Peters, okay, so when the sun expands and burns the earth to a crisp, bye-bye people. I'll just chalk it up to a humanity not giving a damn about its survival, since all people care about is surviving for today. That is part of it. Yes. Actually, yes. Okay. When you have the luxury and the privilege to actually think about, you know, a far-reaching future, that's a different story. But the majority of people are still very poor and don't have that luxury. Thank you, Democrats. Brandon Peters, instead of thinking about decades from now like I do, people are like, oh, well, screw the world. It's all about me. Guess what? They're died. Pretty much. And Brandon, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Is that when it's your group versus the majority, does it matter what you think or say? This is one of the things I point to when I say individuals, okay? It's up to individuals to push society a certain direction, right? And that's usually triggered by whichever groups are in power, right? That's why I'm all about the individual, because ultimately at the end of the day, it's not the entire cloud of rain, the entire rain cloud that makes the rain. It's all the individual droplets that come from the rain cloud. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it comes down to the individual first, always. That's why my emphasis is that we should focus on the individual first. We need to get back to that. Fluffity Chuff Nuffles. All the thinking about the future you've been doing. Have you done anything to implement your findings? I have. I've got chickens on order. Okay. Right now, I'm in the talks to get a plot of land to like plant a bunch of like trees and crops. Talks at the moment. Because I believe that environmentalism and climate change and all that shit starts with the individual, right? And I practice, or at least I try to practice what I preach. So I'm going to have plants in my backyard. I'm going to have plants in my freaking, family room. I'm going to have crops in my backyard. I'm going to have raised beds. I'm going to have hanging gardens as well that I want. Mostly it's going to be like fruits and vines, which are good too. And then I'm going to have like a plot of land that's like a few acres. And I'm going to like have like, produce crops. So like maize or corn in English, I'm sorry. Frutas or fruit of different types, like a mixture of vegetables that all go good together. And then some kind of like wheat or barley of some kind. And then some kind of like a long-term bean, some stuff that you can like dehydrate and preserve and put aside for like very long term. That's going to be my focus. So yes, I practice what I preach. So yeah, my findings is that it's not on any government or any major large entity. It's on the individuals first to enact the change they want to see. And it has to start with you. Brandon Peters, you being hungry for a week doesn't mean shit in comparison to the universe. Stars will go nova, galaxies will crash into each other, and black holes will die longer after you and I are dead. Facts, Brandon. Facts. That's what I was getting to. That's what I was getting to, my dude. I'm glad that you and I have reached an understanding. Fluffity Chuff Nuffles. How can you change that outcome? Unless we reach like a tier 7 civilization, we can't change that outcome. And it looks like on this try, because we have no idea how many times we tried to do it in the past. It looks like on this try, we're not going to get there. Looks like on this try, we failed, but hopefully next time. Brendan Peters twice. Well, humanity definitely needs to get off this rock. Hey, SpaceX. Humanity needs to invest in space flight, definitely. Yes, we do. Trouble is that there's not enough people making enough money to make that happen. Marblock, so it's a rich people problem. Yes, it is. Absolutely. Marblock, I'm still here. Fluffity Chuff Nuffles. I wish we could focus more on the future and survival as a world society, but that would cost money. God forbid. Yeah, pretty much. People are too different. People are too. That's why, that's one of the reasons why I'm like all for isolationism. Because it's like, you know what? Hey, do you focus on your stuff? Do what you want to do. The United States of America could have already had a colony on the moon and Mars by this time in history if we hadn't been so divided by stupid, like absolutely stupid shit. But that's humanity right now. Brendan Peters, I just shake my head because none of the crazy things you mentioned don't mean anything in comparison to the cosmos. Exactly. When I'm talking about nature, the cosmos are the macro scale of nature. That's what it is. So yeah, I don't know how you missed everything else I said, but I'm happy you agree. Brandon Peters, oh, I have to go. All right, Brandon, have a good time. All right, we're gonna watch the rest of this video and then just nope out essentially. So let's go.
Well, because you're seeking what we would call in my field of work an essentialist definition of gender. I think it sounds like you would like me to give you a set of biological or cultural characteristics that are associated with one gender or the other.
I'm not seeking any type of definition. I'm just seeking a definition.
Yeah, I gave you one.
I must say, I really enjoyed that particular interview because the professor did point out that Matt was contradicting himself. I would have honestly liked to have seen more of that because I feel like that conversation could have been more informative if I could watch the entire thing. But I guess I'll have to settle for trying to get in touch with the professor myself, which I likely won't be able to do, unfortunately.
What is transgenderism from a psychiatric standpoint?
The best way to approach it is by speaking about gender dysphoria, which is an intense loathing and discomfort with one's biological sex.
So I don't...
Okay. So it's basically dysphoria, like I have, because I'm never happy with how I look. But it's about how someone feels like they should identify when it comes to gender. Okay, that sounds clear enough to me, I guess.
I don't disagree with her. I think that to an extent, the best way to approach it is through gender dysphoria because gender dysphoria is the easiest thing that you can point to. And gender dysphoria can be diagnosed. But what I think that often happens is it leaves out gender euphoria. But people often don't talk about gender euphoria because it's like, are we going to diagnose people for being happy? It sounds kind of silly and weird, right? We only really want to diagnose people when they have a problem or what is perceived to be a problem. Gender euphoria isn't really a problem, but it is still a valid thing that people do experience.
It's important to distinguish those people from what's happening much more recently, which is kids that never had any discomfort or dysphoria, as it's now called, with their biological sex.
Which is the majority, which is not put clearly here. This is a consistent contention I have because they say things like they're all combined, which is a major problem. If you're gonna make a if you're gonna make a distinction and you want everybody else to accept that distinction, you need to be consistent. So make the distinction, but make the distinction between everybody, not just one collective group you want to mash together and call it one thing. That never works.
And then quite suddenly, as preteens or as adolescents, they come out and they announce that they are gender fluid, or they start to question their sex.
Okay, not a big fan of how she conflates gender and sex, but I feel like I've talked about that enough already.
Okay, so he and I are in agreement here. One thing seems to be mutable, the other not so much. Kind of like how I make my own distinction where it's like biological female, woman. If you want to include trans women with woman, okay, then I'm going to make the distinction of, are you biological female? It seems simple to me. Then again, I'm sure there's a lot of biological females who want to keep the term woman and have trans women have their own separate thing, which I would be fine with too. I really would not care too much either way. That's on them. But at the same time, individualist, absolutist.
But yes, lately you do have more and more people that identify as things like gender fluid or non-binary. Technically, gender fluid is non-binary, but that's because non-binary is kind of an umbrella term. But
Okay. That's another contention point I have, is the umbrella term. Okay. When people say crime, I have a huge contention with this, okay? Because someone who lives in like Texas and has like 0.5 ounces of weed on them and they're caught, that's considered a crime in Texas because weed is not legal in Texas. But in Colorado, it's legal to possess in some form or shape that amount of weed or more, and it's not gonna be considered a crime. So yeah, don't just say crime as a general umbrella term. Give a specific description of the crime and where it took place and what the laws are where it took place. Don't just like blanket it over everybody, okay? Just like when people say trans, okay? That's another point of contention I have with the left, because they try to amalgamate every freaking buddy. Like you're just a piece of clay. You can just keep soft and then shove another piece of unique clay into it that was going to be a statue, and then just shove it in there, erasing identities. Don't just do that. Let them all stand by themselves. Okay, let them all do that.
I think that some people can have a kind of gender dysphoria without it really being noticeable. Like, let's say that you go through puberty and certain secondary sex characteristics that you'd normally expect don't really pop up. Now, if they had have popped up, then it might be that you would experience a certain level of dysphoria from that.
Yes, or there could be chemical problems. There could be, there can be so much other things. It's not just that, oh, you're trans because of this. No, it could be something else entirely. It could be that you were born with the inability to produce a certain amount of a hormone or something like that. It could be something just so simple. But there's this umbrella term, this blanket term that's used, and it's like, where did our science go? Where did the scientific method go? Where did diagnostics go? Man,
But because they didn't, well, you don't experience any dysphoria from it. Oh, and by the way, gender dysphoria is a spectrum, so this kind of thing is entirely possible.
So first, let's define the terms sex and gender.
Yes.
Which is facts, okay? Any part of the spectrum is entirely possible, but a majority of people fall within a certain range of that spectrum. Let's make sure that that is defined. That's an empirical fact. You can't refute it. There you go.
Please.
Sex is biology.
Okay, maybe I should have watched ahead a bit further because I thought she didn't know the difference, maybe. Glad that she does.
Okay, so sex is biology. So it sounds like an immutable characteristic. Gender sounds like the thing, okay, that is mutable. So maybe they can be separated to a certain point. Maybe. We'll see.
Gender, on the other hand, is a perception. It's a feeling. It's a way of identifying. It's an experience. Okay, that's subjective.
It sounds like what you're saying is that if a man is male but thinks of himself as a woman, he's not actually a woman?
That's correct.
Okay, there we go. She's very definitive. She's very straightforward, and she does provide context to the whole thing. This is one of the parts of the Matt Walsh documentary that I do like because she's very straightforward. She's not trying to dodge. She's not trying to be like, oh, you have a different ideology, so I'm going to dismiss you entirely and not give an answer, or I don't know at all. She actually seems to be on point with what she has been the subject matter expert for.
Okay, so for the most part, I agree with her, except for right at the end. I think that a lot of trans people are aware of what their sex is, and when they state something like, I am a man or I am a woman, they're not making a statement about their sex. They're making a statement about their gender. The whole idea of going on something like hormones is to make the body function more like that of the opposite sex.
Okay, which would make sense. Yeah, that would make sense. He makes a good point here. He makes a really good point here. One is mutable, the other is immutable. I like that.
But anyway, I think this is a good place to end the video. Let me know if you want to see more. Maybe you want to see a part 2 to this. Now, I know I've been making quite a few videos about trans topics recently, but that's because when people make arguments against trans people, I find those arguments to be very lacking. Like when people like Dave Rubin, Bill Maher, Matt Walsh make videos about trans people, it feels like they don't have a decent grasp on the subject. And people listen to these people. And I also feel
just par for the course. I mean, I don't know what you want to do, except, you probably want to, if your intentions are purely for education, then get into the humanities. There you go. Then you have an authoritative voice when it comes to this subject. But so far, you sound pretty reasonable to me. And I'm supposed to be like a far right, extreme conservative. Even though I agree with a good amount of what you said, which completely cuts down on the discourse entirely and cuts people out completely. Which is why it seems like it's either one side or the other, when there could be so much more in the middle that people can be made to understand when they come together. So yeah, his video's over at this point. I like it though. I like it. I do. I like this. So what do y'all think? What do y'all think? Y'all let me know. All right, so who's actually here still? You need to get into the chat. Okay, you need to become a subscriber, and you need to become a member. I probably appear to y'all as like a complete, like what do they call me nowadays? They call me bigot, transphobe, homophobe. What else was there? Misogynist, some other stuff. But the truth is, you just have to listen to me and watch my stuff to understand where I'm actually from and what I think. So yeah, there you go. So who's actually still here? I mean, I've got 17 likes, but nobody's in the chat right now. So for all I know, it's over now. And I'll give it like a minute, and then I'll call it good. I think I included this in the live stream. Let me look. What was a woman? Planar walk. Matt Walsh doesn't like the answer to his question. Look at that. Well, I feel like the title is disingenuous because he's like, Matt Walsh doesn't like an answer to his question, but Matt Walsh is just sitting there listening and then giving questions of his own. It's not like he's sitting there being adversarial and he's like, no. That answer doesn't satisfy me. No, he's just asking questions. He's literally sitting there being like, hey, you know what? Like, tell me what you think. Give me a definitive answer. Give me something that's within the order of something else. That's about it. That's what it looks like. So, who's still in the chat? You tell me. You tell me. All right, nobody? Cool. All right, let me exit out of this. I can't wait. I can't wait to put my freaking headphones on and get my tablet on and sit there and listen to, watch some of my Crunchyroll. I love me some Crunchyroll. It's awesome. Where do I find this thing? Downloads. There we go. There we go. Before I am out, I will do this. Thank you to the channel members, Nuffles, Annette Fisher, Steve Hughes, the Epic, Kriegsman, Elias IDK. Join the channel to become a member. Join the channel to become a member. Sign up today. There you go. I hope that was clear enough for everybody. Should I start singing? I don't know. There might be some people who are like, hey, you should start singing, Badger. I'm going to start singing if nobody gets into the chat and is like, hey, end it now. End it. Be done. Be gone. Otherwise, I'm going to start singing. They found a way to kill me yet. Eyes burn with stinging sweat. Seems every path leads me to nowhere. Ooh. Wife and kids, household pet. Running green was not a safe bet. The bullets screamed to me from somewhere. Ooh. Yeah, they've come to snuff the rooster. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here come the rooster. Yeah. You know he ain't gonna die. No, no, no. You know he ain't gonna die. Pitbulls and MMA. Hey, you're still here. I'm gonna milk this for all it's worth. Pitbulls and MMA. Me, Halo sign. I just joined the Discord. April. Upchurch. Upchurch, huh? Let me think. What's by Upchurch that's good? Let me think. I know up by Upchurch. You ready for this? Cause I miss the old days, tall Chevrolets, nice stand-up legs swinging on a tailgate. The old days when fist fights were fine, throwing hands didn't land you 2 months jail time. The old days when love was real and it burned in your soul like a moonshine steel. The old days, those days are gone, so I cherish the memories of a place I call home. Oh, yeah. There's a bridge on River Road where I painted my name with a couple of buddies with John Deere spray paint. We used to smoke on the green after the sun hit the hay and made it home by 9 or daddy's temper would blaze. In them high school front doors, shit, we was straight out the back, sitting in the distance, chewing Redman up at the crack. Them straight pipes on the 5-7 made us feel badass. I know I'm slaughtering it. I know. Sitting in the senior parking lot, cranking up Johnny Cash. My grades, they wasn't great. My heart is nothing but gold. Hospitality's priceless. It ain't about trading the soul. So before you judge my cover, won't you dive in my soul? Find out I'm from another life. I'm like 200 years old. Cause I miss the old days, tall Chevrolets, nice stand-up legs swinging on a tailgate. The old days when fist fights were fine, throwing hands didn't land you 2 months jail time. The old days when love was real and it burned in your soul like a moonshine steel. The old days, those days are gone, so I cherish the memories of a place I call home. Oh, yeah. Is that enough for you? I hope it is. Pit bulls and MMA. I love this song. Alice in Chains Rooster. Pitbull's an MMA. Have you heard his Alice in Chains parodies? I think I heard one. When he did the cover of MIB. I'm the man in the box, sitting in my shit. Won't you come and save me? Save me. Oh wait, where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? There we go. This is a good way to do it. This is a good way. I'm glad you suggested this. Hey, yeah, in my eyes. Jesus Christ. Hey, you tries of fear in my eyes. All right, what else you got for me? Actually, maybe I'll sing something different. Oh no, that won't do. That won't do. That won't do. We'll do another one. Let me see.
Happening now, TBI investigators remain on the scene of a death investigation out in Cheatham County.
19 miles from the music. Oh no, they didn't do it right.
Cheatham County. It's out in Cheatham County.
Okay, that's how they did it. Tricky suckers. All right. Y'all ready for this? I don't know if you are. Let's go. 90 miles from the Music City lights, where the people bring guns to beg knife fights, and the sheriff don't care, so don't try to call. He might be in ties with the man on the farm. Okay, yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. I just can't do it. I am not up church. I just can't do it. I suck. I can't do up church. He's one of the dudes that I cannot cover. I mean, I can do Alice in Chains. I can do Stone Sour. I can do Slipknot. I can do pretty much anybody else. But Ryan is one of them dudes that I just cannot. I'm unable to copy at all. I can't keep up with him. I just can't. It's impossible. But you know what? I might as well accept that and move on. Might as well accept it and move on. Plus, I'm kind of drunk. I've had 8 cases of 8% alcohol so far tonight, so I better call it a night. Or maybe not. I don't know. The road I'm on has no yellow lights. Going down them small town countrysides. The potholes filled with TNT. When the streets light disappear, y'all on the creek. Oh, it's such a good song. Pong Creek Road. It is a good song, though. It is a good song. What was the other one, though? Blue Moon. I want to pour a tall glass of you. Such good music, man. I wish I could do that. I wish I was as creative as Ryan is. I really do. Blue Moon. How I wish you could talk. I spent many a night whispering in your ear. Even though you're a glowing rock, I find peace. Listen to the greatest moon in the woods. If everybody was a moon, maybe I'd be understood. Yo, blue moon, I want to pour a tall glass of you, so I could feel the trouble I've been and the damage I'm gonna do. Yo, blue moon, I want to be just like you, so I could sit lonely in the silence of space and observe this world of doom. Yo, blue moon. Red sun, you try to drain me of my vibe. But whenever I think of the music Ryan has made, I just nothing I can try to think up just will compare. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Red sun, you try to drain me of my vibe. Oh man. Plus I can't even remember right now. I really can't remember. Something about like, you know, the heat every second I step outside. Something like that. Damn, I can't remember. I really can't remember. I listen to so much of Upchurch, you think I've had them all memorized, but he's one, like, Upchurch is one of the artists. I don't even try to like sing all of his songs because I'm just like, I am unable to. I don't feel like I can. I really don't feel like I can because he's so high above me. Pitbull's in MMA, laughing out loud, facepalm. That's okay. Are you on Texas? Yeah, I live in Texas. Thankfully I do now. Although somehow a lot of people forget that I'm originally from LA. I'm originally from LA. I'm not a Texas native. But you know, ultimately I ended up deciding I would retire here. And so that's what I did. And I don't regret it. Not a single bit. It's a good time. I love Texas. Love Texas. Hate California. Hate California. Let me schmeal. Let me see if I can do it justice. Blue moon, how I wish you could talk. I spent many a nights rambling in your ear. Even though you're a glowing rock, I found peace listening to the critters move in the woods. If every human was a moon, maybe I'd be understood. Your blue moon, I want to pour a tall glass of you to cleanse my soul of the trouble I've been and the damage I'm gonna do. Oh, blue moon, I want to be just like you, so I could be lonely in the silence of space and observe this world of doom. Oh, blue moon. Red sun, you try to drain me of my vibe. I sweat my soul in Mother Nature's skin every second I step outside. And I guess for her, when the rays beam down, I look to you, but you blind me. But when you go down, the heat's not found, and I mow my old friends behind me. Oh, blue moon, I want to pour a tall glass of you to cleanse my soul of the trouble I've been and the damage I'm gonna do. Oh, blue moon, I wanna be just like you, so I can be lonely in the silence of space and observe this world of doom. Oh, blue moon. Sounds like shit to my ears. But you know what? I hope somebody enjoyed it. All right. I gotta call it a night. I do. I can barely put cement. I can barely put sentences together. So yeah, I know. I know I have to call it quits for now. Some people are gonna watch this and be like, "What's wrong with you, dude?" And I'm gonna be like, "Hey, go." Anyway, what was I gonna say? Be good. All right. Be safe. Don't compromise that shit for nobody. Make good life for yourselves. All right. Let's get better out.